Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Raised Family with Ino. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ino collapsed into a chair, resting her head on the wooden bench. The delicious aroma of broth filled her nostrils, making her stomach growl. She groaned and looked up at the ramen stand owner, Tucci. "Bring me the largest bowl of ramen you have," she ordered. Tucci chuckled. "The only person who orders that is Naruto." Ino smiled, then slumped again. Her day had been rough, and all she needed was some comfort food. She knew overeating wasn't healthy, but sometimes food was the best source of comfort. Her blue eyes fluttered open when she felt movement beside her. Turning her head, she blinked at a familiar face wearing a goofy grin. "Speak of the devil," Ino yawned, sitting up. "Hey, Naruto." Naruto grinned back. "Were you talking about me?" "She ordered a large bowl of ramen," Tucci said, placing a bowl in front of Ino. Naruto looked impressed that Ino was daring enough to tackle such a big meal. Ino stared at the bowl, gulping at the thought of how she might need a break afterward. "Old man, bring me the same," Naruto exclaimed. Tucci nodded. Ino grabbed a pair of chopsticks, pulled them apart, and dove into her meal. Silence enveloped the two blondes as they slurped noodles in unison. Ino felt oddly comfortable sitting next to Naruto while enjoying her food. Usually, she kept her eating habits to herself, but Naruto was oblivious he wouldn't notice anything unusual. Ino lifted the bowl and drank the broth, sighing in contentment when she finished. She felt much better now, even if she had eaten more than usual. "You know what?" Ino suddenly announced. "Tucci, bring me seconds." Tucci smiled and nodded. Naruto stared wide-eyed at her. "What?" she asked, feeling self-conscious. Was there something on her face? "Nothing. Just surprising, that's all. Girls usually diet and stuff." Ino averted her gaze. She really didn't want to discuss diets with Naruto right now. Instead, a great idea struck her. "Naruto, order another bowl and we'll have a race." Naruto's eyes lit up. "You're on." He ordered another bowl, and they eagerly awaited their ramen to begin the contest. As Naruto glanced at Ino, he noticed she looked a bit worse for wear. Her hair was messy, and dark circles were under her eyes. It was shocking. Ino usually looked vibrant and polished. Ino sensed Naruto's gaze on her and fought the urge to look back. She wiped some sweat from her brow and stifled a yawn, shifting her focus to the steam rising from the broth. The smell of ramen was comforting, and she smiled as she watched the puffs of steam. It almost felt like she was floating. Suddenly, Ino snapped her eyes open and sat up. A blanket was draped over her. Frowning, she looked around the unfamiliar living room, decorated with fine furniture and paintings. Nervously, she stood up and wiggled her toes on the wooden floor. Where was she? Wasn't she at the ramen bar just moments ago with Naruto? Confused, Ino moved toward the archway leading to the rest of the house. On her right was the front door, and on her left was a long hallway leading deeper into the house, with a staircase going up. Opposite the living room was the dining room. Ino cautiously entered the dining room, but it was empty. Ino groaned as a pulse of pain throbbed in her head. Rubbing her temples, she tried to figure out where she could be. It wasn't Naruto's place. He lived in an apartment. It wasn't her house either. Her parents could never afford a mansion like this. She doubted it belonged to Tucci and Iam as well. The dining room connected to the kitchen, where Ino saw a cold cup of tea and a sink filled with soapy water. Nervous, she opened some cupboards. They were filled with food and daily necessities. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She recognized some local produce logos, which meant she was likely still in Konoha. That was a relief. Curious, Ino left the kitchen and headed for the stairs. She ascended slowly, her heart racing. Ino sighed, scolding herself for being so nervous. "You're in a stranger's house, Ino," she reminded herself. Of course, she would feel anxious. She mentally noted to look for some aspirin while upstairs. Maybe they kept their medicine in the bathroom. Halfway up the staircase, she heard the front door open behind her. She froze, her heart leaping in her chest. This was bad. What if a spy had infiltrated Konoha and was pretending to live here? What if she was captured to be used as a hostage? Ino's mind raced with possibilities. Finally, she decided to turn around and face the newcomer. Taking a deep breath, she turned, gripping the wooden railing for support. "Stop it, Ino. You are a ninja," she scolded herself. She was acting like a child. When she finally looked at the person who had entered, her blood ran cold. The figure was tall, dressed in red and white robes with a matching hat. The Hokage? Tsunade-sama? Ino thought, gaping at the figure. The person had their back turned, closing the front door. Ino frowned as the stranger turned around. The person's chest was flat, clearly not Tsunade. Ino could tell by the broad shoulders that this was a man. Ino furrowed her brows. Who was this man? And why was he wearing the Hokage robes? The man lifted his hands and pulled the hat from his head, revealing spiky blonde hair and 2 long bangs framing his face. The stranger then pulled the robes over his head, revealing long navy pants with a matching shirt and a flak jacket. Ino gasped when she recognized the 3 whisker marks on his cheek. The man turned to face her, and Ino's heart raced. Staring back at her were 2 pools of beautiful blue so familiar that Ino could hardly believe her eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat felt dry. Naruto Uzumaki's face lit up when he saw her. "Hey, you're home. I thought my mother was going to keep you busy all day." "Well, I'm not complaining." Ino was taken aback by Naruto's appearance. He no longer looked like a 16-year-old boy. He was taller, older, and seemed wiser. Ino couldn't help but notice how handsome he had become. He looked like a man like the 4th Hokage. Ino frowned. Was this a dream? Was she dreaming of an older Naruto? It had to be a dream. Naruto slipped off his sandals and stretched his arms above his head. Ino noticed he had hung the Hokage robe and hat on a coat stand beside the door. He yawned and stepped inside onto the wooden floor, leaving his shoes behind on the small tiled area at the entrance. Slowly, he ascended the stairs until he reached the one just beneath where Ino stood. They were eye to eye now. Ino gulped when she noticed the curious look Naruto was giving her. "You all right?" Naruto asked. "You look pale. Did my mother overwork you again?" Ino didn't know how to respond. "This is just a dream, Ino. Just a dream," she told herself, but doubt began to creep in. Do people have headaches in dreams? She highly doubted it. Her headache felt real. Heck, Naruto's breath brushing against her face felt real. He smelled like mint and coffee, a strange combination, but oddly familiar. She had never encountered it at home, so why did it feel so known? "Ino!" Naruto's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She blinked but still couldn't find her voice. His expression shifted to one of concern, surprising her. She had never seen him so worried before. Her eyes widened when Naruto lifted his arm and gently cupped her cheek. She stood still, unable to push him away. Why was he doing this? "Whoa," Naruto breathed. "You're really warm. Do you have a fever?" Ino remained silent, her heart racing as Naruto's warm fingers brushed her skin. His hand moved to her hair, tucking a blonde lock behind her ear. "Naruto," Ino finally managed to croak, sounding hoarse. Naruto's blue eyes focused on hers. He replied. Ino inhaled deeply, trying to calm herself. "Where am I?" she asked, finally summoning the courage to voice her confusion. She noticed Naruto's shock. His hand, which had been gently stroking her hair, froze, and his brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You're in Konoha. Where else?" Ino pursed her lips. So she was in Konoha. But the real question was where in Konoha? Or more like when in Konoha? "Naruto," Ino mumbled. "How old are you?" Naruto looked even more puzzled. 37. "Ino, we celebrated my birthday 2 weeks ago." Ino froze. 37? Did he just say 37? That couldn't be right. If he was that old, then she must be too. She was only 16. They had just eaten ramen together. This had to be a dream, a really bad dream. I don't think I feel too well," Ino breathed, clutching Naruto's arms. She felt dizzy and unsteady. Just then, the front door opened, and a cool breeze swept through the house. "Whoa," a voice exclaimed. "Hey, Dad." You're home early. Ino stared wide-eyed at the blonde-haired girl standing in the doorway. Familiar blue eyes looked back at her, and a light shade of blonde hair framed her youthful face. Ino gaped. Who is that, Naruto? Ino asked. Did she just call you Dad? Ino felt Naruto tense, and she noticed the girl's confused expression. Ino, Naruto said, gripping her forearms tightly, you don't remember giving birth to her? At those words, Ino did the unimaginable. She fainted. Ino's eyes fluttered open to meet a white ceiling. She groaned, realizing she had a headache, and sat up. Was it all a dream? She glanced around the room, finding herself neatly tucked beneath a colorful quilt in a space she did not recognize. The room was tidy, with only a cupboard, a desk, a chair, and the double bed she was resting on. Ino closed her eyes and shook her head. Still dreaming? How could that be possible? She swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood. The carpet felt light and soft beneath her bare feet. Stepping outside the room, Ino noticed she was on the second floor of the house she had woken up in before. She frowned. I'm still dreaming? Sighing, Ino spotted the bathroom and rushed to the toilet. She lifted the seat and groaned as she emptied her stomach of the large bowl of ramen she had eaten. Collapsing on the floor, she sighed, feeling terrible. Ino stood up, washed her face, and drank as much water as she could. Enjoying the cold water against her skin, she opened her eyes and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Is that me? Ino thought. Her reflection looked mature, older, and surprisingly more beautiful than she remembered. Her blonde hair was cut short into a bob, and her blue eyes sparkled like diamonds. 2 golden hoops hung from her ears, replacing the silver rings she usually wore. That can't be me, Ino exclaimed mentally. Why would she cut her hair so short? She loved her long hair. Sure, she had cut it during the Chunin exams, but only to gain an advantage in her fight with Sakura. She had made sure to grow it back afterward. Yo, a voice greeted lazily. Ino jumped and spun around, coming face to face with a familiar yet different face. She blinked, then raised her eyebrows. Shikamaru? She asked hesitantly. The brunette man yawned. When did you grow a goatee? Ino asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. I've always had one. Ino stared at her teammate, noticing how much he had changed. He was taller, with broader shoulders, and his hair hung loosely around him. The small goatee on his chin made him look quite different from what she remembered. You alright, Ino? Naruto called me and sounded frantic. Naruto. Ino mumbled, glancing at her reflection in the mirror again. I don't know. I woke up here suddenly, and then he just showed up. Shikamaru chuckled. He didn't just show up, Ino. He lives here. It's natural for him to be around, don't you think? Ino frowned. You don't understand, Shikamaru. I'm 16. I can't be 37 like Naruto said. Shikamaru's amused expression faded, replaced by a serious frown. 16? Did you just say you're 16? Yeah, Ino replied, and Shikamaru's lips pressed into a thin line. I'm listening. I see, Shikamaru said, lighting a cigarette as they sat outside on a bench in the garden of the large mansion. Ino was surprised at how much bigger the house looked from the outside. Konoha seemed the same yet different. Some buildings had changed, and Naruto's face was now on the Hokage monument. Ino stared at it in awe. Naruto was Hokage. She couldn't believe it, even with Shikamaru confirming it. So, Shikamaru inhaled deeply, then exhaled. You're saying you're your 16-year-old self and somehow got stuck in your future self? Ino shrugged. That's what I gathered. I know you probably don't believe me. No, Shikamaru replied. I believe you. You do? Ino asked, surprised. She had expected him to accuse her of being an intruder and lock her up somewhere until they contacted her father. Yeah, Shikamaru said, if something like Edo Tensei exists, I'm sure there's some forbidden jutsu that allows time travel or whatever happened to you. Ino looked down at her hands resting in her lap. That's the thing. This all feels like a dream. It doesn't feel real. Shikamaru observed her quietly. You'll get used to it. Ino clutched her skirt. That's the thing. I don't belong here, Shikamaru. I belong in the past. I need to get back and let my future self return to her body. Shikamaru sighed. As troublesome as it is, I'll help you. I understand you feel out of place here, but until I find an answer, you'll have to play along. Ino raised an eyebrow. Play along? Shikamaru nodded. You need to act as if nothing has changed. In other words, you have to do what your current self would do. Ino blinked. How was she supposed to do that? She had no idea about her life here, and her earlier encounter with Naruto had frightened her. He had acted so familiar with her, as if they were close. Don't you remember giving birth to her? He had asked her. Ino froze as that question echoed in her mind. It couldn't be. Could it? Her blood ran cold as everything began to make sense. Why she had awoken in that house. Why Naruto spoke of mother instead of my mother or your mother. Why the little girl looked so familiar. Why the girl called Naruto dad. And why Naruto had asked her that question. It all made sense, but Ino needed confirmation. She turned to Shikamaru. Naruto. He's my husband. Isn't he? Shikamaru glanced at her, weighing whether to answer. After a moment of silence, he nodded, yes. Ino was at a loss for words. Just a short while ago, she had been enjoying ramen with Naruto as a friend. Now they were married. And not just married. They had a daughter. Ino cringed at the thought. She wasn't a child anymore. The realization was more unsettling than she had anticipated. I think I need a shower, Ino mumbled, standing up and looking at the Hokage monument in disbelief. Shikamaru nodded. All right. I'll contact you as soon as I have information. It might take a while, but I'll do everything I can in between my other important duties. Ino smiled gratefully at her teammate as he left. She couldn't help but notice his Sunagaker-style flak jacket. What was going on? Deciding to ask him later, Ino turned and stepped inside the house that was supposedly hers. Naruto was nowhere in sight, but she heard movement in the kitchen along with the enticing aroma of onions. Someone was cooking. Ino's stomach growled. After feeling nauseous earlier, she was now hungry again. She made her way upstairs, locked herself in the bathroom, and stripped down. After her shower, Ino wrapped a towel around herself and quietly unlocked the door, slipping downstairs into the kitchen. Naruto stood at the stove, focused on a wok with stir-fry. The smell was fantastic. She never knew Naruto could cook. It seemed she was in for many surprises. Naruto? Ino called out. He turned quickly, but his alarm faded when he recognized her. Ino felt her cheeks flush as she noticed his gaze briefly shift. Always so predictable. Clearing her throat, she continued, Where are my clothes? Naruto blinked, then grinned, In our room. Ino opened her mouth to respond, but he interrupted, Shikamaru told me. You mean? Ino hesitantly asked. Yeah, Naruto shrugged. You were in the shower when he came back. He told me everything, including the 16-year-old part. I'm sorry I scared you earlier. Seeing me act that way must have been strange. Ino shook her head. It's all right. I just really need clothes. Sure, Naruto said, explaining which room was theirs upstairs and where her wardrobe was. He couldn't accompany her since he had to keep an eye on the food, but Ino was more than happy to navigate on her own. She quickly dashed upstairs, feeling the cool air against her skin, and entered the main bedroom. It was huge. Well, Naruto was the Hokage, having a large house made sense. To think this was her house too. It was unbelievable. Ino found her wardrobe easily, and when she realized it was a walk-in, she felt like squealing. She had always wanted a walk-in closet as a child, and now she had one. It was filled to the brim with clothes, shoes, and accessories. Ino felt like royalty. Ino dressed in a blue kimono adorned with ocean waves. It was simple yet beautiful, and she loved it. When she pressed the fabric to her nose, the familiar scent of her mother's favorite laundry detergent filled her senses. It was comforting to know that some things remained unchanged. Ino decided that shoes and accessories weren't necessary, but when her eyes landed on the golden hoops she had worn earlier, she couldn't resist. They suited her perfectly. After clipping on her earrings, she admired her reflection in the mirror, feeling satisfied with her appearance. Ino reached up to run her fingers through her short blonde hair. Initially disappointed that her long locks were gone, she now realized that the short bob suited her well. She looked feminine and mature, and a smile spread across her face. Perhaps this life wouldn't be so bad after all. When Ino returned to the kitchen, she noticed the dining table was set for 4, and Naruto was moving a wok from the stove to the table. She frowned, glancing at Naruto, whose back was turned to her. When he finally turned around, he smiled at her. "You look great," he said. Ino sensed he wanted to say more but was holding back due to their situation. "Thanks," she mumbled. "Dinner," Naruto called out cheerfully. "Have a seat, Ino." Ino nodded and sat down at the lonely seat on the left side of the head of the table. She suspected that Naruto, as the man of the household, sat at the head. He gave her an odd look but said nothing. Ino shifted in her seat, feeling a bit out of place. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, and then the girl from earlier that afternoon appeared in the doorway. Dressed in a yellow sundress with her blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails, she glanced at Ino, flashed a toothy grin, and sat down diagonally opposite her. Naruto took his place at the head of the table, leaving the seat on his right empty. Naruto's brow furrowed. "Where's your brother?" Ino felt her heart leap. She had a son. A smile spread across her face as she tried to imagine him. The girl shrugged. "I don't know." Naruto sighed and glanced at Ino, who was staring at her plate with a smile. He stood up and disappeared upstairs. Ino looked at her daughter, who had Naruto's blue eyes but definitely her blonde hair. She felt awkward and out of place. Finally, Naruto returned with a blonde boy following him. He looked around 5, sporting the same spiky hair as his father but with Ino's pale blonde color. The boy's blue eyes sparkled like diamonds, and Ino felt a strong urge to embrace him. He was adorable. The boy climbed into the seat next to Naruto. "All right," Naruto said, "let's eat." As Naruto and the children fell into their usual routine of dishing out food and chatting about their day, Ino sat quietly, eating her meal as slowly as possible. If she had felt left out before, she now felt like a complete stranger. In her mind, she pictured herself as a young teenager living with her parents, engaging in bubbly conversations. Instead, she felt alien in her own home, despite knowing this was her new family. Ino sighed internally. "Mama?" the little boy across from her asked, tilting his head. Ino jumped, blinking in surprise. Yes," she hesitated, glancing at Naruto. She didn't even know the boy's name. What kind of mother was she? Oh, right, one who had somehow ended up in the future. "Will you play with me after dinner?" he asked. Ino blinked. He wanted to play with her? The idea was intriguing. It would be a chance to get to know them. She glanced at Naruto again, who was silently watching the interaction while chewing his food. "Sure," Ino agreed, smiling at her son's request. The boy beamed back at her, and she couldn't help but notice how much he smiled like his father. "Will you play too, Dad?" the boy asked, turning his attention to Naruto. "Sure, Minato," Naruto replied, patting his son's head. Ino felt a tightness in her throat. Her son's name was Minato, named after the 4th Hokage. She knew Naruto had always looked up to him, but to name his son after him was something else. Ino glanced at Minato, realizing he resembled the 4th greatly. It was surreal. "Oh, so older sisters aren't good enough to play?" Minato's sister chimed in, her blue eyes narrowing. The table fell silent, and Ino saw a reflection of herself in the girl at that moment. It was amusing. "Of course you can play too, sis." Minato grinned, poking her nose. She didn't look impressed and shot him a cold glare. Ino glanced nervously at Naruto. Was this normal behavior for them? They weren't going to fight, were they? "Did you just poke me?" Minato's sister growled. Minato giggled as she playfully attacked him with tickles. Ino sighed in relief, glad to see they were just playing. "All right, stop it you two," Naruto finally interjected. "Finish your dinner. We'll play as soon as the dishes are done, all right?" The two nodded and continued their meal. Ino couldn't believe how mature and in control Naruto was with the children. He seemed like a completely different person from the boy she once knew. After dinner, Naruto and Ino washed the dishes while the children played together in the garden under the last rays of sunlight. Ino watched them from the window above the sink, smiling at their happiness and peace. Great, aren't they? Naruto asked. Yeah, Ino agreed. What's her name? I didn't quite catch it. Kaguya, Naruto replied. You named her Kaguya after Kaguya-hime. Kaguya. The name suited the girl perfectly. Ino felt her heart swell with love and pride. She was their mother, having brought 2 beautiful children into the world. It was something she had secretly always dreamed of, and now she had it. But it didn't feel entirely right. I'm sorry, Naruto, Ino whispered. Naruto looked up, alarmed. For what? He asked. This whole situation, Ino sighed. I don't remember our relationship. I don't remember giving birth to the kids. How could I do this to you? Naruto shrugged. I'll get over it. Let's just keep it to ourselves, okay? I don't want the whole world finding out. Enemies could take advantage of you this way. Ino nodded in agreement. She especially didn't want the children to know. The last thing they needed was to be told their mother wasn't exactly their mother, that she was from the past and somehow ended up in her older self's body. If this could be considered time traveling at least. You go play with the kids, Naruto suddenly stated. I'll finish here. Ino thanked him, dried her hands, and rushed outside to join her children. She laughed when Minato playfully tackled her, causing her to stumble backward and land on the grass. Kaguya joined in the fun, and Naruto watched the scene with a sad smile playing on his lips. He was really the only one suffering from this, wasn't he? Ino tucked the little boy underneath his blue quilt and kissed his forehead. In the few hours she spent with Minato and Kaguya, she had fallen in love with them. They were the most beautiful little children she had ever seen. Good night, Mama, Minato yawned. Ino smiled and stroked his soft blonde hair. Good night, Ino whispered. Minato blinked and scrunched his nose. Ino raised an eyebrow at his sudden strange expression. Something wrong? You stopped calling me honey, the boy pointed out. Ino froze. She called him that? She hadn't realized, of course she hadn't. Ino mustered a fake smile and stroked the boy's forehead. I'm sorry, honey, Ino whispered. Is that better? Minato nodded. Good, now go to sleep, son. Minato nodded and yawned again. Ino stood up from beside her son and turned off the lamp beside his bed. She glanced at him one more time before leaving the room. Next, she headed for Kaguya's room. The room was purple, reminiscent of Ino's own room when she was a teenager. Kaguya was sitting on her bed, reading through some scrolls. Aren't you going to bed, Kaguya? Ino asked. Kaguya looked up from her reading. Not yet. I promised Dad I would study these seals today. Oh, Ino breathed, standing awkwardly in the doorway of her daughter's room. Say, Mom, Kaguya suddenly broke the silence. Ino responded, still getting used to being called Mom. Earlier this afternoon, you didn't know who I was, Kaguya trailed off. Ino bit her lip. She really hoped to keep this a secret from the children, but Kaguya had overheard her and Naruto that afternoon. At 13, she was intelligent and a ninja academy graduate. It was natural for her to suspect something. Oh, that, Ino trailed off. What could she say? That she was her younger self stuck in her older self? No, she couldn't tell Kaguya. Kaguya might tell someone else, and then the entire village would know. Ino couldn't take that chance. I wasn't feeling well. I was dizzy, so my sight was blurry. I mistook you for someone else. It was a flimsy lie, but the best Ino could do. Kaguya looked up from her scrolls and narrowed her eyes at her mother. Ino gulped. Her daughter was very observant, and her glare was intense. If you say so, Kaguya finally shrugged. Ino sighed in relief. That was close. Good night, Ino managed to say. Don't stay up too late, all right? I won't, Kaguya replied. Ino smiled and left her daughter in peace, heading downstairs. Minato was like Naruto, hyper, fun, and energetic. Kaguya resembled Ino, but she also had a serious and calm side. Ino couldn't pinpoint which family member that trait came from. It certainly wasn't her. Ino wasn't known for being the calm type. Maybe it was someone from Naruto's side of the family? Naruto was in the living room, reading a book that looked suspiciously like Aika Aika. Ino sat down opposite him and sighed. Naruto glanced at her from his book. Tired? He asked. Ino nodded. Kaguya was questioning me about this afternoon. Naruto didn't respond and returned to his reading. Ino sat quietly watching him. He was truly a different person now. After a while of silence, Ino stood up. I'm going to bed, I'll sleep in the guest bedroom. Naruto looked up from his book in alarm. Why? Ino smiled weakly when he trailed off. I'll sleep in the guest bedroom. You stay in the main bedroom. Ino blinked. Are you sure? Yeah, Naruto mumbled. I don't need the ensuite bathroom or the walk-in closet as much as you do. Ino chuckled. Thanks, Naruto. He merely waved her off. Ino disappeared upstairs, leaving Naruto to sulk alone. Ino was awoken by the sounds of banging pots. She sat up with a jolt, quickly pulling her messy hair into a ponytail. The banging stopped, but now she heard two voices arguing. One was definitely Naruto, his voice was unmistakable. Ino jumped out of bed and scurried downstairs. As she passed Minato's room, she realized the boy was already out of bed. Perhaps he was arguing with his father? Ino chuckled, doubting it. Ino walked into the kitchen and nearly turned around. Before her stood Naruto, actively trying to pull someone's hair while yelling something about tainting my son. Ino raised an eyebrow at the scene. Morning? Ino half-asked, half-stated. Naruto stopped yelling and blinked, his eyes now focused on his wife, who was still in her pajamas. The other person turned around, pulling free from Naruto's grasp and straightening his hair with his fingers. Ino's breath caught when she saw his face. Sasuke? Ino breathed, shocked as she looked into the raven's onyx eyes. Is that you? The Uchiha remained calm, as if Naruto hadn't just pulled his hair. The one and only. Wow, Ino breathed. Sasuke was here, that he was back. He had somehow returned to Konoha. She couldn't believe it. He was wearing a Jounin uniform proudly, with his headband on his forehead and the Uchiha crest embroidered on the sides of his sleeves. Hey, Dobe, Sasuke calmly stated, pointing at Ino. What's with her? This is a common occurrence between us. Why is she acting like she's seen a ghost? Naruto snorted. I'll tell you later, team. I first have some unfinished business with you. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Of course, I'm tainting your son, blah blah blah. Get over it, Dope. The minute you assigned your daughter to my team, you chose your children's fate. Now tell me what's wrong with Ino. Ino blinked. Sasuke was Kaguya's teacher? She glanced at Naruto, who was fuming and looked ready to unleash his signature move. Ino's sweat dropped. Looks like her previous opinion of adult Naruto was wrong. He was still the same as always, at least with Sasuke around. Alright, I'll tell you, Naruto sighed in defeat. But this is an S-class secret. If you even spill one word about this, I will. Sasuke cut him off. Naruto, I've been in ANBU for 5 years. I know what S-class entails. Calm down. Naruto scoffed. Have a seat. Sasuke sat down at the dining table. Naruto and Ino joined him. So what's so dangerous that Ino's strange behavior is considered top secret? Sasuke asked. For all we know, Naruto, she might just be having another child. Remember how she nearly knocked me out when she was expecting Minato? No, she's not expecting, Naruto sighed. At least, I don't think so. I'm not, Ino stated firmly. As a medic, she would know if she were PRGNT or at least recognize the signs. The memory of nearly taking down Sasuke during her PRGSY with Minato was amusing, though. Alright, Sasuke sighed. What is it then? She's not the Ino we know, Naruto finally admitted. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and Naruto took this as his cue to continue. She believes she is 16. We think it has to do with time travel. Sasuke blinked and then burst out laughing. Ino stared at him wide-eyed. This was not the Sasuke she knew. Sasuke pointed at Ino between his laughs. You think you're 16? That's hilarious. We're serious, Sasuke. Naruto hissed. Sasuke stopped laughing and quickly regained his serious demeanor. Alright, Sasuke stated. So she's from the past or whatever. Now what? Shikamaru is doing some research, Ino explained. Until then, I'll just have to act like I belong here. Hopefully we can fix this. Sasuke nodded thoughtfully. Silence enveloped them. Suddenly, the door from the kitchen that led to the backyard opened, and Minato ran inside, squealing and covered in mud. He dashed and hid behind his mother. The three adults raised an eyebrow. "Minato?" Ino asked, but received no response. Just then, a red-headed boy stepped inside. Ino gawked as she realized he looked like Sasuke, only with red hair that framed his face. He appeared older than Minato but younger than Kaguya. He wore navy pants and a blue shirt with the Uchiha crest on his sleeves. "Hey, Dad, have you seen Minato?" the red-headed boy asked. "Nope," was Sasuke's curt reply as he glanced at the hidden Minato. Sasuke had a son? Ino was taken aback, but then it occurred to her that it was natural for others her age to have children. They were all adults now. "Oh well," the boy shrugged, feigning confusion. He then turned to Ino. "Hey, Ino, why are you still in your pajamas?" Ino trailed off, surprised by how casual the boy sounded with her. She had told others to call her Ino without any aunt or Mrs. in front, as it made her feel old. "Ino isn't feeling well, Masashi," Naruto pointed out. "Oh," was all the redhead mumbled until he spotted a bit of orange peeking out from behind Ino. Masashi grinned. "Found you, Minato." Minato groaned and stepped away from his hiding place. "Man." Minato and Masashi disappeared outside again. Ino turned to face Sasuke. "Who?" she breathed. "Karen," Sasuke replied, knowing what she wanted to ask. "Karen is Masashi's mother." Ino sighed in relief. She may be married to Naruto and had probably been in love with him before all this happened, but it would still hurt her if Sasuke ended up with Sakura. So Karen married Sasuke. Wait a minute, Karen? Who is that? Ino wondered. Sasuke must have noticed her distress because he chuckled darkly. "You won't remember her if you are from the past like you say," Sasuke pointed out. "You only met her later." "Oh," Ino mumbled. That made sense. Naruto cleared his throat. "So, Sasuke, will you keep this a secret?" Sasuke glared at his best friend. "What do you take me for, an idiot? I know what S-class means. My lips are sealed. However, I do think telling Karen is a good idea." "Why?" Ino asked before Naruto could. Sasuke smirked. "Simple, you're best friends. It would make sense if you told her. Besides, she can perhaps take a look at your chakra." Naruto clapped his hands together. "That's a great idea. Perhaps Ino's chakra might give us a clue." "Sasuke, you're a genius." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Shucks, dope, just doing my job." Ino had to suppress the giggles that threatened to escape her. After breakfast and a long shower, Ino was pulled out of the house by a very enthusiastic Minato, a passive-looking Kaguya, and an ever-grinning Naruto. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, Ino made mental notes of the things that were the same and those that had changed. Along the way, they were greeted by several citizens. Naruto returned each greeting with a huge smile. Ino was shocked. Everyone loved him. It felt surreal. They finally reached a large house on the opposite side of town. Ino glanced around curiously. It wasn't the Uchiha compound. Why was Sasuke living in a normal civilian home? Naruto lifted his arm to knock on the door, but it opened before he got a chance. A woman stood in the doorway with long red hair, wearing a fitted black shirt and a purple tank top. She grimaced when she spotted Naruto's shocked expression, his arms still in the air from his attempted knock. "Honestly, Naruto," the woman grumbled, "I can sense you a mile away." Naruto lowered his arm and rolled his eyes. "Of course, I knew that. I was just testing you." Judging from the woman's appearance, Ino gathered she was Karen, Sasuke's wife and Masashi's mother. Karen's gaze shifted from Naruto to Ino. Their eyes met briefly, and then Karen scrunched her nose. Ino felt self-conscious as the woman gave her an odd look. Was something wrong? "Is it me?" Karen stated, "or is your chakra disrupted?" Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest and glanced at Ino, then back at Karen. "Disrupted? What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Like she's under a genjutsu," Karen pointed out. Naruto narrowed his eyes and then glanced at his children, who seemed interested in the conversation. Kaguya was staring at her mother, confusion evident on her face. Minato tilted his head to the side. "What's a genjutsu, Papa?" Minato asked. Kaguya, take your brother and go play with Masashi and Itachi. Naruto ignored his son's question. Us adults need to discuss some serious business. Kaguya wasn't happy. She didn't like being left in the dark, but complied with her father's order. Alright, come on, Minato. Kaguya grabbed her brother's hand and dragged him inside. He ummed and repeatedly questioned his sister about what a genjutsu was, but his questions were ignored until the children were out of sight. Can we come in? Naruto asked Karen. She nodded and stepped aside, allowing space for the two blondes to enter. Karen led them to what seemed to be the dining room. She proceeded to the kitchen connected to the dining area and started to prepare tea. Naruto and Ino made themselves comfortable at the table. Ino noticed a few odd things she never expected to see in Sasuke's home. The first was a high chair. There was clearly a baby in the household, or it was just for decoration. Ino highly doubted that Sasuke would use a high chair as decoration. Another thing she spotted was a large painting of their family on the wall. Ino stared at it in awe. Her previous observation of the high chair being used for a baby was confirmed by the infant that Karen held in the painting. She knew the painting was done recently, for Masashi looked the same as he did now. Ino also noticed another boy, around Minato's age, standing next to Masashi in front of their father. Ino smiled. It was a beautiful painting. Karen served tea and sat down. Sasuke explained to me that you have something to tell me, Karen pointed out. I'm listening. Ino glanced at Naruto pleadingly, who explained everything that had occurred to Karen. Karen listened without saying a word. After warning her that it was a top-secret matter, Naruto sipped on his tea. Karen appeared to be in deep thought. Sense anything? Sasuke asked as he appeared in the doorway, a small bundle in his arms. Karen glanced at him, her eyebrow twitching. Is she awake again? Karen asked. She has your energy, Sasuke. Sasuke shrugged and handed the bundle to Karen before sitting down beside her. The bundle appeared to be the infant from the painting. Ino smiled as she watched Karen slide the baby's dark hair. The baby's eyes were wide open and staring intently at the guests. What's her name? Ino asked. Mikoto, Sasuke answered. Ino froze. She knew that name. It was Sasuke's mother's name. Ino glanced at him and couldn't ignore the pride that radiated from him. He was a proud father. Ino smiled. It was amazing how much things had changed. Back to the subject, Karen interrupted. To answer your question, Sasuke, yes, I do sense something. Sasuke seemed interested in his wife's revelation. Oh, her chakra is disrupted, Karen pointed out, like she's under a genjutsu. Sasuke quirked an eyebrow, then turned to face Ino. Ino gulped when she noticed his eyes were no longer onyx black but deep red instead. The Sharingan. Amazingly, this was the first time she had ever seen it up close like this. You're right, Sasuke agreed as he deactivated his Sharingan and wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulders. Her chakra system is completely out of sync. It's amazing she's even conscious. Silence fell over the room. Ino shifted uncomfortably in her seat. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts. They were all deep in contemplation, debating and questioning the situation. Naruto could feel his heart racing in his chest. Questions zoomed through his mind as he tried to decipher the mystery behind Ino's disrupted chakra system. He was worried. What did it all entail? What was the outcome? The awkward silence faded when a little boy with dark hair ran into the room, tears rolling down his cheeks. He latched onto Sasuke's arm and pulled himself into the Uchiha's lap. Sasuke furrowed his brows. Ino recognized him as the younger boy from the painting. What did Masashi do this time? Sasuke asked. The boy sniffled. Masashi, good boy. Karen snorted. Sometimes I wonder if he has Madara's genes in there somewhere. Or something. Sasuke glared at her, then patted the boy's head. Alright, Masashi is a good boy. Did Minato do something? No, the boy objected. Minato good boy. Uncle Sway not good boy. Karen snapped at that and stood up. Everyone's gaze landed on her. With her eyebrow twitching, she clenched her fists and inhaled deeply. Suigetsu. Karen yelled. Here we go again, Sasuke and Naruto muttered in unison. Ino was completely confused. After a few minutes of silence, there was an exclamation from outside, followed by splashing and a loud crack. Karen was fuming and stomped out of the room. Is this normal? Ino asked warily as she heard Karen yelling outside while someone else, a man, was trying to defend himself. Yes, Sasuke stated. It occurs on a daily basis. Sometimes I wonder why I even allow the idiot to live here. He's always trying to find a way to get under Karen's skin. Drives us all insane. Ino was still confused. Who was Suigetsu? The little boy on Sasuke's lap stopped sniffling and was now staring intently at Ino. He looked an awful lot like Sasuke but had his mother's lips, nose, and eyebrows. His hair hung loose on his shoulders. Itachi, it's rude to stare, Sasuke pointed out. The boy blushed and looked away. Karen finally returned and sat down, her anger seeming to have faded. Itachi, you can go swim in your plastic pool again. I kicked Suigetsu to the moon. Is there water on the moon? Itachi asked. Karen snickered. I sure hope not. That idiot deserves to die of dehydration. Let me guess, Naruto pointed out. Suigetsu dominated the plastic pool again? Karen nodded. Kicked the kids out and took the thing for himself. He also kept refilling it with the hose. Now the bill will be expensive again. Stupid idiot. Naruto chuckled. Enough about plastic pools, Karen sighed. What will become of Ino? I don't know, Naruto sighed. I'll have Shikamaru look into it. I might also request Gar to check the archives in Suna. Maybe they have data on a jutsu that can do this. Meanwhile, I'll go through the archives here. Until then, all we can do is sit tight. Karen nodded in agreement. We'll help as much as possible. If necessary, you can bring her here anytime. And if she starts showing strange symptoms or behavior, send for Sasuke immediately. Will do, Naruto stated as he stood up. Karen and Sasuke led the two outside and bid their farewells. Kaguya decided to stay for training, and Minato wanted to play with Itachi, so Naruto and Ino headed home alone. As they walked back, Ino found herself feeling like she was floating in space. Her eyes fluttered open exactly 4 seconds before her alarm clock shrilled loudly through the large bedroom. Ino sighed and silenced the screaming contraption, turning onto her side. She stared at the empty space beside her. Naruto used to sleep there. The mere thought of it made her shiver. Mama! Minato shrieked happily as he burst into the room and jumped on his mother's bed, crawling under the blankets. Ino giggled as her little boy wriggled around and made himself comfortable against her. His small arms wrapped around her. Ino smiled and patted the boy's back. He was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and it pained her that she basically didn't know him at all. Ino noticed Kaguya standing in the doorway, watching them with narrowed eyes. Ino could feel panic rising within her. Kaguya was already suspicious, and after the family visited Sasuke, the teenager had been watching Ino closely. It frightened her to think that her daughter might know the truth. What would it lead to? Good morning, Kaguya. Ino decided to greet her daughter calmly. Kaguya was pulled from her serious thoughts as her gaze met her mother's eyes. Ino felt a tug at her heart. Kaguya and Minato had inherited Naruto's beautiful deep blue eyes, a trait Ino had always found attractive, even when she was younger and mostly oblivious to him. Morning, Kaguya greeted back. Minato peeked out from under the covers with a grin and waved at his sister. Sis, come sleep with us, he said cheerfully. Kaguya shook her head and turned to leave, causing Ino's heart to sink. She wanted to spend time with Kaguya and get to know her better. Sasuke-sensei will punish me if I'm late, Kaguya said casually. Ino made a mental note to talk to Sasuke about how he influenced her daughter's demeanor. Kaguya sounded so distant, which was frustrating. What kind of punishment? Ino asked, her curiosity piqued. I don't know, Kaguya shrugged. He'll probably make me do his laundry. I don't want to gossip, but apparently, Sasuke-sensei's socks really stink. Ino burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Minato, not fully understanding, joined in simply because his mother was laughing. Kaguya smiled at the sight of her mother enjoying herself. For some reason, her mother seemed more like her old self again. Kaguya had sensed a change in Ino over the past few days. Something felt off. All right, Ino finally said, calming down. Go meet your sensei and his stinky socks. Kaguya grinned and left. Ino turned to Minato and gently stroked his blonde hair. And what about you? She asked. I want to make mince pies, he exclaimed. Ino agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed as he opened the wooden cabinet and carefully placed 2 new incense sticks where the old ones had burned down. After lighting them, he set a small vase of flowers next to a photograph of his parents. With a smile and tears threatening to spill, he gazed at the 2 smiling figures. What am I supposed to do? Naruto asked, though he received no reply. Frustration washed over him. His wife didn't even know they were married. She believed she had never been in a romantic relationship with him. Although he acted like he accepted it, he couldn't bear the thought of not being able to hold her, tell her how beautiful she was, or kiss her. She felt like a blessing that had slipped through his fingers. Naruto? A voice called from behind him. He jumped and turned to see Ino standing in the doorway, wearing the baby blue pajamas he had given her for Mother's Day, looking at him with curiosity. Yes, he replied. Ino stepped inside, rubbing her arms against the chill in the air. What are you doing? She asked, sniffing the air. Incense. Naruto glanced at the photograph of his parents and smiled. Sorry, does it bother you? No, not at all, Ino said as she sat down beside him. Silence enveloped them. Naruto stared at his hands in his lap while Ino focused on the photograph. She recognized the man as the 4th Hokage, but the woman with long red hair and violet eyes was unfamiliar to her. Ino frowned as she studied the photo, then looked at Naruto and back at the picture. Suddenly it clicked. Why had she never realized it before? Why had no one noticed over the years? Ino's eyes widened as she turned to Naruto. You're the 4th son? Ino gasped. Naruto nodded slowly. Ino gasped again. And this woman? She's your mother? Another nod. Still in shock, Ino turned back to the photo. The resemblance was undeniable. Naruto had traits from both his mother and father. They died. Naruto's voice trailed off. On the day I was born. Ino felt her heart break for him. He had mentioned celebrating his birthday 2 weeks ago, which meant they remembered his parents on the same day. How did Naruto manage to remain cheerful despite growing up without their love? Ino knew she could never survive without her parents. It made her see Naruto in a new light. He truly wasn't the fool she had always thought he was. I'm sorry, Ino murmured. I'm so sorry. Don't be, Naruto whispered. Another silence fell between them. Naruto. Ino finally asked after a while. How did we start dating? Ino's fists clenched and her cheeks flushed. It was an awkward question, but she needed to know. Well, Naruto began, we probably officially started dating after the war. War. Ino's eyes widened. Naruto mentally cursed himself. She didn't know about the 4th Ninja War. Of course, she didn't. Was it wise to tell her? Would it affect the future? Time travel always had consequences, right? It's a long story, Naruto said. To sum it up, the 4th Great Ninja War was when the 5 nations faced off against the Akatsuki. He knew he was taking a risk, but it was too late to turn back. Oh, Ino said, so we officially started dating afterward? Naruto nodded. We became close friends before that. We often had ramen eating contests, and you liked teaching me about flowers. But we never thought of romance back then. I was still attached to Sakura. Ino listened intently. Ramen eating contests? That single moment had led her to her future husband. But you were still attached to Sakura? When did you get over her? Ino asked. Naruto flinched, looking down in shame. It took a while, but thanks to you, the pain healed. Pain? Ino asked, feeling a surge of anger. If Sakura had hurt him, she would never let it go. Yes, Naruto whispered. After her death. Ino felt as if a heavy weight had dropped on her. The word, death, echoed in her mind. Sakura was gone. Haruno Sakura, her childhood friend and rival, was dead. Dead? Ino echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. She couldn't believe it. It couldn't be true. It just couldn't be true. She's not the only one, Naruto pointed out. There were many casualties in the war. After Sakura was lost, it affected us all. The person who felt it the most was Lee. Ino pressed her lips together, knowing Lee's feelings for Sakura. I'm sorry, Ino stammered. I'm causing you so much trouble. Making you remember this. I'm really sorry. Naruto sighed, unable to bear her apologies. Yes, he was angry and upset. He wanted to scream and curse the one responsible for Ino's pain, the one who had made her travel through time. But he could never direct that anger toward her. No matter how much it hurt to see her without being able to comfort her, he could never be angry at her. Because he loved her more than anything else in this world. On a day like this, Rock Lee was always found in one place. He would set aside his duties as a ninja, teacher, father, and husband to visit the lonely, somber graveyard, a small smile on his face. He always brought flowers, beautiful, vibrant blooms that he would place at her grave. Lee paused before Haruno Sakura's grave, kneeling on the damp grass to lay the flowers next to the tombstone. A smile lingered on his lips as he recalled the good times spent with her and their friends. Though she was gone, he chose to remember the joyful moments they shared. He stood up, hands buried in his pockets, reflecting on his life as a 38-year-old man, happily married with a wonderful son. Deep down, he knew Sakura would be glad he found happiness even if it was without her. Lee! A cheerful voice called from behind him. He turned to see Ten approaching with a smile. Ten, my youthful wife, Lee grinned. What brings you here? Ten rolled her eyes. For your information, your youthful son is currently sprinting around the village border. Care to explain? Lee laughed nervously. What can I say? He has the burning passion of youth. As a child, Kagaya had loved the story of the bamboo cutter. It was a beautiful tale that had stayed with her since her mother first told her that Kagayaheim was her namesake. Kagaya often asked her mother to share the story at the dinner table or before bed. But now, as 13-year-old Kagaya sat there, watching her mother eat in silence without even glancing at her children, she felt a lump in her throat. Her mother had been acting strangely lately. Ever since that day when Ino claimed to feel dizzy, Kagaya sensed something was wrong. Even dizziness wouldn't stop her mother from recognizing her children. Kagaya was determined to uncover the truth. Naruto was lost in thought during dinner, his mind blank as he stared at his plate. He absent-mindedly played with his fork while his children and wife sat in silence. The lively atmosphere that once filled their home was gone. Are you working tomorrow, Dad? Kagaya finally broke the silence. Naruto looked up at her. Yes, I'll probably be late. Oh, Kagaya muttered, disappointed. She had hoped to train with him and perhaps learn more about her mother's condition. She felt old enough to handle the truth. What about you, Mom? Ino looked up, startled to be addressed. Oh. Ino shot Naruto a pleading glance. He cleared his throat and shifted in his seat. Your mother will be busy tomorrow too. Kagaya sighed and muttered a, too bad, under her breath. Minato began humming a playful tune while munching on his chicken, his blue eyes sparkling. Ino smiled at the sight, watching him bob his head. After dinner, Ino played a card game with the children while Naruto washed the dishes. She offered to help, but the Hokage insisted on doing it himself. Minato then tugged her away to play. Mama, Minato grinned widely, holding up a card in front of Ino's face. She blinked and smiled, realizing he probably had no idea how to play card games. Kagaya, will you play with your brother? Ino asked. The teenager merely grunted but took the cards from Minato's small hands and shuffled through them, then nodded. As Ino sorted through her own cards, she noticed the concerned looks Kagaya was giving her. It troubled her. She didn't want her children to discover that she wasn't the mother they knew. She was still their mother, just a younger version. Naruto appeared in the doorway, drying his hands with a towel as he watched the children curiously. He glanced at the clock and noticed it was getting late. Minato, Naruto called, time for your bath. Kagaya, take care of him, all right? Minato wailed at the interruption, but one stern look from his father silenced him. He allowed Kagaya to take his hand and lead him upstairs, leaving Ino and Naruto alone in the living room. Ino gathered the cards and put them away, then stood up, mustering a weak smile as she passed Naruto. She froze when he grabbed her wrist. "Where are you going, Ino?" Naruto asked, his tone serious. Ino felt a chill run down her spine. "I was going to help with Minato's bath?" Ino hesitantly replied. She glanced back at him, noticing his intense gaze. She gulped. "Kaguya is old enough," Naruto pointed out. "She'll be fine by herself." Ino felt her cheeks flush. "I know, Is it wrong for me to want to spend time with my children?" Naruto's eyes widened, and he released her wrist, stepping back and lowering his head, effectively hiding his eyes behind his blonde bangs. Ino noticed him trembling. "Naruto." Ino reached out to him, but he brushed her hand away. "I'm fine," he insisted, refusing to meet her gaze. "You're right, it's fine to spend time with them." Ino raised an eyebrow, about to respond, but Naruto turned away and sat on the couch, grabbing a scroll and opening it. Just like that, he ended the conversation. Ino felt her heart tighten in her chest as she stared at the back of his head. She slowly turned around and headed upstairs, her mind constantly flicking back to Naruto. Sleep refused to come. Ino lay awake in the large bed in the main bedroom, her thoughts racing. She could hear Minato mumble in his sleep from across the hallway, the tap dripping in the bathroom, and Naruto's soft snore coming from the guest bedroom. She was acutely aware of every noise. Naruto. The name stuck in her mind like glue. His behavior earlier had frightened her, but at the same time, she understood. It was strange, but she understood. It was painful for him. She was his wife, yet she felt distant from him. Of course, it was hurting him. Ino silently wondered what Naruto had wanted from her earlier. He looked so hurt, as if he were in pain. Ino clenched her fists. She hated seeing him like that, so confused, so lost, filled with so much anguish. She wanted to see him happy, wearing that large goofy grin of his. She missed it. She couldn't believe she missed it. With a sigh, Ino got out of bed and approached the window. She pulled open the curtains, allowing the moonlight to cascade over her skin. She silently stared at Konohagakure. Over the years, the village had become more beautiful at night. Ino gazed at her home village in awe. It wasn't the same anymore. She could clearly remember Konoha from her teenage days, but this new Konoha was so different. She wanted to explore it, to find the secret alleys and hidden pathways, yet she felt constrained by her responsibilities as a wife and mother. Ino clutched the curtain fabric, feeling like a child trapped in the body of a fully mature woman. Kaguya couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, but slumber eluded her. It was unusual for the blonde teenager to be sleep-deprived. Sleep came easily to her, a trait she inherited from her father. So why couldn't she sleep today? Why were her eyes refusing to close? With a frustrated sigh, she got out of bed and stretched her arms above her head, pulling her blonde hair into a messy bun before quickly leaving her room. It felt like she was suffocating. Kaguya slipped past her brother's room and headed for the stairs, only to come to a halt beside the guest bedroom. Her eyes widened, and a chill ran through her. Kaguya stared in shock, her lips trembling. There, in the bed of the guest room, lay her father, fast asleep and snoring. He was alone, curled up into a ball. Kaguya recognized that pose. He was lonely. Her father was suffering. Whenever it was his birthday or when her mother was on a mission, he often unconsciously curled up like that. To say she was shocked was an understatement. Why was her father sleeping alone? Why wasn't he in his own bedroom? The questions buzzed in her mind. Kaguya turned around and headed for the main bedroom. Her mother was awake. Kaguya stopped in the doorway when she spotted Ino. Her mother stood by the window, her short blonde hair clinging to her face, the moonlight dancing on her skin. Kaguya couldn't help but notice her mother's beauty. Why was her mother alone? Why was her father alone? They weren't fighting. Were they? No, they couldn't be fighting. They hadn't been acting angry toward each other, so that couldn't possibly be the reason. "Mother!" Kaguya called. Ino spun around, her blue eyes wide. "Oh," Ino breathed. "Kaguya, it's you." "Why are you alone, Mama?" Kaguya asked. Ino looked panicked, shifting her gaze away and biting her bottom lip. Kaguya could see her mother trembling, the confusion and pain evident in her expression. So she changed the subject. Will you tell me the story of the bamboo cutter, Mama? Ino was surprised, but soon her surprise melted away into a warm smile. Ino was awoken by the sun's rays hitting her face. She groaned and pulled the blankets over her head, trying to shield herself from the sunlight. Soon, she could no longer breathe properly, so she sat up and silently cursed the sun. She was tired, so very tired. Knowing she couldn't stay in bed all day, Ino removed herself from her warm cocoon and shuffled to the bathroom, where she stripped off her pajamas and climbed into the shower. She let the hot water envelop her, allowing the droplets to gently cascade over her skin as she stood there in silence. She could hear Minato laughing outside. After her shower, Ino dried herself off and slipped into a purple kimono she found in her walk-in closet. For some reason, the kimono reminded her of her mother. The thought of her mother lingered in her mind. How was her mother? If she recalled correctly, she had spent time with her mother since Naruto had spoken of helping her the first time she awoke as her 37-year-old self. It had to be her mother, for Uzumaki Kushina was gone. Ino made a mental note to visit her family as soon as possible. Perhaps her father knew about time travel and being stuck in your future self. Perhaps this wasn't time travel at all. Maybe it was something like a mind transfer. Ino perked up at the thought. Oh, the possibilities. If her father knew something, perhaps she could find a way home. Excited, Ino dashed down the stairs, grabbed a piece of bread, and then left the house. She sensed that the children weren't alone. Someone else was with them, so she believed they were in good hands for a while. Ino hoped her house was still where it used to be. Her family home no longer stood in the same spot, but it was close enough. She instantly recognized it when the sign of the shop caught her eye. She smiled as she stared at the building before her. Ino quickly slipped inside. She was greeted by buckets filled with flowers. The sweet aromas danced around her as she closed her eyes. How she had missed the fresh scent of flowers. It felt like such a long time since she had worked with them, even though in reality, it had only been a few days. The door opened behind her, the bell ringing loudly throughout the shop. Ino opened her eyes and turned around. She came face to face with a pair of lavender-tinted eyes. Ino felt a shiver run down her spine as she stared at the woman before her. Her dark hair was curled elaborately on top of her head, adorned with hairpins and ornaments. Her lips were shaded a ruby red, and she wore a beautiful red and golden kimono. Ino unconsciously tightened her fists. "Ino?" the woman asked, her eyes shining brightly. Hinata, was all Ino could muster. Hinata smiled warmly. Ino couldn't believe that this mature, beautiful woman before her was Hinata. The shy little girl who always withdrew herself now looked like a queen, regal and confident. What had happened to the timid Hinata? "So lovely to see you," Hinata smiled as she bowed. "Yeah," Ino trailed off. "You look amazing." Hinata merely smiled, a faint blush on her cheeks, but she did not stutter or react as she would have in the past. "Thank you, you look rather amazing yourself." "So, what brings you here?" Ino asked, her eyes still wide from the shock. "I have come to pay for the flowers my family ordered," Hinata stated. "I told you I would come by today, didn't I?" Ino blinked. "You did?" "Yes," Hinata continued, confusion apparent on her face. "When you were here the other day, remember?" The truth was, Ino didn't remember. Her future self would have, but she, being from the past, did not. Ino bit her bottom lip. This was something she would encounter from now on when meeting old friends. Somehow it saddened her. Everyone she knew here was aware of so many things about her, things she was not aware of at all. "I'm sorry," Ino sighed. "I haven't been very well the past few days. I guess it slipped my mind." "Trouble in paradise?" Hinata asked, a teasing smile on her lips. Ino looked taken aback. This was a different side of Hinata, one she hadn't expected. Ino gulped. "You could say that. Did you have a fight with Naruto?" Hinata asked. Ino was surprised. Was Hinata really prepared to discuss her relationship with Naruto? Everyone knew that Hinata was in love with him. Wouldn't she be angry or jealous about Ino, supposedly, marrying him? Not really," Ino stated. "It's complicated." Hinata merely nodded, not pressing the matter further. Ino was grateful for that. She relaxed and allowed her eyes to wander down to Hinata's stomach. She blinked, then her eyes widened. "You're not expecting?" Ino asked, looking back up. Hinata's eyes brightened, and she smiled warmly. "Yes." Hinata exclaimed excitedly. "No one seems to notice. This kimono hides all my curves. They mistake the small bump for just a little extra weight." Ino laughed. "Congratulations. How far along are you?" 28 weeks. The two women were interrupted when someone appeared from the back of the store. An elderly woman with faded red hair and blue eyes entered the room, carrying a basket of purple flowers. She was dressed in a traditional purple kimono with a green apron over it. Ino's eyes lit up when she saw her. "Mama!" Ino exclaimed. Even though her mother was much older than she remembered, she recognized her instantly. The woman seemed surprised to see Ino, but she smiled nonetheless. "Hello dear, what brings you here?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked. Ino leaped into her mother's arms, causing the elderly woman to drop the basket of flowers in surprise. Ino buried her face in her mother's shoulder and silently cried. Mrs. Yamanaka noticed her daughter's trembling and locked her arms around her waist. There, Mrs. Yamanaka whispered. "I'm here." "I'm sorry, Mama," Ino sobbed. "I just feel so alone." Mrs. Yamanaka was confused but decided not to push Ino. Instead, she patted her daughter's back until she calmed down. Hinata watched the scene silently, a smile on her face, but her eyes were solemn. Ino pulled away from her mother and wiped her eyes, then smiled. She quickly got down on her knees and gathered the flowers her mother had dropped. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yamanaka greeted Hinata warmly. Ino placed the now refilled basket back on the counter and noticed how formally her mother addressed Hinata. "When will you require the order to be delivered?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked as she opened her notebook. "Saturday afternoon," Hinata replied. "Preferably at 4. I don't want the delivery and arrival happening at the same time. It will make the place a madhouse." Mrs. Yamanaka laughed. "Of course. How long will he be staying this time?" Hinata blushed at Mrs. Yamanaka's words. Ino found herself extremely curious about what her mother was referring to. "I don't know," Hinata answered. Ino smirked, happy to see the old Hinata stutter return. Mrs. Yamanaka chuckled. "I'm just playing with you, Hinata. No need to get nervous." Hinata's blush deepened, but she quickly regained her composure. They continued to discuss delivery options and instructions while Ino wandered around the shop, occasionally stopping to sniff flowers. "Hey, Hinata, how long are you going to take?" a male voice asked, annoyed as the door opened and the bell chimed. Ino looked up from where she was kneeling. In the doorway stood a young man with long dark hair and lavender-tinted eyes. "Niji?" Ino found herself asking, but when the man turned to look at her, she realized he looked like Niji but was not him at all. Hinata turned to face the young man and shook her head. "Masahiro," Hinata said, "what have I told you about calling me Hinata?" Masahiro sighed. "But mother, we're in public." Ino gawked at the man. Did he just call her mother? Of course, Ino expected Hinata to have other children, but she did not expect one to be so old. He looked at least 17, maybe even older. Ino struggled to piece together the possibility of Hinata having a child so early. "Good day, Masahiro," Mrs. Yamanaka smiled. "In the market for some flowers today?" Masahiro blushed. "Stop it, old woman. You know I don't have feelings for Akemi." "Geez." Mrs. Yamanaka laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Don't you think it's a charming story? The romance between the daughter of a teacher and the son of the teacher's student." Hinata chuckled. "I must agree, it does have a nice ring to it." "See?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked. "Even your mother agrees." Masahiro's eyebrow twitched. "Whatever." And just like that, the young man left the shop. Ino stood up, still wide-eyed from the shock of meeting Hinata's son. "Well, he is clearly annoyed," Mrs. Yamanaka chuckled. "I think you should go, Hinata." Hinata nodded in agreement. "Yes, thank you for your assistance. I shall see you at the banquet." "That you shall," Mrs. Yamanaka nodded. Hinata bowed and then left, looking just as regal from behind. Ino was amazed at how much Hinata had changed. Mrs. Yamanaka turned to face Ino. "So what brings you here?" Ino opened her mouth to spill everything to her mother, to tell her all the hardships she had been encountering since her awakening, but somehow she felt she shouldn't. Ino quickly caught her words and smiled softly. "I'm just feeling a bit homesick," she whispered. Mrs. Yamanaka smiled and pulled her daughter into a warm embrace. Ino felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She sighed and closed her eyes, finally feeling a sense of belonging. It wasn't that she didn't feel at home with Naruto and the children, but they were still new to her. They weren't the family she had grown up with yet. "It's all right," Mrs. Yamanaka cooed. "I'm sure you'll figure it out." Ino giggled. "I didn't have a fight with Naruto." "Is that so?" "I didn't think so," Mrs. Yamanaka laughed. "You two bicker about the silliest things, but it's never anything serious enough to drive you away." Ino furrowed her brows. Did she really argue with Naruto that often? The thought made her shiver. She couldn't imagine having disagreements with him. He always seemed to go along with whatever she said. It seemed he had gained some independence over the years, which was a good thing. Mrs. Yamanaka pulled away and patted Ino's shoulders. "How about some tea?" Ino nodded, and the two disappeared through the door that led to the Yamanaka family home. Mrs. Yamanaka set the kettle on the stove while Ino scanned her surroundings. The inside of the house had changed drastically. Most of the furniture was new, and the layout felt different. Ino smiled when she spotted a small portrait of her family. "Minato looks so tiny here." She ran her fingers over the glass that protected the photo. Minato was just an infant, wrapped in blankets and resting in their mother's arms. Kagaya was younger too, but she had the same bright smile she wore now. Mrs. Yamanaka glanced at Ino over her shoulder and nodded. "That was taken 2 weeks after he was born, remember? Just look at Naruto's face, he's the proudest father in the world." Ino laughed. Sure enough, Naruto was beaming like a child in the photo. She returned the picture to its place and sat down at the dining table. Mrs. Yamanaka poured their tea and handed a cup to Ino, who accepted it gratefully. Mrs. Yamanaka sat down next to her daughter. "Do you have a dress yet?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked. Ino looked up, bewildered. "A dress?" Ino echoed. Mrs. Yamanaka frowned. "For the Hyuga banquet. You're organizing it with Hyuga-sama, remember?" Ino laughed nervously. This was the first she had heard of it. She made a mental note to ask Naruto about it later to avoid being caught off guard again. "I don't have a dress," Ino admitted, though she thought, "I think." Mrs. Yamanaka smiled and patted Ino's arm. "You'll find the perfect dress. You always do." Ino smiled and took a sip of her tea to fill the silence. The kitchen was quiet as they enjoyed their drinks. Suddenly, the front door opened and a tall figure stepped inside, dressed in a navy uniform and a flak jacket. Ino's face lit up when she recognized the blonde ponytail. Inoichi blinked when he saw his daughter. She waved awkwardly, prompting him to smile and kiss her forehead. He then greeted his wife, poured himself a cup of tea, and joined the two women he cherished most at the dining table. "What did Naruto say?" Mrs. Yamanaka finally asked. Inoichi grunted. "Oh, the usual. I swear he's out to get me or something." Mrs. Yamanaka snorted. "You're just being paranoid because he's Minato's son." Inoichi pouted, causing Ino to giggle. Her parents turned to her, smiling. They loved seeing their daughter happy, but despite her laughter, they could sense that something was off. Her eyes held a different glimmer, and that worried them. "So," Inoichi interrupted her giggles, "have you been interrupting your mother's work all day?" Ino shook her head. "No, we're just taking a break. Actually, I wanted to talk to you." Inoichi raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Ino inhaled deeply. Should she tell them? Naruto was quite serious about her condition. They had all agreed to keep it a secret until they figured out what was happening, but these were her parents. She couldn't hide something so significant from them. She never had before, so why start now? Ino trailed off, feeling intimidated by their expectant gazes. "It's about my condition." "Are you sick?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked, concern etched on her face. Ino shook her head. Piarden and T. Ino shook her head again. Inoichi appeared deep in thought. Is this about what Naruto was talking about? Ino frowned. What did he tell you? Something about you dodging time or something, Inoichi said, rolling his eyes. I thought he was joking, much like his parents used to do. Mrs. Yamanaka laughed. Those were the days. Naruto is quite the energetic Hokage. It's refreshing, isn't it? Inoichi nodded in agreement. Naruto was right, Ino said, kind of. Her parents stared at her, and Ino gulped, trying to gather her thoughts to explain everything clearly. Finally, she spoke. Minato, the teacher called out. A little boy with blonde hair and bright blue eyes looked up from the sandpit where he had been playing. His teacher, a petite woman in a modest dress with a yellow apron, smiled at him. Home. Minato mumbled when he spotted his sister standing beside the teacher, arms crossed and brows furrowed. He could tell she was not in a good mood, which meant no treats on the way home. Itachi glanced at his friend, his dark eyes wide with curiosity. Your sister is here, the teacher continued. Minato sighed and stood up, his hair ruffled by the wind. He wiped his dirty hands on his shorts, grabbed his backpack from the lockers, and approached his sister. He looked up at her and smiled widely. Kagaya gazed at him, her frown fading as she returned his smile. He took her hand, waved goodbye to Itachi and his teacher, and let Kagaya lead him out of the school. As they walked home, Minato looked up at Kagaya. Where's Mama? Kagaya frowned again. She's busy, Minato. But she always picks me up. Minato protested. Kagaya sighed, memories of their parents sleeping in separate rooms flashing through her mind. I know, Minato, I'm sorry. Can't I be her temporary replacement? Minato pouted but remained silent. Kagaya smiled sadly at her brother when she saw his unhappy face. She hated seeing him like this, but what could she do? Kagaya ran her fingers through her blonde hair and then spotted a familiar sign. She smiled. How about we get some ramen? Minato's face brightened. Really? Shikamaru, who didn't enjoy smoking but did so to relieve stress, popped a cigarette into his mouth, lit it, and leaned back, frustrated. He had searched endlessly for answers but had come up empty-handed. Not a single entry had been found in the Nara archives regarding time travel, which was expected but still annoying. Now he would have to sift through the village archives, which could take months. Life was incredibly troublesome. Shikamaru, Temari said as she walked into the garden, her blonde hair damp from her shower. He looked up and waved. Temari rolled her eyes, poked his forehead, and then sat down beside him. Find anything? Shikamaru let out a puff of smoke and sighed. Nope. Nothing. I'll request access to the archives tomorrow. Hopefully, there's something in there. Temari nodded. I've received a letter from Gaara, but he hasn't found anything yet either. Not surprising that it's only been a few days. Shikamaru agreed. Yeah. Listen, Temari, that you must not tell anyone about this. I won't, Temari stated. Not even Kankuro knows. Shikamaru nodded. Good. The two sat in silence, watching the sun set. Shikamaru wrapped his arm around Temari's shoulder and pulled her closer. She smiled and rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes and enjoying his warmth. Temari, Shikamaru whispered. I went over our finances this morning, he continued softly. We have a stable amount of savings. Temari laced her fingers with Shikamaru's and smiled. Really? And what are we going to do with that money? Oh, I don't know, Shikamaru snorted. What do you want to do? Temari chuckled, knowing exactly what she wanted. When Kagaya and Minato arrived home, the atmosphere felt eerily quiet. Naruto was sitting in the living room, his eyes focused on a scroll. A cold cup of coffee sat beside him, and several mint wrappers were scattered across the floor. The room was dim, illuminated only by an oil lamp. Where's Mama? Minato asked when he noticed his mother's absence. I don't know, son, Naruto replied without looking up. Did you guys eat? Yes, Kagaya answered. Naruto nodded, reached for his coffee, took a sip, grimaced, and abandoned the scroll to make himself a new cup. He glanced at his daughter, who was watching him intently, but he merely smiled and moved past them. The front door opened, and Ino stepped inside. The children turned to her, their blue eyes curious. Ino removed her coat and placed it on the rack, then took off her shoes and stretched her arms overhead. "Hello, Mama," Minato greeted. Ino smiled and motioned for him to come closer. He complied and yelped when she pulled him into an embrace. Minato blinked at the sudden warmth he felt from his mother and wrapped his little arms around her neck. Ino looked up at Kagaya, inviting her to join. Kagaya hesitated but eventually stepped forward, and the three shared a heartfelt embrace. Ino felt immense gratitude for her children. Despite only knowing them for a few days, she loved them dearly and could hardly imagine life without them. Naruto watched the scene from the kitchen doorway, feeling a pang of emotion he shouldn't have. After all, fathers shouldn't feel jealous of their children. Ino jumped, her senses suddenly alert. She could hear and smell a multitude of things as the bustle of everyday life surrounded her. Staring blankly at the wooden wall before her, her brows furrowed. A sudden movement beside her caught her attention. A hand was moved into her view. "Ino?" a familiar voice asked. Ino slowly turned to face the source of the hand and found herself looking into eyes so blue they could rival the sky. Her first instinct was to smile, but as she took a closer look, she noticed something was off. Uzumaki Naruto gave her a confused stare. "You challenged me to a ramen contest, yet you didn't even touch the ramen." Ino, still flabbergasted, quickly glanced at the large bowl of ramen before her and then back at Naruto. "How was the contest?" Tucci asked as he stepped back into the shop. Ino looked up at him, surprised by how youthful he appeared. Tucci laughed. "You didn't eat a thing. Too much for you?" Ino opened her mouth to respond but decided against it. She narrowed her eyes and focused on Naruto's chakra. While she wasn't Karen, she knew a thing or two about chakra patterns as a medic. Naruto's chakra felt perfectly normal. She shifted her attention to Tucci, whose chakra was weaker but still normal. This clearly wasn't a genjutsu. Worried, Ino jumped up, causing both men to stare at her in surprise. "I have to go." She stormed out of the small stall as fast as her legs could carry her. When she came to a halt, Ino noticed that Konoha looked different. Not new or unrecognizable, but somehow it felt like it had returned to its former self. This realization vexed her. She glanced up at the Hokage monument. 1.2.3.4.5. 5. Ino gaped, her eyes wide. There were only 5 faces. Suddenly, her stomach churned. She spun around and sprinted to a flower bed. After emptying her stomach, Ino collapsed onto the ground. She lifted her hands and examined them. No wrinkles. No blemishes. Her skin was smooth, as if she were a teenager again. She gasped as she ran her fingers through her long hair, realizing it practically covered her eyes. Ino looked down at herself and saw she was wearing the purple outfit she had loved as a teenager. Suddenly, the realization hit her. She clearly wasn't physically 37 anymore. Someone had used the 5 dimensions to heaven, and whoever did it knew how to use mind transfer jutsu. Ino considered approaching Tsunade, who was Hokage at this time, but decided against it. She was still unsure of the circumstances and didn't want to bring danger to Konoha when it clearly wasn't needed. So, she would have to continue on as if nothing had happened. Ino sighed in frustration. 16 all over again. How wonderful! Ino mentally sighed, wishing she knew the date so she could be more aware of her 16-year-old self's schedule for the day. She had been with Naruto at Ichiraka before. Could this be the beginning of their courtship? Ino found this very frustrating, as she felt like she was back to square one with him. How wonderful! "Ino?" a voice called, causing her to jump. She turned around, alert, but relaxed when she met the lazy gaze of Shikamaru. "Oh," Ino sighed, "it's you. Don't scare me like that." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Right, sorry. Weren't you feeling sick earlier?" Ino stared at him. "What do you mean?" "At training, you said you were sick, so you went home," Shikamaru pointed out. Ino frowned. She certainly didn't feel sick now. Then again, she had been unwell earlier. Maybe it was just a passing bug? Ino shrugged and ran her fingers through her hair, still amazed that her long hair had returned. "Well," Shikamaru sighed. Don't come crying to me when you get worse. Troublesome woman. Ino smiled weakly. But thanks. By the way, Shikamaru, what's the date? Shikamaru gave her an odd look but answered anyway. It's July 10th. Why? Mental blank. Maybe I do still feel sick. Ino quickly covered up. Shikamaru didn't seem to believe her, but he didn't press further. He merely shrugged and excused himself. Ino stood alone for a while, pondering what to do next. She decided to head home. Ino stared at the alleyway in shock. Of course, her house wasn't here anymore. She slapped her forehead and sighed. She scanned her surroundings, amazed by how industrial the area of her future home had become. She had forgotten what it looked like before their home was built. Ino suddenly felt her heart clench. If her home didn't exist, if she was 16, if she wasn't married, then that meant Kaguya and Minato were never born. Not yet, at least. Ino felt tears welling up. How could she possibly live without her children? Ino turned around and trudged through the streets, her mind not set on a specific location, but she knew one place to go now, her parents' home. That was clearly where she lived now. Her home stood in the same spot it had before the war. It somehow made her feel nostalgic, despite the fact that technically she was home. She grasped the cold doorknob and stepped inside the family shop. The fresh aroma of flowers greeted her. Ino smiled. At least this place was still somewhat the same. Her mother was behind the counter, organizing a variety of flowers. She looked up, her red hair tied in a bun and her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Oh," Mrs. Yamanaka exclaimed, "welcome home, Ino. How was training?" Ino quickly said the first thing that came to mind. "Great. Was it just Shikamaru and Choji? Or did you have another jounin help you?" Mrs. Yamanaka asked. Ino frowned, not quite understanding what her mother meant. What other jounin? Asuma would have helped them, wouldn't he? Ino trailed off. Just us. Better safe than sorry, she decided. Her mother smiled weakly. It must be so hard for you. Asuma's passing affected all of you after all. Ino's eyes widened. Asuma was gone? She could hardly believe it. But just as quickly as the sadness threatened to overwhelm her, she realized that this was another dimension. An alternate universe from the one she came from. In her world, Asuma might be alive, but here he was not. What other surprises like this would she encounter? Ino shook her head. She wasn't going to encounter more surprises like that. She was determined to find a way to undo the transfer and return herself and her other self to where they belonged. After all, the jutsu might have many negative side effects that she wasn't aware of yet. I'm tired. Ino quickly evaded further questions. I'm going to bed. Mrs. Yamanaka looked worried but nodded. All right, I'll call you for dinner. Ino nodded slowly and disappeared upstairs, collapsing on her bed and closing her eyes. She might know the cause of this accident, but she did not know the source, the risks, or the outcome. In fact, she wasn't even sure how to reverse it. Why did this happen? Was someone out there looking for trouble? If only Ino could warn Naruto. He would have known what to do, but now the Naruto she knew was far out of reach. How she wished she could hold him once more. Ino closed the door behind her and glanced at the Hokage monument. The morning sun shone brightly. It was a beautiful day. Ino sighed. So she hadn't experienced a nightmare last night. She really had transferred into her younger self. There were still only 5 faces on the mountain. Naruto wasn't Hokage. Ino knew she couldn't stay in the dark for too long. People would notice her personality change. She was 37, after all, a mature woman. She was married and had 2 children. She wasn't little Ino anymore. She had to tell someone. Someone responsible. Someone she could trust. Her best bet at this time would be Tsunade. Of course, she trusted Naruto above anyone else, but she highly doubted that dense, 16-year-old Naruto would believe her. Tsunade it was. Tsunade was signing paperwork when Ino arrived at the Hokage office. She was welcomed inside warmly but did not receive the bows she was accustomed to back home. Ino waited patiently for Tsunade to finish signing and look up. Tsunade finally did. So, Ino, what brings you here today? We have a problem, Ino stated, deciding to get right to the point. Tsunade frowned. What kind of problem? Well, Ino trailed off. The best way to describe this would be that I'm not Yamanaka Ino. Tsunade did not move. Ino knew she was taking a gamble. Tsunade could claim she was an intruder and summon the ANBU. Ino hoped the Hokage would do something more sensible. What do you mean? I am Uzumaki Ino. Speaking of his heritage is forbidden. There's no way Naruto knows about his parents. Ino smirked. Not your Naruto at least. Tsunade remained silent, and Ino took this as her cue to speak. Where I come from, Naruto is 37. Tsunade was certain that either Ino had lost her mind or she was an intruder. Quickly, she opened the top drawer of her desk and pressed the hidden red button beneath a stack of paperwork. The silent alarm should reach ANBU within seconds. Ino noticed Tsunade's movement and couldn't help but laugh to herself. She had a feeling this would happen. While they awaited the arrival of the ANBU, Ino pretended to be unaware of her impending situation and checked her fingernails. They were painted purple. How predictable. 2 ANBU appeared before Tsunade's desk. You called, Hokage-sama? Tsunade felt like scolding the two for being so indiscreet. She nodded and pointed to Ino, who was still pretending not to notice the situation. The ANBU glanced at her, frowned, then looked back at their leader. How is she a threat? One of the ANBU asked. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. She's speaking nonsense. Arrest her and call for Inoichi. The ANBU nodded. One grasped Ino's arm while the other disappeared. Ino did not resist her captor. Tsunade was surprised that the blonde teenager wasn't putting up a fight. Ino allowed the ANBU to lead her out of the office and down to the interrogation department, smiling in victory. At least her message would get through. Inoichi wished he could disappear. When he walked into the interrogation department and saw his daughter restrained, he thought the world must be ending. Ino? Inoichi asked hesitantly. Ino stared at her father blankly before smiling. Hi, Dad, she greeted happily, as if she weren't about to be probed in the mind by her own father. She didn't have anything to hide after all. Well, maybe her romantic life was something she should keep private, but she didn't want to waste energy blocking her memories. She needed to save as much energy as possible to reverse the jutsu that caused her and her other self to travel dimensions. What did you do? Inoichi demanded. Ino sighed. All I did was tell Tsunade that Naruto has a mother and a father. Honestly, is it that surprising? Inoichi stared at Ino. He stared some more, then turned to his coworker. This is not my daughter. My daughter would never speak like that to me. That's why we're interrogating her? His coworker half-asked, half-stated. Inoichi narrowed his eyes and turned back to Ino. Who are you? I'm Uzumaki Ino. Don't be foolish, Inoichi warned, suddenly very serious. There are almost no Uzumaki clan members left. Uzumaki Kushina had no relatives when she moved here, and Uzumaki Naruto is an orphan. Any children of Uzumaki Mito were born with the name Senju. Ino rolled her eyes. Ever occurred to you that one day Naruto would get married? Inoichi gawked. No. Ino asked. Well, surprise, surprise, he did. Inoichi was certain of it. This woman was not his daughter. He motioned for the team to move her to the interrogation room. It was time to study this imposter's mind. The team worked quickly, securing Ino in the dome and then taking their positions. Ino pretended to look bored, but truthfully she was enjoying her father's expressions. One moment he was confused, the next he was angry, then confused again. She shivered when Inoichi placed his palm on her forehead, and then the world went black. Inoichi had to admit, the woman had quite an impressive mind. He admired her thoughts for a while, then proceeded to work. He unrolled a scroll of memories and prepared himself for the unexpected. What will you name her? Before him was an image of himself, along with what he assumed was his daughter, but several years older. They were in a hospital, and a newborn infant was in his daughter's arms. His wife stood by his side. He stared at the scene in shock. This had to be a joke. This was a genjutsu. Kagaya. Her name is Kagaya, like the princess of the moon. Inoichi quickly zoomed away from that memory, deciding it was clearly a fluke, and moved on to a new one. Sasuke will come back, Naruto. It was his daughter again, but this time she looked 16. She was dressed in a purple kimono, standing next to Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting in the rain, drenched. Ino held an umbrella over him to shield him. Naruto looked up at her and smiled weakly. Inoichi was flabbergasted by the chemistry that sparked between the two. Thanks, Ino. You're a great friend. Inoichi moved to the next memory, hoping to find something that clearly wasn't trying to play with his mind. What do you mean Niji is dead? Ino exclaimed angrily to someone Inoichi could not see. His daughter still looked 16, but she was dressed in a navy uniform with a flak jacket. Her face and arms were covered with scratches and bruises, as if she had just come out of battle. Her expression was twisted in pure anger and sadness, and her blonde hair was dirty. A softer voice responded, "Dead means dead, Ino. We're at war, casualties are expected." Inoichi knew that voice. Shikamaru. It had to be him or Shikaku. It was definitely one of the Nara men. But war? What war was he speaking of? What was going on? Hyuga Niji wasn't dead. He was certain of it. Inoichi narrowed his eyes. This woman was far more cunning than expected. What am I going to tell her? Inoichi noticed his daughter's tears as she asked the question. Silence passed, then finally she received a response. Tell her that Niji died a hero. It's the best you can do, Ino. Inoichi slipped out of Ino's mind with a puzzled expression on his face. He had been searching her mind for hours, but all her memories were so vivid and unusual that he came to one conclusion. She wasn't his daughter, but at the same time, she was. And one of his coworkers asked. She means no harm, Inoichi pointed out. She loves Konoha very dearly. But she is definitely not from our world. There are many memories that conflict with our history and time. It's almost like she time traveled. That's impossible, his coworker objected. Is it? Inoichi asked. So, many jutsus have been developed, ones that we always thought would be impossible, yet they were achieved. Why is time travel not one of them? His coworker thought for a while. It goes against human morals. How? Inoichi asked. Because she has seen what will happen? Because she will change the future by being here? How do we know that this happens? Perhaps fate has already been written, and the past and future can never be changed. We can't take risks, though, his coworker pointed out. Inoichi sighed. You're right. Keep an eye on her. I'll report to the Hokage. Ino was brought back to the Hokage's office after she regained consciousness. She remained restrained and was under constant watch. Seated in a chair, she felt the weight of many eyes upon her. Familiar faces surrounded her, but one pair in particular ignited a spark of anger within her. What is he doing here? Ino asked, her gaze fixed on the individual she was referring to. Tsunade glanced at the person before returning her attention to Ino. He's here to hear what you have to say. Ino shot a glare at Tsunade. I refuse to talk with him present. Why not? Tsunade inquired. Because, Ino replied firmly, I don't want him here. Is there something wrong with me? Naruto interjected, his voice rising. Ino's heart fluttered at the sound of his voice. How she longed to leap up and embrace him tightly, but she knew he wasn't the Naruto she remembered. No, Ino whispered, This is confidential. It involves him, Tsunade pointed out. No, it doesn't, Ino insisted, her eyes locked on Tsunade. The Hokage could sense the icy warning emanating from Ino. She had never seen Ino so intimidating. It even made her, the Hokage, feel a shiver of unease. With a sigh, she turned to Naruto. He didn't need to look at her to know what she was going to say. He had to leave. Frustrated, Naruto marched to the door, flung it open, and slammed it shut behind him. Tsunade sighed again. All right, please tell me your name, age, gender, registration number, rank, marital status, and where you live. Ino took a deep breath. I am Uzumaki Ino, 37 years old and female. My registration number is 012604. I am currently married to Uzumaki Naruto, and I reside in the Konoha Manor, which, at this moment, does not exist. Tsunade frowned, and the few Anbu and Jounin present exchanged puzzled glances. Inoichi, however, remained silent. Knew she wasn't lying, he had seen it all in her memories. Of course, he wasn't sure if her memories were correct, but he had a feeling that she wasn't the type to lie. After all, she was most likely his daughter. Inoichi tells me you are from a different dimension, Tsunade pointed out. I believe so, Ino responded. How did this happen? Tsunade asked. Inoichi told me some of your memories were blocked off. Ino sighed. She hadn't meant to block her memories, as she wanted to conserve her energy, but she decided against it at the last minute. She had an image to uphold. Her father discovering her romantic moments with Naruto would just be awkward. Of course, she kept a few other things hidden deep within her mind as well. I am a Yamanaka, Ino pointed out. Inoichi smirked. Smart girl. Tsunade didn't find this amusing. Cannot free you until you have proven this. You must unblock your memories. No, Ino declined without hesitation. I hid them for a reason, not just to keep them away from you. It's risky. How? Inoichi asked. I cannot tell you, Ino replied, but I can assure you I will reverse this. I will get the real Ino back and then return to my world. Tsunade considered this for a moment. All right, that sounds reasonable. Uzumaki Naruto was not just the Hokage. He was also a devoted husband and father to two beautiful children whom he loved more than anything else, except maybe his wife. So, one would expect him to be a happy man. Unfortunately, happiness felt like a distant memory for him. It was a cold morning, and as Naruto's eyes fluttered open, he realized once again that he was in bed alone. He curled into a ball, a position he often took when feeling stressed or lonely. Biting his lip, he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, wishing he could turn back time and erase all the pain. Silence echoed through the house. Everyone was still asleep. Naruto was the only one awake, or so he thought. Suddenly, the door to the guest room burst open, and in stumbled his wife, or who was supposed to be his wife. Ino was dressed in a long-sleeved purple sweater and gray pants. Her short hair was neatly brushed, her lips glistened with lip gloss, and her eyelashes were accentuated with mascara. She looked ready for a day out. Naruto's first thought was that he must be dreaming, but he was quickly proven wrong when she jumped on the bed and began shaking him. Naruto! Naruto! She gasped between breaths. Naruto groaned and sat up. What? He snapped, a bit more sharply than he intended. Ino didn't seem to notice his tone. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him even more. I don't have a dress. It's a nightmare. Ino exclaimed. Oh, so that was why she had disturbed him. What? Naruto asked, confused. Ino continued to shake him. I went through every single dress in my wardrobe, but there's nothing good enough for the banquet. And how do I know if I've worn them before? I can't wear the same dress twice. Naruto grabbed Ino's hands to still her shaking. She stared at him, her eyes wide and desperate. He watched her groggily. Women. They never change. Even Ino, the one he married, who was now 37 like him, panicked over dresses. And she was a fully grown adult mother. Kaguya was supposed to be the teenager in the house, but Naruto often questioned that belief. Kaguya had certainly inherited her grandfather's serious demeanor. Have you tried the usual? Naruto asked. Ino looked puzzled. Usual? Yeah, he grumbled. Astra's place. You always go to her when there's a fashion emergency. Ino appeared even more baffled. Who's Astra? Naruto stared at his wife for a moment, debating whether she was an imposter. Then it all came rushing back to him. In that instant, he remembered that this woman before him might look like his wife, but she was not the same person he married. He sighed. Hyuga Astra, he stated. She's probably the most renowned seamstress in the Land of Fire. Or so Hinata and you claim. Hinata? Ino asked. Naruto nodded. Hyuga Astra? Is she related to Hinata? Naruto grimaced. No, of course. They are cousins. Or something. Never really bothered to ask. Anyway, why don't you go find something at Astra's place? Ino thought for a while, then smiled. You are a genuine lifesaver, Naruto. I could kiss you right now. Ino exclaimed, But then she jumped up and dashed out of the room. Naruto sighed, wishing she had actually kissed him. Ino stopped halfway into the central business area of Konoha and slapped her forehead. She hadn't even asked Naruto where Astra's place was. Groaning, she felt like a complete fool. Should she turn around and ask him? She hesitated, sensing he would be busy with his duties as Hokage, so she decided against it. Instead, she would ask for directions. If Astra was the best seamstress in the Land of Fire, surely someone would know where to find her. Besides, she was a Hyuga. All Hyugas were famous, right? Ino tapped the shoulder of the first woman she saw. The woman was slightly shorter than Ino, with long wavy black hair and dressed in white and red robes. Carrying a tool kit and pouch, Ino guessed she was a kunoichi. The woman turned around, revealing a younger version of Asuma, but female. She smiled, her ringed crimson eyes sparkling. "Ino," the woman exclaimed, pulling Ino into a warm hug. Ino squirmed, caught off guard, and the woman laughed as she released her. "Sorry, didn't mean to squeeze you too tight." Ino managed a smile, though she was still confused about who this was. "It's been too long," the woman gushed. "Father and I were hoping to train again soon. We should spar." Ino felt a wave of panic but masked it. "Oh, yeah, sure." The woman furrowed her brows. "Are you all right? You seem a little off." Before Ino could respond, the door behind them opened, and a tall, dark-haired man stepped out. He had tan skin, a few strands of gray in his hair and beard, warm brown eyes, and a cigarette in his mouth, with his hands deep in his navy pants pockets. Ino's eyes widened, and her breath caught in her throat. Time seemed to freeze as she stared at the man before her. This had to be a dream or a cruel joke. For Sarutobi Asuma was supposed to be dead. Asuma glanced at Ino and winked before poking the woman beside her on the head. The woman grumbled and turned around, hands on her hips. "Very funny, Daddy," she said. Asuma shrugged. "You love it, kid." The woman stuck out her tongue and then turned back to Ino, who was still in shock. "I was just asking Ino if she could spar with us sometime." Asuma smiled. "Excellent. How have you been, Ino? I haven't seen you in a while." "My recent mission dragged on a bit longer than expected. Akemi couldn't stop talking on the way home." The woman huffed. "Some great father you are." "You broke a nail," Asuma pointed out. Akemi narrowed her eyes. "A very precious nail." Asuma rolled his eyes. Ino suddenly gasped, breaking free from her shock. She glanced between the two and realized that this woman, Akemi, was Asuma and Kurenai's daughter. To think she would grow into such a beautiful woman with her father's features. Ino couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Asuma and Akemi stared at her in surprise. Akemi was the first to speak. "You offended her, Daddy. How could you? A woman's heart is a delicate thing." Asuma raised his arms in mock surrender. "What? All I said was you broke a nail." Akemi pointed at her father's face. "And Ino thinks nails are precious." Ino sobbed but laughed at the playful banter. How she missed Asuma. To see him standing before her, so warm and alive. Her older self was incredibly lucky. But how could it be? How could Asuma be alive when he had died in the past? So many questions, yet not enough answers. "I'm sorry," Ino said through her tears. It's so good to see you." Asuma chuckled softly. "I was only gone for 3 weeks, Ino. Did you miss me that much?" Akemi snorted. "I would never miss you." "I wasn't talking to you," Asuma replied dryly. "Besides, you were with me those 3 weeks. Of course, you wouldn't miss your dear old dad." Ino laughed again, reassured that this man was indeed her former teacher. Asuma and Akemi escorted Ino to Astra's place. Along the way, they shared stories about their mission and how they had been worked to the bone by a quirky old lady with a pet baboon. Ino laughed the entire way. The father and daughter were so alike, even their expressions mirrored each other. The only traits of Kurenai that Ino could see in Akemi were her eyes and hair. "Here we are," Akemi announced. Ino stopped and looked up at a small, narrow building with 2 floors. It was rather plain, with 2 small windows and an old wooden door. There was no sign or label, and it didn't look like a dress shop at all. Thank you, Ino said to the two. Asuma and Akemi shrugged and excused themselves, needing to report back to Naruto. The moment Akemi mentioned his name, she shot a mischievous look at Ino, leaving her curious about its meaning. Ino approached the door, a smile forming as she thought of her teacher and his daughter. Akemi. That name rang a bell. Ino recalled that Akemi was supposedly the one Hyuga Masahiro had a crush on. Ino giggled, understanding why. Akemi was indeed charming. Just as Ino lifted her hand to knock, the old wooden door swung open. In the doorway stood a young woman with dark navy hair that framed her face, red lips, and white eyes, dressed in an elaborate kimono. Ino blinked. The woman watched her, then smiled, though Ino thought she detected a hint of disdain in her gaze. Ah, the woman sighed. Lady Ino, the pleasure as always. What can I do for you today? Lady Hinata has already left if you were looking for her. She chose the most beautiful gown, I must admit. It matches her hair perfectly. Ino nodded, unsure how to respond. Actually, I'm looking for a dress myself. The woman, whom Ino assumed was Astra, narrowed her eyes before smiling brightly. Of course. Come in, I shall prepare tea while you browse. Ino stepped inside, wondering why tea was necessary but deciding to go along with whatever Astra suggested. She was led down a very narrow corridor that opened into a spacious room filled with racks of fine, elaborate, colorful, and beautifully decorated dresses, kimonos, and furisodes. Ino had never seen so many dresses in her life. It was breathtaking. While Astra prepared the tea, Ino ran her fingers over the luxurious silks and cottons. There were so many options that it would take forever to choose. Oh, how she wished she had someone to share their opinion right now. Nothing beats a second opinion on a dress. Fancy the yellow? Astra's voice came from nowhere, just as Ino's fingers grasped a yellow silk gown. Ino jumped and turned around. Astra stood in the doorway, a tray in one hand and a measuring tape in the other. Not really, Ino replied. Yellow doesn't suit me. Astra smiled. I agree. You always look best in baby blue and purple. Why not aim for that instead? Ino nodded. Astra placed the tray on a wooden table in the corner of the room and walked over to a rack filled with purple dresses. Ino watched her curiously. Are you looking forward to seeing your godchildren again? Astra asked as she pulled out a dress, examined it, then shook her head and tossed it aside. Ino frowned. Godchildren? Oh, yes. Astra nodded. Quite an intelligent bunch they are. Of course, you would expect that from Lady Hinata's children. Too bad Masahiro didn't inherit his father's intelligence. He is quite a disappointment to the family, in my opinion. Ino bit her lip, feeling out of place in this conversation. What was she supposed to say? Astra pulled out another dress, held it up in front of Ino, shook her head, and tossed it aside. Do you have a favorite, Lady Ino? Dress? Ino asked, confused. Astra laughed. No. I mean godchild. Do you love Misako or Daisuke more? Or perhaps the unborn child that is yet to be given a godmother? Hopefully it will be you. Lady Hinata seems rather fond of naming you godmother of all her offspring, Masahiro excluded, of course. Ino trailed off, shifting her weight and quickly looking away. She wished she could ignore the question, but she knew Astra expected an answer. I love all of them. Astra snorted but did not comment further. She pulled out a dress and nodded. This is the one. I can feel it. Astra handed Ino the dress and ushered her into a small room to change. Ino quickly removed her sweater and pants and slipped into the dress. It was a deep purple, made of silk and had an elegant back design. It felt cool and soft against her skin. Ino looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but think she looked stunning. She stepped outside to show Astra. Astra nodded. Perfect. Usually, women wear kimonos to the Hyuga banquet, but you've never followed that tradition before. Besides, Lord Hokage won't wear anything traditional either unless you count those rather unappealing Hokage robes as traditional. I feel for all women married to Kage. Ino merely smiled, not wanting to offend or encourage Astra. From what Naruto had told her, Astra seemed like a nice woman, but Ino could now see a different side of her. Astra pushed Ino back to get changed. Ino quickly changed again, swallowed down her tea, which tasted rather unpleasant, and then proceeded to pay. Astra, however, simply told Ino it would be added to the bill, whatever that meant. And so Ino left the shop, relieved to finally be free from the woman's grasp. Ino now knew that Hyuga Astra was quite intimidating. At least she would look stunning for the banquet. Ino felt nervous as she stepped outside of the Konoha Manor. For starters, she was supposedly helping with the preparations for the banquet later that day. Her mother had arrived early in the morning to whisk her away. Poor Ino had to rush and pack everything she would need, including her dress, since she wouldn't have time to return. "Why am I helping again?" Ino asked. Her mother shook her head in disbelief. "You help every year. It's a Hinata and Ino tradition." Ino frowned. Her mother gave her an odd look, then remembered that her daughter wasn't exactly the one who had been assisting the Hyuga with the banquet preparations all these years. She smiled apologetically and patted her daughter's shoulder. Ino smiled weakly, feeling nervous. The first reason was that she had no clue what was happening. The second? She supposedly had godchildren, and she was certain she would meet them at the banquet. She wondered what they were like, and who their father was. Mrs. Yamanaka grabbed her daughter's arm, and the two made their way down the streets toward the Hyuga compound. Well, Mrs. Yamanaka was trotting, and Ino was being pulled along. Several people greeted the two women along the way, leaving Ino quite surprised once again. The villagers had been nothing but overly polite to her since she arrived in this new world. Was it because she was Naruto's wife? Probably. The Hyuga compound looked almost identical to the one from the past, except it had a few new additions, like a large wooden gate with two dragons standing beside it. Ino gawked at the statues, amazed by the fine craftsmanship. Whoever designed them was a seriously talented artist. Mrs. Yamanaka didn't allow Ino to gawk for long, as she was soon being pulled inside. There were a large number of people bustling around, carrying boxes and traditional decorations. Some were dressed in work robes, while others appeared more formal. Most of the workers seemed to be from outside the clan, while those in formal attire all had the same distinctive Hyuga family eyes. One woman came to a halt when Ino stepped inside. She was a servant, dressed in a black yukata and a white apron. She bowed and quickly took Ino's things, claiming they would be taken to her room. Ino frowned. She had her own room here? The servant rushed off, soon to be replaced by another who bowed and knelt to remove Ino's shoes, much to her discomfort. She felt terrible for allowing others to do everything for her. The servant then washed Ino's feet in a tub of hot water and handed her a pair of soft, brand-new slippers. Ino took them, her eyes wide. The servant smiled, bowed, and then turned to attend to Mrs. Yamanaka's feet. A male servant, presumably the butler, appeared and bowed before Ino. "Lady Hinata has been expecting you. She's in the drawing room if you wish to see her now." Ino merely nodded and allowed the butler to escort her to the drawing room, which was a large traditional space furnished with dark wood and elaborate paintings. Hinata sat beside the window, gazing out at the garden. She looked as graceful as she had a few days earlier, her hair elegantly tied in a bun with a red ribbon, dressed in a white and golden kimono. Hinata turned to Ino and smiled. "Naruto mentioned you might not be able to make it. I'm so glad you did." Ino frowned, wondering when Naruto had told Hinata that. Making a mental note to ask him later, she took a seat opposite Hinata. The butler served them tea before quietly leaving the room. "I was thinking about Madoka," Hinata said suddenly. Ino looked up from her teacup, her brow furrowing. Hinata laughed lightly. "If the baby is a girl, I want to name her Madoka." Ino glanced at Hinata's baby bump and nodded slowly. "That's a lovely name. What does the father think about that?" Hinata's smile faltered as she looked back out the window. Ino felt a pang of concern. Had she touched a sensitive subject? Was the father not in the picture? She felt a bit guilty for asking. "He doesn't know," Hinata whispered. "I haven't discussed it with him yet. I will when he comes home." Ino frowned. "When did you decide on the name?" Hinata's smile returned, easing Ino's worry. She took a sip of her tea. "A few days ago, actually, when I was in your shop." "Oh," Ino said thoughtfully. So, you're inspired by the characters for Circle and Flower? The flowers? Hinata nodded. Ino smiled but then frowned again. So why haven't you been able to talk to the father? Hinata seemed taken aback by the question. She gave Ino a curious look but answered, I haven't been able to write letters to him recently. I've been far too busy. Ino nodded, sensing that Hinata was becoming wary of her questions. She wanted to know more but felt the need to hold back. The two women sat in silence, enjoying their warm tea when a voice echoed through the hallway. Moments later, the door to the drawing room swung open, revealing Masahiro with an annoyed expression and a cheerful Sarutobi Akemi on his back. Lady Hinata! Masahiro exclaimed, only to be met with a glare from Hinata. He cleared his throat. Ahem, mother. What made you invite this person on my back? Akemi giggled. Oh, come on, hero. I can be helpful sometimes. Besides, Kana has a boyfriend now and doesn't have time for me. And she calls herself my best friend. She's worse than her father, I swear. Masahiro groaned while Akemi beamed. Hinata smiled at the scene, and Ino noticed a mischievous glint in Hinata's eyes. It seemed Hinata had orchestrated this to annoy Masahiro. Ino chuckled. It was actually quite endearing. Well then, Masahiro snapped, make yourself useful and help. Akemi pouted, hopped off Masahiro's back, waved at Ino, and then dragged Masahiro out of the room, his protests fading as they left. Hinata burst into laughter, causing Ino to look at her in surprise. Sorry, Hinata said, trying to regain her composure. He's so different from when he was a child. Akemi is a great friend to him, he just won't admit it. Ino raised an eyebrow. Different? How? Hinata's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Ino felt a wave of panic. She couldn't let more people know about her situation. Just then Mrs. Yamanaka entered the room, her arms filled with baskets of flowers. Let's do some flower arranging, ladies, she exclaimed. Ino silently thanked her mother for the timely interruption. It was exactly 4:15 when a whistle echoed through the Hyuga household. Ino looked up from the flowers she was arranging, puzzled. Hinata was already rushing to the doorway, a childlike grin on her face. It was the first time since Ino had awakened in this new world that she saw the joyful smile of 16-year-old Hinata. Mrs. Yamanaka laughed. Ah, the master of the household has returned. Quite early. He usually doesn't arrive until 5. How strange. Ino glanced at her mother, still confused. Mrs. Yamanaka rolled her eyes, quickly placing another rose among the other flowers before stretching her arms overhead. Might as well go greet him. I'm sure Misako and Daisuke are eager to see you again, Ino. Ino recognized those names. Hyuga Astra had mentioned them her godchildren. Mrs. Yamanaka noticed her daughter's confusion and patted her shoulder. You'll be fine, Ino. Just be yourself. They won't notice that you're a teenage version of, well, yourself. Ino smiled weakly and followed her mother silently. They made their way through the corridors until they finally reached the front door of the main house. Outside, several men dressed in Suna-style flak jackets and headbands were gathered. A few servants were attending to them, serving water and refreshments. Ino searched for Hinata, finally spotting her in the arms of a red-headed man in green robes that looked similar to Naruto's. Ino stared in shock as the two shared a kiss, as if they hadn't seen each other in months or even years. Is that Gaara? Ino asked, her eyes wide. Her mother laughed, the one and only. He's. Ino trailed off, struggling to find the right words. Hinata's husband? Mrs. Yamanaka finished for her. Yes, indeed. Poor things, they haven't seen each other in months. He still lives in Suna, you know. How do they manage it? Ino asked. They make many sacrifices, was Mrs. Yamanaka's reply. What are you two gossiping about? A female voice suddenly interrupted. Ino looked down into the pale eyes of a teenage girl, probably no older than Kagaya. She was short, with burgundy hair and rosy pink lips. Ino didn't need to guess who she was. She just knew. Misako? Ino asked. The girl smiled widely. Aunt Ino, she exclaimed, jumping into Ino's arms. Ino gasped and stumbled backward, not expecting such an enthusiastic greeting. And Ino, I missed you. Suna was fun, but I missed your pork buns. And I missed playing with water balloons. Ino smiled and patted the girl's back. Misako pulled away and turned to greet Mrs. Yamanaka. Mrs. Yamanaka chuckled. And Ino, huh? My daughter is getting so old. Misako paled and quickly looked at Ino. I'm sorry, Ino. I forgot that you don't like being called aunt. Ino waved her off, not really bothered. Mrs. Yamanaka laughed to herself. Already planning my demise, are we? A new voice asked. Ino looked up to see Gaara, who was much taller than she remembered. His eyes were deep and captivating, and he looked different. She noticed he had his hand resting on Misako's shoulder. Not yet, Misako laughed. I'm sorry, Daddy, but I don't think Ino wants you dead. Yet. Bummer, Gaara chuckled. Ino stood stiff, surprised by his laughter. Mrs. Yamanaka joined in, but Ino was still trying to understand what was happening. How did Gaara's death come into play? Hinata joined the gathering, linking her arm with Gaara and smiling at him. He returned her smile warmly, a sight that nearly brought Ino to tears. She never imagined she would see him so affectionate. Then Ino noticed the young boy on Hinata's hip. He appeared to be around Minato's age, sharing the same eyes and hair as Misako, though his hair was much darker. He resembled Gaara more than Misako did. Daisuke? Ino asked, already knowing the answer. The boy blushed and looked away, causing Ino's heart to flutter. Say hello, Daisuke, Hinata whispered into the boy's ear. He buried his face in her hair, prompting laughter from the adults. He's just shy, Ino. Daisuke usually can't leave you alone, can he? Ino nodded, unsure of what to say. She glanced at her godchildren again. They were beautiful. In fact, she felt an instant love for them despite just meeting them. Where's Naruto? Gaara asked. At work, Ino replied. Gaara nodded, kissed Hinata's cheek, and excused himself to greet Masahiro. Meanwhile, Misako was poking her brother's leg. How was Suna? Hinata inquired. Misako grinned. It was fun. Daddy took us sand surfing. He what? Hinata echoed, her expression shifting. Sand surfing. Daddy created a sandstorm and gave us these boards made of sand. And we rode on it. Hinata paled, her already fair complexion looking even more fragile. Misako laughed and patted her mother's baby bump. Ino watched in amazement as the girl cooed over her unborn sibling. Mama, a small voice called from the gates. Ino looked up, recognizing that voice instantly. A smile spread across her face as her eyes landed on the small blonde boy, and she opened her arms for him. Minato trotted over and hugged his mother tightly, followed closely by Kagaya. Hey, Ino smiled, what are you two doing here? Daddy said we should come here after school, Minato answered. Ino patted his head, praising him for listening to his father. Hinata set Daisuke on his feet. The little boy poked Minato, who laughed and poked him back. Soon, both boys were running around, playfully nudging each other. Misako clung to Kagaya and planted a big, affectionate kiss on the blonde teenager's cheek. Kagaya made a face of mock disgust. Why do you do that? Kagaya asked, exasperated. Misako giggled and stuck out her tongue. Kagaya rolled her eyes and tried to pull away from Misako's grasp, but the redhead was too strong. Kagaya sighed in defeat. No wonder boys are scared of you. The adults could do nothing but laugh. Uzumaki Ino, a 37-year-old kunoichi, found herself in the body of her younger self, waking up feeling like a complete mess. For starters, her hair was long again for the first time in years, sticking out in all directions. Second, she had a throbbing headache, and upon recognizing her old teenage bedroom, her heart sank. That's right. She wasn't home anymore. She reached out beside her, hoping it was all a dream and that Naruto would be lying next to her, but her hand met only the cold wall. Suddenly, the bed felt empty. With a sigh, Ino swung her legs over the edge and stomped out of her room. She could hear her mother downstairs and her father in the shower 2 rooms away. Ino ran her fingers through her hair, clearly displeased as she clutched the long locks. She used to love long hair, but now it felt cumbersome. She missed her short bob. It was so much more manageable. With another grumble, Ino turned back into her bedroom, grabbed an aspirin from the bathroom cupboard, swallowed it, and then stepped into the shower. She might as well try to establish a new routine. It seemed she would be here for a while. Ino quickly ate her breakfast, hoping her parents wouldn't notice anything unusual. After saying goodbye, she rushed outside, where the cool air allowed her to think more clearly. Asuma was gone. She still couldn't fully grasp that fact. In her world, he was still alive. Others here were likely alive too, who had passed away in her reality. Like Sakura. Sakura? Ino gasped and stopped in her tracks. She quickly turned to her right, heading straight for the hospital. As soon as she burst through the doors, she spotted a certain pink-haired kunoichi descending the stairs with a clipboard tucked under her arm. Ino froze. Sakura was alive. Relief and happiness washed over her, but jealousy and anger bubbled beneath the surface. The Sakura was alive. The Sakura-chan, a familiar voice exclaimed. Ino felt her heart shatter as the blonde teenager rushed past her, nearly tackling Sakura to the ground. Sakura scolded him for running in the hospital. Ino watched as Naruto apologized while laughing. Sakura's anger faded, replaced by a smile as she forgave him. Ino glanced over her shoulder, hoping to see Sasuke, but he never appeared. "Oh," Sakura exclaimed, finally noticing Ino. "Good morning, Ino." Ino snapped out of her daze and looked into Sakura's green eyes. She blinked, then waved awkwardly. Naruto was giving her a strange look, making her uncomfortable. He was clearly still upset over their recent argument. "Morning," Ino mumbled, once again glancing over her shoulder. "Where was Sasuke? Are you looking for someone?" Sakura asked as she approached Ino. Naruto followed her, looking less than impressed. "Not really," Ino replied. "I was just wondering where Sasuke is." Sakura froze, followed by Naruto. They both stared at her, mouths agape. Sakura looked away, suddenly appearing very downcast. Naruto reacted similarly. Ino frowned. Had she said something wrong? "Oh," Sakura trailed off. "Didn't Hinata tell you the details?" "Details?" Ino asked, now thoroughly confused. Sakura nodded. "He killed Itachi. And it doesn't seem like he's planning to come back." "Itachi? Not coming back?" Ino frowned, trying to process what Sakura was saying. She understood wanting revenge on Itachi for the Uchiha clan's massacre, but not coming back? What was that about? "I don't understand," Ino whispered. "When did he leave?" Sakura and Naruto exchanged glances before looking back at her. "Are you all right, Ino?" Sakura asked, concern evident in her voice. "Don't you remember? It's been 3 years since he left Konoha." This was news to Ino. Another part of this world had changed. Here, Sasuke had left Konoha and, from what Ino could gather, probably became a rogue. Back in her world, he had tried to leave, failed to kill Itachi, and returned in a state of despair. Of course, he had chased after Orochimaru, but he grew impatient, and after failing to kill Itachi a second time, he returned to Konoha. Itachi passed away from illness soon after, leaving Sasuke with deep regrets. About everything. He was never the same again. Until Karen came into his life. Sakura felt a wave of concern wash over her as she glanced at Ino. Although Ino appeared normal, there was definitely something off. Ino snapped out of her daze and narrowed her eyes. Sasuke was a rogue now. With that thought, Ino turned and stormed out of the hospital, leaving Sakura and Naruto behind, both thoroughly confused. Ino wandered aimlessly through the streets of old Konoha, which felt so different from what she remembered. Occasionally, she would stop to gaze at a familiar or entirely new building or setting. Some things seemed unchanged, while others felt foreign. "Hey, Ino," someone called from behind. Ino turned to see Naruto jogging toward her, a smile on his face and a wave in his hand. She blinked, surprised. Wasn't he upset with her? Ino frowned, then chuckled softly to herself. Of course, he wasn't anymore. Naruto never held grudges. He stopped in front of her, nervously rubbing the back of his head. "Hey, Naruto," Ino tried to sound casual. I'm sorry about the other day," Naruto mumbled. Ino shook her head. "No, I should be the one apologizing. she replied, looking away. She couldn't meet his gaze. She feared that if she did, she might reveal too much. An awkward silence settled between them. Do you want to go get some ramen? Naruto finally asked. Ino looked up, surprised, then smiled. Why not? Sitting with Naruto at Ichiraka brought a wave of nostalgia over Ino. She couldn't help but watch him slurp noodles with a big grin on his face. Yes, she was frustrated to be stuck in her teenage body, but at the same time, she cherished being close to a young Naruto again. She missed his carefree spirit, even if he had matured over the years. Naruto noticed Ino staring at him. He blinked, touched his face, then blinked again. Is there something on my face? Ino chuckled. No. Naruto raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and returned to his noodles. Ino turned to her bowl, suddenly feeling uneasy. She pushed it away, trying to clear the knot in her throat, but her stomach churned even more. Naruto gave her a curious look. She forced a smile and inhaled deeply, but the discomfort lingered. Does it hurt? Ino asked, hoping to distract herself. What? Naruto replied, mouth full of noodles. Knowing that Sasuke is out there, doing things you wouldn't normally agree with? Ino whispered. Naruto looked down at his hands. It hurts, he admitted, but I won't give up on him. Sasuke will come back, even if I have to drag him back myself. Ino smiled weakly. You're a good friend, Naruto. He beamed at her before returning to his meal. Ino sighed and looked up at the ceiling, still feeling queasy. She felt bloated and uncomfortable, which was strange. Are you on a secret mission or something? Naruto suddenly asked. Ino looked at him, surprised. He laughed nervously. You just seem different. You're not usually this calm. And then there's that stuff you're keeping from me about the other day. I'm sorry, Naruto, Ino whispered, but I really can't tell you. I'm doing this to protect you, not to go against you. Protect me from what? Akatsuki? I've faced them multiple times. Naruto exclaimed, slightly annoyed. Ino winced at his tone. He noticed and quickly added, I'm sorry, Ino. I didn't mean. Ino shook her head. No, you have every right to be upset. I'm keeping something from you. What kind of friend am I? A good one. Ino smiled. Naruto reached out and touched her hand. She froze as his fingers brushed against hers. Looking into his deep blue eyes, Ino felt a surge of hope. How she wished to hold him. But just as quickly, Naruto withdrew and returned to his meal. Ino laughed as Naruto twirled down the street on their way to her family home. It was uplifting to see him in high spirits. However, with each step she took, the uneasy feeling in her stomach intensified. Ino bit her lip and rested her hand on her belly, unaware of her alter self's history. She hoped she wasn't 16, hormonal, and PR'd. That would be a nightmare. Naruto suddenly stopped twirling and turned to her. You all right? Ino nodded. He resumed twirling and she pointed out her house. He nodded and continued in the right direction. They stopped before the door, where Mrs. Yamanaka was inside arranging flowers. Naruto waved and she waved back. Ino smiled and looked up into Naruto's blue eyes, the same eyes she gazed into every day, filled with fascination and warmth. But now, they only held a smile. It was different from what she shared with her husband. Ino hoped she could change that. After all, how long would she be here? She might as well make it worthwhile. With that thought in mind, Ino stepped closer to Naruto, took hold of his arm, leaned forward, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. She felt him stiffen. When she pulled away, he was bright red. Ino smiled at him, winked, and then stepped inside. Naruto was left in disbelief. Mrs. Yamanaka watched her daughter kiss the blonde boy's cheek and smiled to herself. Her daughter was growing up. How sweet. When Ino stepped inside, Mrs. Yamanaka smirked loudly, causing Ino to glance back at her curiously. Yes, Mama? Ino asked. Mrs. Yamanaka merely shook her head. Young love. Ino understood what her mother meant. Once upstairs in the somewhat comforting confines of her room, Ino rushed to the bathroom, kneeling before the toilet as she felt a wave of nausea. After standing up, the bloated feeling persisted. An overwhelming urge to rid herself of everything surged within her. She bent over the toilet once more. After rinsing her mouth, a flash of memory crossed her mind, an image of herself, bent over a toilet. It definitely wasn't from today, nor from her life as a 37-year-old. No, it was a memory of her alter self. Now she understood what was wrong. She wasn't PRGNT or carrying a virus. Her alter self was struggling with bulimia. Ino watched herself in the mirror, her eyes narrowing as she contemplated everything that had happened in just 5 minutes. Bulimia. Wasn't it an eating disorder? Wasn't it all in the mind of the person suffering from it? So why was 37-year-old Ino, trapped in her 16-year-old body, experiencing it? Why did she suddenly feel the urge to purge the calories she had consumed that day? And why had she felt nauseous earlier? Bulimia shouldn't invoke nausea. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Somewhere along the line of her dimensional transfer, Ino had somehow inherited her alternative's bulimia. Did that mean the technique hadn't been completed yet? Someone had used 5 dimensions to heaven without ensuring it was safe. Who would dare use a forbidden technique without confirming its safety? Not that forbidden techniques were ever truly safe. Ino sighed and ran her fingers through her long hair. She needed to figure out what was going on and restore everything to normal once and for all. Meanwhile, in the realm of 16-year-old Ino, Ino spun around in front of the mirror, her eyes sparkling with delight. The dress she had bought a few days ago suited her figure perfectly. She had just realized how amazing her older self looked. For a mother of 2, she didn't carry much weight, she still had her curves from her teenage years, and her skin radiated. How could she have missed this before? A knock on the door shook Ino from her reverie. She turned around to find Hinata dressed in a lovely lavender gown. Her hair was neatly styled in a chignon bun adorned with delicate ornaments. Naruto was starting to wonder where you went, Hinata laughed. Oh, Ino blushed, I'll be right there. Hinata nodded and left. Ino turned back to the mirror one last time, placing a large flower clip just above her ear. There wasn't much she could do with her short hair, but at least the clip added some flair. Satisfied with her appearance, Ino left the room. The banquet was just beginning, with the first guests already arriving. Gaara and Hinata stood hand in hand by the door, welcoming everyone. Naruto was with them, but he seemed lost in thought. Ino decided to join him. After all, the guests expected to see her with her husband. Several strangers greeted Ino as if they knew her. She smiled politely, hoping they wouldn't linger too long. Hinata often glanced at Ino with curiosity, but Ino did her best to act naturally. Eventually, Naruto began greeting people with a broad smile, his hand resting on the small of Ino's back, which made her feel a bit anxious, but she didn't move away. 2 familiar figures appeared in the doorway. One was a man with dark brown hair, a goatee, and a ponytail, dressed in traditional attire. The other was a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a blue kimono with a pink obi. She smiled radiantly, her expression brightening even more when she spotted a certain redhead. "Gaara!" she exclaimed, pulling the Kazekage into a warm embrace. A blush crept onto his cheeks, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he chuckled softly and returned the hug. The woman sighed. "You foolish little brother, no letters?" "I was busy," Gaara replied, looking into his sister's eyes. Temari glared at him. "A man is never too busy to write to his sister," she chided. "You only responded when I needed help." Gaara offered a weak smile. "Sorry, Tem." "You better be," Temari huffed, crossing her arms. Shikamaru, who had been quiet until now, chuckled. "Hello, Shikamaru," Ino greeted. "Hey, Ino," he replied. Ino smiled. Temari was with him. Could it be that they were married? She had always sensed Shikamaru had feelings for Temari. Temari suddenly brightened again. "Oh, we have wonderful news. We're going to have a baby." Silence fell over the group. Gaara and Naruto stiffened, while Hinata looked surprised but remained more relaxed than the 2 men. Ino glanced around, puzzled by their odd reactions. Wasn't this great news? Something so beautiful and cherished should be celebrated. Ino stepped forward and embraced Temari and Shikamaru tightly. "Congratulations." "Thank you, Ino," Temari beamed. Gaara snapped out of his stupor and took his sister's hands, concern crossing his face. How? Temari, you know you can't. The last time you tried, it was dangerous. Ino froze. Dangerous? Suddenly, she felt a wave of unease. She glanced at Shikamaru, who exchanged a sorrowful look with Naruto. Temari laughed and playfully swatted Gaara's arm. Silly, we're adopting. Just like that, the tension melted away. Gaara sighed in relief and pulled his sister into a tight embrace, apologizing repeatedly. Temari chuckled and patted his back. Ino watched in amazement. Temari handled the situation so calmly and happily. And Gaara? He seemed like a completely different person. Temari hugged Hinata before moving toward the main area where the banquet was taking place. Shikamaru whispered something to Naruto, who nodded seriously in response. Shikamaru then shook Naruto's hand and joined his wife. Ino moved back to stand next to Naruto, his hand returning to the small of her back. This time, Ino didn't feel nervous. As most of the guests arrived, the two Kage and their wives moved to join the main event. Ino eagerly conversed with Shikamaru and Temari, excited to hear more about their plans for adoption. Naruto and Gaara circulated, greeting guests and discussing various matters, while Hinata sat down, her feet aching from standing too long. Music filled the air, and several people began dancing and enjoying drinks. Laughter echoed throughout the Hyuga mansion. Ino wasn't quite sure what was expected of her at this banquet, as she didn't even know its purpose, but she tried to go with the flow. Minato and Kagaya played with Misako and Daisuke outside in the garden, while other children joined them, including Masashi and Itachi. Masahiro and Akemi stood together with several peers, laughing and chatting. Ino could have sworn one girl looked like a female version of Kakashi. Without the mask, of course. Eventually, Temari dragged Shikamaru away, insisting he dance with her. No matter how much he protested, he wasn't going to win. Ino laughed as they disappeared into the crowd. Ino, a male voice exclaimed. Ino spun around and nearly stumbled when she collided with someone's chest. Two strong arms caught her, and laughter filled her ears. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Ino looked up and smiled widely. Kiba. Kiba grinned and stepped back, giving Ino some space. Much like the other men, Kiba looked different now. His hair was long, he was taller, and it seemed he had lost sight in one of his eyes. Unlike most of the guests, Kiba wore modern attire instead of traditional clothing. It's good to see you. You too, Kiba replied. You've been avoiding the public lately, why is that? Ino blushed. Well, the truth was she wasn't exactly herself. Oh, busy with the children. Kiba nodded in understanding, then held out his hand toward her. Ino blinked, looked up into Kiba's eyes, and then down again. She smiled and took his hand, allowing him to lead her onto the dance floor. It was a party after all, she might as well enjoy it. The two swayed in silence, but it was comfortable. Kiba didn't ask questions or try to make conversation, which gave Ino peace of mind. After a few dances, someone patted Kiba's shoulder. They stopped dancing and turned around, coming face to face with a tall, dark-haired man whom Ino recognized instantly. May I? Sasuke asked. Kiba laughed, nodded, and bid his farewell. Sasuke took Ino's hand, and they moved into place to continue dancing. Enjoying the party? Sasuke asked. Yes, Ino replied. I would love to know what we are celebrating though. I couldn't ask Kiba for obvious reasons. Sasuke chuckled. Indeed. It's Niji's birthday. Ino furrowed her eyebrows. Niji's birthday? This is quite a festival for a branch member's birthday, don't you think? And why isn't the birthday boy here himself? Sasuke opened his mouth to respond but then closed it. They swayed in silence for several minutes until the song ended. Sasuke pulled away and bowed. I think Hinata is the only one who can answer those questions. Ino frowned. But I can't tell her the truth. Why not? Sasuke asked as he stood straight. His onyx eyes sparkled. She's your best friend, is she not? She is. Ino asked, her eyes wide. Sasuke chuckled. I do recall telling you Karen is your best friend, but Hinata is different. She's the sister you never had, Ino. Keeping secrets from her is almost impossible. I'm surprised she hasn't approached you yet, I'm certain she's noticed your unusual behavior. Ino stood frozen and flabbergasted. She wasn't that surprised about her friendship with Hinata, she was more surprised that Sasuke was encouraging her to tell Hinata the truth. Had he not warned her earlier with Naruto not to reveal more about who she really was? Sasuke must have noticed her confusion because he squeezed her hand, reassuring her that everything was all right. Ino smiled at him gratefully. Sasuke in this world was so different from the one she knew. When the song ended, Sasuke excused himself and disappeared into the crowd to find his wife. Ino stood by herself for several minutes, then quickly moved to the side as a new song started to play. Ino sighed and sat down. She scanned the room, hoping to find Hinata alone, but the heiress was dancing with Naruto. Ino watched the two and couldn't help but think of the 16-year-old Hinata who loved Naruto. Strange how here Hinata was married to Gaara. Ino noticed someone sitting down beside her. She turned to face her new guest and was surprised to see Masahiro. He was dressed in a traditional kosode and hakama, and his hair was tied back in a small ponytail. It looked kind of cute, given his hair was rather short. "Enjoying the party, Masahiro?" Ino asked. "I always enjoy the banquets you plan with Hinata," Masahiro replied. Ino smiled and turned her gaze back to Hinata and Naruto dancing. "Why do you call her that, Masahiro? Isn't she your mother?" Masahiro sighed and looked down at his hands. Then, determined, he stood up and turned to face Ino. She blinked in surprise when he held out his hand. "Would you like to dance, Ino?" Ino chuckled and took his hand. They moved to the dance floor and started to sway to the music. Masahiro was a fantastic dancer. The song ended, but they continued dancing until the next song started to play. "My father always addressed my mother formally," Masahiro stated suddenly, even after they had a relationship beyond that of friends. Ino looked up into Masahiro's eyes, surprised. She didn't think he would answer her question. Ino furrowed her brows, now even more confused than before. "I don't understand," Ino whispered. "Gaara doesn't address Hinata formally." Masahiro raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about, Ino? You know Gaara isn't my father." Ino's eyes widened, and she started to panic. She bit her lip and looked away from Masahiro's gaze, hoping he wouldn't push the issue further. This was a problem. She had just given away a significant clue that she wasn't who he thought she was. "Masahiro, can I steal Ino from you?" Hinata's soft voice came from behind him. Masahiro let go of Ino, smiled, and nodded. Just as he left, he gave Ino a strange look over his shoulder. Ino tried to avoid eye contact. Hinata had noticed Ino's strange behavior several days ago and was now determined to get to the bottom of things. "Want to take a walk, Ino?" "Sure," Ino muttered. And so the two women disappeared into the gardens, leaving their party for a while. It was dark outside, but garden torches lit up the area. There was a slight breeze, but it wasn't cold. The air was fresh and crisp, perfect for a stroll through the large garden of the Hyuga estate. Ino and Hinata walked in silence for several minutes. It was comfortable, but Ino was still nervous about what was going to happen next. Finally, Hinata spoke. "Something happened, right?" Ino stopped and looked down at her feet. Hinata stopped as well and turned to face her best friend. The wind picked up speed and brushed past the two women, but they ignored the chills that came over them. "I'm sorry," Ino whispered. Hinata frowned. "For what? You did nothing wrong, Ino." "I'm not your best friend," Ino stated, suddenly feeling bold. She looked up into Hinata's eyes, expecting to see surprise and perhaps even anger, but Hinata was smiling warmly. "I know," Hinata replied. "Naruto told me." Ino's eyes widened. Hinata looked up at the stars. "I noticed your strange behavior that day in the shop. You were far too shocked to see Masahiro, you even mistook him for Niji. I tried to muster the strength to ask you, but I could not bring myself to do it. Naruto noticed my confusion, so he explained it to me." "I'm sorry," Ino whispered again. Hinata laughed softly. "I should be apologizing. You're my best friend, yet I couldn't bring myself to ask you a simple question. I feel so foolish, don't I?" "Never!" Ino exclaimed, surprised by her own reaction. Hinata blinked, then laughed again. The two sat down on a bench in the garden, and a comfortable silence fell between them. It was peaceful. Finally, Ino gathered her courage to ask the question that had been troubling her all night. Hinata. If this is Niji's birthday banquet, why isn't he here? Ino asked in a whisper. Hinata froze. A gentle breeze swept through the garden. Hinata closed her eyes and bit her lip. Ino felt a wave of panic. She could see the heiress was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, don't answer that. Hinata shook her head. He is here, but only in spirit. Ino blinked, and then it clicked, causing her eyes to widen. Hinata began to tremble, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Ino wrapped her arms around her best friend to comfort her. I'm so sorry, Hinata. Hinata continued to sob quietly in Ino's embrace. I loved him, Ino. I truly loved him, despite the circumstances we faced together. Ino didn't fully understand what Hinata meant, but she nodded in support. Hinata's sobs grew softer, and she wrapped her arm around Ino, seeking comfort. Ino welcomed her friend's closeness. While Hinata cried, Ino glanced up at the party happening inside and spotted Masahiro standing in the doorway, watching them with a somber expression. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Ino. A series of images flashed through her mind, helping her understand the situation. No wonder she had mistaken Masahiro for Niji. He was Niji's son. To say Ino was stunned would be an understatement. She felt no disgust towards Hinata for having a child with her cousin, as intermarriages were still common, despite some people's objections. Besides, cousins were not as genetically close as many believed, and their children could be perfectly healthy. Ino just never expected this, as she had always thought Hinata would marry Naruto. It was amusing how things turned out. Hinata was still in Ino's arms, but she was calming down now. After a few minutes, Hinata pulled away, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped her tears. Ino gently rubbed her back to soothe her, and Hinata offered a small smile in gratitude. I'm sorry, Hinata mumbled. That was unbecoming of me. Ino shook her head. No, I understand. Can I ask you one thing? Hinata blinked and nodded. Masahiro is Niji's son, isn't he? Ino asked. Hinata's eyes flickered, and she looked down at her hands resting in her lap. Finally, she nodded. Hinata gazed up at the sky, which was dotted with a few clouds. The elders of the clan were very strict about keeping our clan pure, Hinata began to explain. They practically ordered my father to ensure I produced an heir with another Hyuga. Your father chose Niji? Ino asked, surprised. Hinata laughed and shook her head. No, Hinata giggled. I chose him. Ino frowned, sensing Hinata's confusion. Hinata laughed again. I was 16 at the time, Hinata admitted. I couldn't bear the thought of devoting myself to someone in such a way, especially someone I didn't love. That's when Niji stepped in. He confronted my father and the elders and demanded that I be left alone. It was the most beautiful thing he ever did for me other than giving me my son, of course. Ino smiled as she realized Hinata was glowing with happiness now. She enjoyed talking about this and wanted to share the cherished memories she had of Niji. And then? Ino asked. Well, Hinata sighed, the elders ignored Niji, but my father was impressed. So, my father approached Niji and asked him to protect me. We were all surprised by this. My father always thought I was a failure. Wow, Ino breathed. I remember that. Your father doesn't approve of you in my world either. Really? Hinata asked, surprised. Ino nodded. Interesting. So Niji became your protector? Ino asked. Something like that, Hinata laughed. We took a different approach than what my father had in mind. Instead of Niji guarding me, we decided to have a baby. The elders weren't very happy, of course. Niji is only a branch member after all. Ino blinked. Hinata never seemed like the rebellious type. It was fascinating to hear this story. Ino could never imagine something like this happening with the Hinata and Niji she knew. They were close, yes, but not that close. Silence enveloped them. The music, chatter, and laughter from the party inside could be heard, but the garden remained tranquil. Masahiro was still standing in the doorway, watching the two women talk. He did not dare move. Ino found it sweet of him, looking over his mother like a devoted protector, much like his father. How did he die? Ino finally mustered the courage to ask the difficult question. In the war, Hinata whispered. My best friend told me he died a hero. A lump formed in Ino's throat. She looked into Hinata's eyes for confirmation, and she received it. Ino glanced down at her hands and then back up into Hinata's lavender eyes. I was there. Hinata nodded. I was far along in my Piarjinsui and unable to fight. Kurinai was Piarjinanti with Akemi at the time too. A group of enemies was heading to the village to harm the women and children. Niji stopped them but lost his life in the process. Silence fell once more. After that, I thought I would never heal, Hinata confessed. I was alone with a child and in despair. That's when you lifted me up again. You were there when I needed someone the most. A blush crept onto Ino's cheeks. Hinata noticed and smiled. Oh, Hinata suddenly exclaimed excitedly, and you dragged me off on a double date, and that's how I met the love of my life. Ino blinked. Gaara? Hinata nodded vigorously. I love Niji, but I wasn't in love with him. I realized this a few months after Gaara and I became an item. I'm glad you're happy now, Hinata, Ino whispered. I wish I could say the same for you, Hinata said, pointing at one of the windows looking out into the garden. It looks like your husband is looking for you. And sure enough, Naruto was standing in the window, motioning for Ino to come inside. The moment Ino stepped inside, she was swept up and pulled to the dance floor by a very enthusiastic blonde Hokage. Ino couldn't help but giggle at his childlike excitement as they began to sway to the music. The song sounded familiar, but Ino couldn't quite place its name. Naruto certainly seemed to enjoy it, though. Ino felt a mix of nerves and excitement dancing with Naruto, which took her by surprise. Being held in his strong arms felt different from when he simply rested his hand on her back. It was warm and surprisingly comforting, making her feel at home, as if she had never been pulled into a completely different world. Thank you, Ino whispered, causing Naruto to frown down at her. She smiled back. Thank you for telling Hinata the truth. Naruto grinned. You are her best friend, after all. And Gaara threatened me that if I didn't tell her he would. Then she would be hurt because you couldn't confide in her. Ino nodded, and they swayed to the music in silence, enjoying each other's company. She could feel the eyes of several guests on them, but it didn't bother her. To them, it was normal for the Hokage to dance with his wife. Naruto, Ino called softly. He looked down into her blue eyes, waiting for her to continue. She was surprised by how tall he had grown. Can I ask you a favor? Naruto closed his eyes, tightened his grip on her waist, and pulled her closer. She inhaled deeply, taken aback by the sudden warmth of his affection, her heart racing. Anything, he whispered. In her ear, his breath sending a shiver down her spine. A blush crept to her cheeks as she tried to gather her thoughts. Finally, Ino calmed herself. Why was she acting like a schoolgirl? She was supposed to be a mature, married woman. I'm tired of not knowing everything, she stated. I want you to tell me everything about everyone. If I stay oblivious, I won't be able to keep my identity a secret. Naruto thought for a moment before agreeing. All right, I will tell you as much as I can. There are certain things I can't share, and some stories you have to hear from others. I can't tell you everything at once, you might be overwhelmed. Ino nodded, feeling a weight lift off her chest. What about one fact a day? That sounds like a good idea, Naruto agreed. All right, here's the first fact. Kiba is blind in his left eye. I knew it. Ino exclaimed. Naruto blinked, then laughed. How did he go blind? Just a tragic accident with a kunai on a mission a few years ago. He doesn't need his eyes, though. His nose covers everything. Ino chuckled. Indeed. They swayed in comfortable silence again, both smiling. To the onlookers, they appeared to be the perfect couple, deeply in love. Their children, Kagaya and Minato, watched from the garden, pleased to see their parents acting normally again. Ino, I just had a brilliant idea, Naruto suddenly said. Ino looked up, confused. Why don't we exchange stories? I tell you a fact a day about this world, and you share a story of yours. Ino considered it. Should she? Would it be safe? Well, she was already deep into everything here, so it shouldn't hurt, right? She nodded. Alright. Here's fact number 1. You love ramen. Naruto made a disappointed face and groaned, Not fair, I already know that. Ino laughed, causing several people to glance at her in surprise. Naruto pouted. When her laughter subsided, she gently rested her head against his chest, completely unaware of how natural it felt. Naruto was surprised but didn't mind at all. Kidding, Ino finally said when she stopped laughing. Here's the real fact number 1. Asuma is dead. Naruto stiffened at this, and Ino felt his grip on her waist tighten again. I'm sorry, he whispered. Ino closed her eyes and hummed softly. There was no need for him to apologize. Death comes to everyone eventually. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't realize they had been dancing for 7 songs already. Despite this, neither made a move to stop. They were comfortable in each other's arms, even with a crowd watching them. Naruto. You can sleep in our bedroom again if you want, Ino whispered, a blush creeping to her face as she spoke. Naruto frowned. No, he protested. You can stay there, I'm fine in the guest room. Ino sighed. That's not what I meant. I mean, move back in with me. Naruto stopped moving to the music, causing Ino to look up into his eyes, worried. Had she overstepped a boundary? No, she was happy with her choice. She loved being in his arms and wanted to wake up next to him. He deserved to sleep in his bed beside his wife. Are you sure? Naruto asked seriously. Ino nodded and rested her head against his chest again. He remained still, so she took the initiative to sway to the music once more. Naruto soon joined her, wrapping both arms around her waist. It surprised her, but she didn't pull away. Her face felt warm, but she was determined to act like the grown, mature, married woman she was. After what felt like hours of dancing, Ino excused herself and stepped outside. She hoped to find her children and give them each a tight embrace, but they were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone off to play somewhere else. Ino sighed and sat down on a bench, enjoying the cool air against her warm skin. Enjoying yourself, Lady Ino? A female voice asked. Ino looked up, already feeling uneasy about her guest's tone, and inwardly cringed when she realized it was Hyuga Astra, the seamstress. Yes, thank you, Ino replied as politely as possible. What about you, Astra? Astra smirked and gazed up at the stars. I only attend because it is my duty. I see, Ino said, trailing off. She wasn't in the mood to talk to Astra. While her dresses and kimonos were beautiful and elegant, her personality left much to be desired. Everything about Astra's demeanor sent warning signals through Ino's mind. Minato poked his head up from behind a bush and waved. Ino smiled widely and waved back. Minato giggled. Mama, come play with us. Ino stood up, excused herself, and started heading toward Minato. A sudden chilly breeze swept through the garden, causing Ino to shiver. She made a mental note to check that all the children were warm. She didn't want any of them to catch a cold. Lady Ino, Astra called out. Ino glanced over her shoulder, feeling annoyed that the woman was still intent on disturbing her, despite her earlier dismissal. Yes, Ino replied, trying to mask her irritation. Astra's smirk widened. I would be very careful if I were you. We wouldn't want your world to come crashing down, now would we? Ino frowned, completely confused. What was Astra trying to imply? What are you talking about? Who do you think you are? Anger began to simmer within her as Astra's smirk grew wider, sending an unsettling chill down Ino's spine. Just be careful, Astra whispered as she disappeared inside, or you might lose something dear to you. Unexpectedly closer. Ino splashed her face with water and looked up in the mirror. She was still getting used to her short hair, but she admired how well the style suited her. Satisfied that her makeup was removed, Ino returned to the bedroom and began blow-drying her hair. Naruto entered quietly, closing the door behind him. The kids are in bed. Minato woke up again, but he quickly dozed off when I told him we were home. Ino smiled. Thanks. Naruto shook his head and removed his Hokage robes. Ino froze for a moment, but sighed in relief when she realized he wore a black shirt and pants underneath. Naruto glanced at her, smirked, and then headed to the bathroom. Ino continued blow-drying her hair, trying to calm her racing heart. The banquet had been a huge success, and everyone felt good about attending. Hinata had offered for Ino and her family to stay the night, but Ino declined. She wanted to get the children home and ensure they were well rested for the upcoming week. Hinata understood and complimented Ino on how quickly she had adapted to motherhood, causing Ino to blush. Now that they were home, Ino couldn't deny her nervousness. It felt silly to be anxious, especially since she had invited Naruto back into their bedroom. But she couldn't help it. After all, she was still a teenager at heart. With her hair dry, Ino moved to the wardrobe to find her pajamas. She was still in a cotton nightgown, and the chill in the air was becoming uncomfortable. Finally, she found a blue tank top with matching pants adorned with pink rabbits and quickly changed, knowing Naruto wouldn't be in the shower much longer. Satisfied, Ino settled into bed with a book she had found earlier that morning in the study. Naruto emerged from the bathroom wearing only a towel. Ino glanced at him, her cheeks flushing, and quickly looked away. Naruto seemed unfazed by her reaction, moving to the wardrobe to find something appropriate to wear. Ino fought the urge to stare but ultimately succumbed, abandoning her book to watch him as he rummaged through the drawers. She had to admit he was incredibly attractive. She had never noticed it before. It was strange. His toned body, a result of rigorous training, was tanned, and the battle scars remained. Ino wished she could kiss those scars away, but she knew that would be foolish. Naruto seemed to enjoy her gaze, chuckling as he let the towel drop, leaving him in just his underwear. Ino gasped and quickly buried her face in her book. "That's not funny, Naruto," Ino exclaimed, her voice muffled. Naruto pulled on a pair of shorts and climbed into bed beside her, pulling the covers over himself. "Sorry, I just love teasing you." "I noticed," Ino whispered, glancing at him. "All clear?" "Yes." Ino sighed in relief and peeked at Naruto. When she confirmed he was decent, she closed her book and set it aside. She made herself comfortable and turned off the lamp, leaving them in darkness. Now that she couldn't see him, her nerves returned. She knew he wouldn't do anything, but the anxiety lingered. After all, she had never shared a bed with a man before. "Relax, Ino," Naruto's voice whispered soothingly. To her surprise, Ino found herself calming down. She closed her eyes and snuggled deeper under the covers. As she lay there, reality hit her hard. She was a 16-year-old in the body of an older version of herself, move into a new world where she was expected to be a mother, a wife, a friend, and so much more. She was no longer little Ino, she was now the Hokage's wife. Until now, she thought she could handle it, but the weight of everything was piling up. Tears welled in her eyes, and before she knew it, Ino burst into tears. "Ino?" Naruto asked, surprised by her sudden sobs. He moved closer and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Ino was so overwhelmed that she didn't have time to react. She simply continued to cry into his chest. Naruto gently stroked her hair. "Shoo, it's okay. Everything will be all right. We'll figure this out, I promise." As they lay there, Naruto felt his heart ache for his wife, unable to bear seeing her in such pain. Kaguya was already gone the next morning when Ino sat down for breakfast. She gave Naruto a questioning look, and he mouthed, "Mission," to answer her silent inquiry. Naruto and Minato ate quickly, then proceeded with their daily routines. Minato grabbed his bag for school and waited for his father so they could leave together. Ino felt somewhat lost and alone, as she had nothing to do during the day unlike her family. Naruto came downstairs in his robes, kissed Ino on the cheek, and headed for the door. Just as he was about to leave with Minato, he turned back. "You should try to go to work." Ino blinked. "What?" "I said you should try to go to work," Naruto repeated. "I'll let them know you're not feeling yourself, so they'll leave you be. At least you'll have something to do." "I have a job?" Ino asked, surprised. Naruto laughed. "Of course you do, you're a botanist at the greenhouse." "Really?" Ino asked. "I'm a botanist in my world too." "Well, Then I assume it won't be hard, Naruto grinned, then left. Ino felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of having something to do, so she quickly finished her breakfast, cleaned up, and got ready to leave. She wasn't exactly sure where the greenhouse was, but she was confident she would find it. Greenhouses weren't that hard to locate, after all. The greenhouse was the largest greenhouse in Konoha, situated just a short distance from the hospital. A collection of wildflowers surrounded the building in an orderly fashion, and a stone path led to the entrance. It was beautiful. Ino approached the greenhouse nervously and opened the door. She was greeted by warm air and the familiar, comforting aroma of herbs and spices. She loved plants and she loved her job even more. Several people were bustling around, watering and harvesting plants. Ino noticed a couple of nurses working with a medic on some antidotes. She glanced around, mesmerized by the vastness of the place. "You're back," a female voice exclaimed. A young woman, not older than her teens, appeared around the corner. She had silver hair and dark eyes. Ino recognized her from the banquet. She was with Masahiro and Akemi. The funny thing? She resembled a younger version of Kakashi, without the mask. "It seems so," Ino replied, careful not to reveal too much. More people knew about her condition than she had intended, but she was still following Naruto's advice to keep it private. "The Hokage stopped by earlier," the girl said. "He explained everything to us." "Well, he told the others you weren't feeling well, but he confided in me." Ino's eyes widened. "He did?" "Yes," the girl continued. "I'm second in command here, so he left you in my care." "Who's in command then?" Ino asked. "You are," the girl replied, causing Ino's eyes to widen further. "Or well, you used to be." That was unexpected. Ino never imagined she would be the head botanist overseeing this entire place. It meant the entire village depended on her knowledge for survival when the time came. The thought was both thrilling and daunting. "I'm Kana, by the way," the girl introduced herself. The name rang a bell, and it took only a moment for Ino to remember Akemi mentioning Akana before. "Nice to meet you," Ino smiled. "This may sound strange, but you look a lot like..." Kana cut her off. "Kakashi? I inherited most of my father's looks, it seems. My poor mother was overshadowed in the process." Ino was astonished. She had guessed correctly that Kana was Kakashi's daughter. "I'll show you around," Kana said, turning to lead the way. Meanwhile, in her 37-year-old body, Ino was waking up. The sun's rays streamed through the window, rousing her from slumber. She sat up, groaned, and pulled her long hair into a ponytail. She was growing tired of her long hair, no matter how beautiful it looked. With a yawn, Ino stumbled to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then returned to her room to get dressed. She went downstairs to greet her parents. "What do you plan to do?" Inoichi asked. "About what?" Ino replied as she spread butter on her toast. "About the whole traveling dimensions thing?" Inoichi clarified. Ino sighed and took a bite of her toast. "I'm not sure yet. I know how I got here, I just need to figure out who did it. It certainly wasn't me. I don't have a death wish." Inoichi frowned. "You know how you got here? So you know the technique's name?" Ino nodded. "And I'm not the only one. I just hope Naruto remembers it before something terrible happens. The longer we stay like this, the worse things may get." As Ino continued to munch on her toast, Inoichi pondered his daughter's words. There had to be something he could do to help her. He wanted to support her. She was his daughter, whether she was from another dimension or not. "What is this technique called? Who developed it?" Inoichi asked, hoping that perhaps the information could assist them in finding some answers. Ino gave him a blank stare. "That, I'm afraid I cannot tell you." In her 16-year-old body, Ino felt bored. Being 37 and stuck in a teenage body didn't leave many options for entertainment. For starters, drinking was out of the question because it was illegal, and Ino could really use a drink right now. Another problem was that she had a completely different personality in a world where she wasn't familiar with her surroundings. How was she supposed to find something to do when she didn't know where to go or who to call? So Ino decided to visit the hospital and see Sakura, as it seemed like the only thing to do. Not to mention, it had been years since Ino had last seen Sakura, since she was, after all, deceased in the dimension where she came from. Sakura was giving immunizations that day. Several people, mostly children and their mothers, were waiting for their turn to receive their shots. Ino had always hated needles, but she understood how useful they were. "Good morning, Ino," Sakura greeted as she cleaned a patient's arm with an alcohol swab. "Morning," Ino replied. "Do you need an immunization?" Sakura asked as she prepared a needle for the patient. The patient stared at the needle anxiously, and Ino empathized with their discomfort. "No," Ino said, "I just stopped by to say hello. I was wondering if we could grab a drink after work." Sakura seemed surprised. "That sounds fine. I'll be done at 5 today. Should we meet at the tea house where we usually go?" Ino nodded, despite not having a clue where the tea house was. Oh well, she would find out one way or another. "All right, do you know where Naruto is today?" Sakura looked surprised by the question. "He's training outside the village, why?" Ino smiled and turned to leave. "No reason, I just think he has a nice physique." Ino walked away, leaving Sakura flabbergasted. Sure enough, Naruto was training outside the village, doing sit-ups while hanging upside down from a tree. He was shirtless and looked as impressive as ever. Ino leaned against a nearby tree and watched him with a grin. He continued training, unaware of her presence, and she intended to keep it that way for a little while longer. She just loved watching him. Several minutes passed before Naruto finally finished and jumped down, landing on his feet. He sighed and stretched his arms above his head, giving Ino quite the view. Her grin widened. Naruto wiped some sweat from his brow, then picked up his jacket and started to put it back on. Ino emerged from the shadows and approached him. "Hello, Naruto," she greeted, causing him to jump. "Gah," Naruto exclaimed, "don't scare me like that." Ino chuckled. Naruto shot her a glare, but then laughed and zipped up his jacket. Ino watched the zipper move upward with a thoughtful expression. Noticing her gaze, Naruto gave her a confused look. She smirked and shrugged. "So," Naruto began, "what are you doing here?" "Hoping you would entertain me," Ino replied. "I'm bored." Naruto looked puzzled but shrugged. "I'm heading to Ichiraku's now. You're welcome to join me." "I'd like that." The two turned and made their way back to the village, where they settled at Ichiraku's and ordered ramen. Naruto was sharing stories about his training routine, and Ino listened intently. "So," Naruto finally finished, "why were you watching me?" "Oh ho," Ino smirked. "What makes you think I was watching you?" "Maybe I was interested in the tree." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? That's just silly, Ino." Ino threw her head back and laughed. So maybe I was watching you. You have nice abs. Has anyone ever told you that?" A blush crept onto Naruto's face. Ino smirked and took a sip of water. Naruto silently slurped his ramen, struggling to find the right words. "Sakura and I are meeting at the tea house tonight," Ino finally said. "Want to join us?" "Sure," Naruto mumbled between bites of noodles. "It's the tea house opposite your house, right?" Ino nodded slowly, relieved to know which tea house she meant. The two finished their ramen, paid, and then left. Naruto playfully poked Ino, yelled, "Tag, you're it," and ran off. Ino snorted and started to chase after him. At least she wasn't bored anymore. Sakura was already at the tea house when Naruto and Ino arrived, out of breath from their playful chase. It had been quite entertaining, especially when Naruto had playfully pushed her into the river. Ino couldn't remember the last time she felt so carefree. Sakura gave them a curious look, then rolled her eyes and motioned for them to sit down. Ino collapsed into a seat and ran her fingers through her damp hair. Naruto sat down next to her, surprising both girls. "I've ordered oolong for now," Sakura stated, trying to ignore the tight feeling in her chest when she noticed the look Naruto gave Ino. "Sounds great," Ino smiled. "How was work?" "Good," Sakura explained. "Everything went smoothly. One patient fainted from the shock of getting a needle, but he's all right now." "Really? I guess some people do have a strong fear of sharp things," Ino remarked. Sakura nodded. Their tea arrived, and Sakura poured each of them a cup. Ino ordered some snacks. Naruto stared at the tea, sniffed. It wrinkled his nose, then quickly swallowed it down. Tastes better than it smells, Naruto stated. Ino laughed. Indeed. The three sipped their tea in silence for a while. Are you all right, Ino? Sakura asked. Yeah, why do you ask? Ino replied. You just seem different, Sakura noted. And the other day, you didn't seem to notice Sasuke at all. Ino smiled weakly. I wasn't feeling well, so I got a bit confused. Luckily, Sakura seemed to accept the excuse, which was a relief. Ino glanced at Naruto, who appeared to be deep in thought. She wondered what was going on in that beautiful mind of his. Their snacks arrived, and Ino immediately grabbed a pork bun and broke it in half. She lifted one to Naruto's mouth, which startled him. He looked her in the eye, then opened his mouth and allowed her to feed him. Sakura watched, shocked and confused. Just what was Ino up to? Ino smiled and took a bite of her half of the bun. She noticed Sakura's glare but shrugged it off. Naruto was staring at Ino, trying to figure out why she was suddenly so interested and affectionate toward him. It felt strange. He might be oblivious, but he wasn't unaware enough to miss that something was brewing. 16-year-old Ino. Kana was very helpful and stayed by Ino's side throughout the day at the greenhouse, ensuring that everything was in order. They walked around, checking on the plants, and once they finished, Ino watered some while Kana removed stray weeds. After watering the plants, Ino decided to see what the medic was up to. The male medic was unfamiliar, but Ino recognized the soldier pills he was developing when she reached his station. He greeted her before returning his focus to his work. It was getting late, but he didn't seem close to leaving yet. Kana joined them. He always works late into the night, Kana said. We usually have him lock up. Ino nodded, glancing at the medic again. After bidding goodbye to Kana, Ino turned to head home. The walk was peaceful, and she was glad to arrive home and be greeted by Minato the moment she walked through the door. She knelt and pulled her son into a tight embrace. How was work? Naruto asked as he stood in front of the stove, preparing dinner. The aroma was delicious. Good, Ino replied. Kana was very friendly. She gets that from her mother, Naruto grinned. Everything else seems to come from Kakashi. I noticed. Silence fell. Ino sat at the dining table, watching Naruto move around the kitchen. She thought of the medic and the soldier pills he was developing. Naruto. I want to visit Chuji. Think you can take me there tomorrow? Naruto froze and looked over his shoulder at his wife. He swallowed hard. You know how I told you I would share one thing a day? Yes. Ino asked, confused. Well, here's today's fact. Chuji is gone. Ino froze, her heart feeling as if it had shattered. Naruto didn't say another word. Ino sat in silence, contemplating the reality that Chuji was no longer in her life. So many of her peers were gone in this world, and it weighed heavily on her. Of course, Asuma was alive, which was a relief, but a team without Chuji. Ino couldn't imagine what Shikamaru must be going through every day. Shikamaru, Ino sighed. She wasn't ready to press this subject further now. She was too shocked and hurt to learn the details behind Chuji's passing. Tomorrow she would visit Shikamaru and ask him. They could mourn his loss together then. Ino woke up just as the sun's rays peeked through the window. She groaned and turned around, coming face to face with a sleeping Naruto. His mouth was open, and he was snoring softly. It was cute. Ino smiled and watched him for a while. Naruto grumbled, then shifted slightly and wrapped his arms around Ino's waist, pulling her closer. She was about to protest but thought better of it and lay still, waiting. He was still snoring softly, so he was asleep. She chuckled to herself. Ino remained like that for a while, not wanting to disturb Naruto. She closed her eyes, hoping to rest a little longer, but sleep eluded her. After 20 minutes, she opened her eyes and looked up. Naruto was still sleeping. She lifted her arm and reached out to touch his face. He felt so soft and warm. A smile spread across her face as she gently ran her fingers over his skin and through his hair. Suddenly, she pulled away, realizing what she was doing, and a blush crept to her cheeks. What was she thinking? Naruto's eyes fluttered open and he yawned. Noticing Ino in his arms, he pulled her even closer. She blinked and met his blue eyes, her blush deepening. Naruto smirked. "Good morning," Ino managed to say. "Morning," Naruto replied sleepily, reaching up to run his fingers through Ino's short hair. She closed her eyes at the gentle touch, feeling comfortable in his embrace. She never knew Naruto could be so affectionate. Footsteps echoed in the hall, and then a small blonde boy jumped onto the bed, snuggling between them. Naruto looked disappointed but smiled when Minato greeted him. "Morning, son," Naruto replied. "Can we bake cookies today?" Minato asked eagerly. Naruto laughed. "Ask your mother." Minato turned to Ino, giving her his best puppy dog eyes. She laughed, pulling him closer and planting a kiss on his forehead. Minato made a face and wiped his forehead, causing Ino to chuckle. "I assume that is a yes," Naruto said, and Ino nodded. "Yay!" Minato exclaimed happily. He jumped up, bounced on the bed several times, and then dashed out of the room. Silence followed. Naruto and Ino exchanged glances before getting out of bed, the moment they shared now gone. Ino took a deep breath as she stared at the door ahead. She wanted to know the truth, but the thought of bringing it up made her nervous. She knew Chuji's death had affected Shikamaru in many ways, and she didn't want to reopen old wounds. Taking another breath, Ino knocked. Temari opened the door, dressed in a purple nightgown with curlers in her hair, obviously preparing for an occasion. She smiled upon seeing Ino. "Morning, Ino," Temari greeted. "Shikamaru is in the kitchen. I assume you're here to see him?" Ino nodded. Temari stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Ino looked around awkwardly after Temari closed the door and disappeared down the hallway. She decided to look for the kitchen, which was easy to find the first door on her left. Shikamaru was making coffee. "Hey," Ino greeted. Shikamaru looked up, his hair pulled back into a ponytail for a change. "Hey," he replied. "What are you doing here, Ino?" "We need to talk," Ino said. Looking away awkwardly. Shikamaru stared at her, then narrowed his eyes. "Chuji?" he asked. Ino nodded. Of course, he guessed correctly. Shikamaru poured 2 cups of coffee. "Have a seat." Ino sat down at the dining table. Shikamaru placed a cup of coffee in front of her and offered her sugar. She thanked him and added a spoonful, stirring it in. Shikamaru sat down across from her and took a sip of his coffee without any sugar. "Naruto told you?" Shikamaru asked. Ino nodded. "I see. I just want to know what happened," Ino whispered, "but please don't go into too much detail. I don't want to hear anything too graphic." Shikamaru gave her a lopsided grin. "Thanks for being concerned, but death comes to all of us. Chuji's just came sooner than we expected." Ino smiled weakly. "It was during the war," Shikamaru began. Ino had suspected it would be related to the war. The enemy had gotten their hands on the second Hokage's forbidden technique and brought many people back to life. "We faced several famous ninjas, some of whom were close to us. Niji faced his father." Ino swallowed hard. Did Naruto have to face his? Shikamaru shook his head. "No. The fourth sealed himself within the Shinigami, which means he cannot be brought back through Edo Tensei. I think something similar applied to Kushina, though I'm not sure. Naruto faced others from his past, though. Itachi was one of them. Sasuke? He was there. He helped. I still can't believe Sasuke returned of his own will in this world. I was shocked when Naruto told me." Shikamaru nodded. "So what about Chuji?" Shikamaru sighed and looked up at the ceiling. "We faced very powerful enemies. Some were familiar faces from Konoha, which upset him. But eventually he pulled through and awakened his hidden potential. He finally earned the title of the true heir of the Akimichi clan." Ino smiled. "That's great." Shikamaru smiled back. "It was. He was so brave and strong." "I don't understand," Ino whispered. "If he was so brave and strong, how did the enemy take him down?" Shikamaru's expression darkened. "One of the enemies was incredibly fast. Chuji tried to protect you, but he was attacked from behind. He jumped in front of you." Ino froze. "He jumped in front of me? And it cost him his life?" "No," Shikamaru clarified. but he sustained severe injuries. You tried to save him, but he lost too much blood. We couldn't move him. Ino looked down at her lap, her heart clenching as tears streamed down her cheeks. Chuji had sacrificed himself for her. He really loved you, Ino, Shikamaru said gently. Ino nodded, wiping her tears, but they continued to flow. She hiccuped. Shikamaru offered her a box of tissues. He died a hero, Ino stated. That he did, Shikamaru agreed. That he did. Days turned into weeks. Ino was getting used to being stuck in a teenager's body. The occasional urge to feel nauseous was annoying, but she fought against it. It was strange that the feelings of discomfort had transferred to her, and she suspected it was due to the forbidden technique used on her. After all, it was far from perfect and came with risks. The person who had used it was a fool, and they were in for serious trouble. It was morning, and Ino decided to skip breakfast and go for a walk. She needed to clear her head. Closing the front door behind her, she turned to her right. The sun was still rising, casting a gentle light over the quiet streets and closed shops. It was a fresh, crisp morning, perfect for a walk. Ino looked up at the sky as she strolled, noticing a few clouds drifting by and birds soaring overhead, likely searching for breakfast. She closed her eyes and inhaled the clean air, feeling a wave of nostalgia for her home, her old life, and her husband. She longed to return, but there was little she could do at the moment. She needed Naruto to remember the technique, but knowing him, it could take years. Ino chuckled softly to herself. Suddenly, she spotted Naruto running ahead. She frowned. It was unusual for him to be up so early. A smile spread across her face as she decided to run to catch up with him. By the time she reached him, he had slowed to a jog. "Morning," Ino greeted, and Naruto glanced back at her, grinning. "Yo," he replied cheerfully. "Morning run?" Ino asked, and Naruto nodded. She smiled, appreciating his seriousness about training. "Let me guess, you'll be having ramen after this?" "Absolutely." Naruto beamed. Ino rolled her eyes playfully. "May I join you?" she asked. Naruto looked surprised but then grinned and nodded. The two jogged together, enjoying the morning air. After finishing their ramen, Ino stretched her arms overhead, feeling her shirt ride up slightly. She disliked the top now but knew she couldn't change her style, suddenly people would notice. She caught Naruto's gaze and smirked. "What are you doing today?" Ino asked. Naruto blinked. "Oh, I don't know. Probably more training." Ino nodded. "Right, of course. Say, do you want to hang out tonight?" Naruto stared at her, and Ino placed her hands on her hips, waiting for his response. He blinked, glanced to the side, then back at her. "You mean, like a date?" he asked cautiously. Ino smiled mischievously. "Yes, a date." A blush crept onto Naruto's cheeks. "Sure." Ino grinned, turned, gave Naruto a thumbs up, and laughed. "Great. See you at 7 at my place then." With that, she disappeared around the corner, leaving a stunned Naruto behind. Meanwhile, 16-year-old Ino returned home from the cemetery, where Shikamaru had taken her to visit Chuji and Sakura's graves. She placed flowers on both and offered a silent prayer. Now, she felt much better and was eager to see her daughter again. "How was your mission?" Ino asked as she set the kettle on for tea. "Good," Kagaya replied. "Sasuke-sensei gave me some scrolls to study." "That's nice," Ino said. "Is he a good teacher?" "He's a better leader," Kagaya noted, "but he gets along well enough." Ino smiled and poured the boiled water into a cup. "Do you want some tea?" "No, thank you," Kagaya replied. Ino joined her daughter at the table, where Kagaya was reading the scrolls. She looked so focused, and Ino admired her seriousness about her studies. "Mother," Kagaya called out after a few minutes of silence. Ino turned to her daughter, who had set the scrolls aside and was now looking at her. "Yes. Sasuke-sensei said I need to improve my mind transfer technique," Kagaya explained. "I struggled on the mission more than once to properly assess the technique. Will you help me?" No. Blinked, surprised but not shocked that Kagaya could use the Yamanaka trait. After all, Kagaya was her daughter. Ino smiled warmly. "Of course. How about tomorrow? I'll ask Kana to handle things at work for me. Kaguya smiled back. Thanks a bunch. I feel useless when I fail. Ino understood that feeling all too well. Karen stood in front of the mirror, dressed in an old bra and black shorts. Her glasses were on the nightstand, and her red hair was tousled. She bit her lip, adjusting her bra straps, then turned to the side, placing a hand on her stomach. Sasuke entered the room and raised an eyebrow at her state. She shot him a cold, long stare, and he blinked, his gaze drifting. He couldn't help but admire her, despite her modesty. They seem a bit different, Karen remarked, and Sasuke could tell. So? I'm not complaining, he smirked. I'm pregnant, you know? Karen retorted. Sasuke froze, his eyes widening as he looked from her face to her stomach. Although he couldn't see a bump, activating his Sharingan revealed a small flicker of chakra that didn't belong to her. When? He asked, astonished. This morning, Karen replied. I sensed the baby for the first time. I'm probably only 2 weeks along. Give or take. Sasuke moved closer and pulled her into an embrace. You are beautiful. You're only saying that because of... Well, you know. No, really, you are beautiful. Even with small BRs. And I'm happy. You're carrying my 4th child. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sasuke. I just had a baby, and now another one is on the way. Give me a break. Why are you so fertile? Sasuke laughed and kissed her nose. I don't think it's me who's so fertile. He wiggled his eyebrows, and Karen glared at him. Seriously? Is that an offer? Karen rolled her eyes, exasperated. Ino sat down on the grass, motioning for Kaguya to join her. Kaguya hesitated before sitting opposite her mother. Ino smiled and closed her eyes, and Kaguya followed suit, inhaling deeply as she tried to release the tension in her muscles and envision a place filled with love and warmth. This is the first step to controlling yourself, Ino explained. Finding peace through meditation. Kaguya nodded, keeping her eyes closed. Grandfather said something similar when he trained me. Ino smiled, knowing her father had imparted that wisdom. It was heartwarming to realize her family in this world was not so different from her own. At least her older self had a warm and open family. The thought reassured her. Thank you for taking the time to train me, Kaguya whispered. I am your mother, Ino replied. It's no trouble at all. It felt strange to say that even after all this time in her alternate life. But she had come to accept that she might be here for a while, and to survive, she must carry on. Besides, she truly loved Kaguya and considered her like a daughter, which she essentially was. The two blondes sat in silence as the sun warmed them, waiting for the right moment to move forward. Naruto was a busy man. Being the Hokage wasn't all fun and games. If he wasn't looking cool and heroic, he was stuck in an office doing paperwork. Naruto despised paperwork, but there was no escaping it. Luckily, he had clones to help him, even if it did use chakra. Naruto sighed and stretched his arms overhead. He spun around in his chair and gazed out the window, taking in the view of the village he loved and vowed to protect. It was a sunny day with only a few clouds. Villagers bustled about, going about their daily lives. Naruto felt a sense of happiness seeing such peaceful times. A knock on the door pulled Naruto from his thoughts. He turned back around. Enter. The door opened to reveal his secretary, a young woman in her late 20s with long golden hair and blue eyes. She was efficient but a bit clumsy. Nevertheless, she was a great help to Naruto. I'm sorry to bother you, Hokage, she mumbled, but the Kazekage is here to see you. Naruto frowned. Gaara didn't usually discuss business when he was on his time off with family. This visit could only mean one thing. Gaara had found something in the archives. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Let him in, Naruto ordered, and bring us tea. The secretary nodded and closed the door behind her. Several minutes later, Gaara stepped into the office, dressed casually in a black shirt and pants, which was typical when he spent time with his children. Find something? Naruto asked. Gaara sat down and looked into his best friend's eyes. Naruto leaned forward, sensing the seriousness in Gaara's expression. He had indeed found something. I found an old document, Gaara stated. Kankuro mailed it. It's a report from a scientist's theories on dimensions and space. Naruto frowned. Dimensions and space? Gaara nodded. Yes, something about the fabric of the universe overlapping sometimes, causing two dimensions to come together. I thought it might assist with the problem. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Gaara pulled out some folded papers from his pocket and handed them over. Naruto unfolded them and studied the contents silently. The paper was very old, with dates stretching back over 70 years. The scientist was likely no longer alive, so consulting him was not an option. It sounds familiar, Naruto said, his brows furrowing. Where had he heard of this before? The fabric of the universe overlapping. He was certain someone had explained it to him in detail. But who? Naruto mentally scolded himself. How could he forget in such a crucial moment? I will continue the search, Gaara said. Maybe there is more. Naruto nodded. Thank you, please do. Now go home and enjoy your last few days with Hinata. Gaara blushed slightly and excused himself. Naruto leaned back in his chair and sighed. If only he could remember. An opponent will never give you the opportunity to transfer to them, Ino stated as she corrected Kagaya's stance. They were practicing on a mouse that Ino had bought at the pet store. Ino wasn't usually fond of using animals, but they couldn't practice this technique on a log. Right? Kagaya nodded. Ino smiled and stepped back, proud of Kagaya's strong posture. Your teammates are responsible for distracting and immobilizing the enemy so you can capture them. Kagaya nodded. That's why we are always placed on a team with the Nara and Akimichi clans. They are best suited to our abilities. That's correct, Ino replied, but none of your teammates are from those clans, are they? Kagaya looked down at the ground. Ino frowned at her daughter's sudden sadness. Kagaya? Shikamaru's wife can't have children, Kagaya whispered, and Chuji didn't even live to have children. I will never be on a team with Nara or Akimichi clan members. Ino's eyes widened. It had never occurred to her that this was the outcome. And to think it bothered Kagaya so much that it made Ino's heart ache. But you have adapted, haven't you? That's what every kunoichi must do, adapt to her new environment and social surroundings. Kagaya looked up and smiled weakly. You're right. And I don't really have to adapt. I never had such a team to begin with. I've learned to work well with my teammates. Now I just need to perfect my own technique. Ino beamed with pride at her daughter's determination. All right, do it. Capture that mouse, but be careful. They have very sensitive minds. One mistake and you might hurt it. Kagaya nodded, focused, and executed her technique. 37-year-old Ino stared at herself in the mirror. She looked young and elegant in the purple summer dress she had chosen for her date with Naruto. She twirled around. It felt great to feel youthful again, her skin flawless. Well, mostly. She naturally had some scars from missions, but they were hidden perfectly under the fabric of the dress. Her mother entered and looked surprised. Are you going out? She asked. Yes, Ino confirmed. How do I look? Beautiful, her mother smiled. Is it a date? Ino smirked and winked. Her mother laughed but then narrowed her eyes seriously. Are you sure it's safe? Ino frowned. What do you mean? Ino's mother glanced nervously to the side. Well, you are my daughter from the future and from another dimension. Is it safe to become attached to people from this dimension? Ino blinked. I don't know, but I can't lock myself away. I have to continue as if nothing has changed. If I become antisocial just to protect everyone, people will start to notice, and real problems could arise, like enemies attacking. Ino's mother nodded. I guess you're right. I'm just looking out for you. Have a good night. We'll talk in the morning. Oh, Ino breathed. You wanted to speak with me? Yes, her mother confirmed, but I don't want to spoil your night, so go and have fun. We will talk in the morning. Ino smiled. You are a wonderful mother, just like mine. Her mother laughed. I am your mother, silly. I just happen to be younger. Mrs. Yamanaka left the room. Ino's smile faltered. They might be the same woman deep down, but Ino still missed her real mother. Naruto was waiting outside when Ino came downstairs. She greeted him with a small hug, then ran her fingers through her long hair while asking if there was anything specific he wanted to do. Not really, Naruto mumbled. What do you want to do? Ino was surprised. You're not going to ask me to go have ramen? Naruto blushed. Sakura-chan said I shouldn't bring it up. Ino chuckled. So he went to Sakura for advice before this? How cute. Naruto was fiddling with his fingers, trying not to look Ino in the eye. She smiled, but her expression faltered when Naruto gave her a sideways glance. It took her breath away. He looked so much like her Naruto when he did that. Ino looked down at her feet. Are you all right? Naruto asked. Yes. Ino quickly replaced her frown with a smile. Let's go to a tea house, then I have a place to show you. Naruto nodded, and the two turned around, walking toward the shopping district. After dinner, Ino led Naruto through the village until they reached the path that led up to the Hokage monument. It was still strange for her to see only 5 faces, but she was slowly getting used to it. She missed seeing her husband's face overlooking the village. Why are we going up there? Naruto asked as they walked side by side. Ino glanced at him and smiled. It is my favorite place, she stated. Someone very dear to me showed it to me. Naruto furrowed his brows, curious about this special person in her life. He knew she had people she loved, but he felt this particular person was different. Why are you showing me? Ino was about to say that he was the one who showed it to her and that she wanted to share something with him again, but she stopped herself. She inhaled deeply and looked ahead, the moon guiding her. Because I want to, she whispered. Because you are my friend. Naruto blinked, then grinned. Really? You're my friend too, Ino. Ino smiled and reached out to lock fingers with Naruto, but she stopped midway, blushed, and quickly pulled away. Naruto noticed this and was surprised. He had never had a girl reach out to him like that before. He was oblivious, but he knew enough to realize she wasn't just reaching out for no reason. They finally reached the top, and the view took Naruto's breath away. It was amazing. The entire village was displayed before him, the lights shimmering in the darkness with the stars and the moon watching over. This was home. This was Konoha. Wow, Naruto breathed. Yeah, Ino agreed. Wow. Why didn't I come here before? Naruto asked. Ino shrugged. Naruto laughed warmly. This is the village I will protect when I become Hokage. And it is beautiful. Ino chuckled. So energetic, just like she remembered. Naruto inhaled deeply and turned to face Ino. He leaned against the railings meant for safety for anyone planning to do some sightseeing. His blue eyes locked on Ino, and he watched her intently. She looked different. He hadn't noticed it before. Yes, she still had long hair and the same figure and face. Nothing had really changed, but at the same time, something had. Was it her eyes? Or her posture? Or the way she carried herself? Whatever it was, Yamanaka Ino had changed, and it intrigued him. You look different, Naruto stated. I feel different, Ino admitted. I don't mind the change, Naruto whispered, surprising Ino. Look. Nice. Naruto blushed as he said this and quickly looked away. Ino smiled as her heart raced in her chest. Thank you, Naruto. Silence enveloped them, but it was comfortable. A warm breeze swept over them, and Naruto watched in awe as Ino's hair gently whipped around her face. She really was beautiful. He had never really noticed it before, always so caught up with Sakura. But he knew Sakura loved Sasuke, and nothing was going to change that, even if Sasuke didn't return as the same man. Naruto knew Sasuke wouldn't look at Sakura ever, and he would be there when she realized that. But now, as he looked at Ino, he wondered if it could be a romantic gesture. No, he would support her as a friend. At least that's how he felt. As he watched the blonde before him. What are you looking at? Ino asked, hands on her hips. Naruto laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his head. Ino rolled her eyes, then looked Naruto in the eye. They froze, blinked, and then both unconsciously took a step closer. Another breeze swept through, and Ino had to pull her hair out of her face, but it didn't stop her from moving closer to Naruto. He also moved forward, and when they stood so close that their chests were almost touching, Naruto leaned down, and Ino raised her chin. Their lips met. It was a brief kiss, but when Ino pulled away, she felt giddy. Naruto felt the same. He had just kissed Ino. It was his first kiss with a girl, and it definitely was no accident. A blush crept to his cheeks, and he quickly turned to look at the village again. What was he going to do now? Ino felt a pang of disappointment when Naruto turned his back to her, but she pushed it aside and joined him. They watched the village in silence until their hands slowly crept closer together and their fingers entwined. They were content. 16-year-old Ino. Kagaya sat down on a rock inside. She was tired and worn from a full day of training, but she was improving. Ino smiled and sat down next to her daughter. We'll stop for something to eat on the way home, Ino said. Kagaya's eyes lit up. Good. I'm starving. Ino laughed and patted her daughter's shoulder. The two blondes sat in silence, catching their breaths and calming down. They had a full training session, but the end results were going to be spectacular. Ino was very proud of her daughter. You haven't been on missions lately, Kagaya stated. Ino bit her lip. I haven't been feeling well. Are you expecting a baby? Kagaya asked, excitement in her voice. Ino laughed. No, I'm not, sorry. Kagaya's face fell. Oh, that would have been cool. I want a little sister. Ino smiled. How she wished she could grant that wish, but she really was not in a position to do such a thing. Besides, the thought of being with Naruto in that way was not something she wanted to picture at this moment, especially considering she was technically a virgin. The thought made Ino shudder. Thanks for training me, Kagaya said to her mother. I've always enjoyed training with you. You're the best. I wouldn't say that, Ino laughed. Your grandfather is much more dependable when it comes to the mind transfer technique. Kagaya made an annoyed face. That's not true, and we both know it. You surpassed grandfather a long time ago. Dad even said you were developing a new powerful technique that could go beyond normal mind transfer. Ino smiled at her daughter's compliments. She wasn't so sure she was that much stronger than her father, and she certainly did not remember any new techniques she was developing. A new technique that would take mind transfer even further? Ino's eyes widened. Mind transfer, body swapping. Wasn't that what practically happened to her and her alternative self? Wasn't her mind now in the body of another version of herself? Could it be that she and her alternative self swapped bodies with a mind transfer technique? And if they did, how did it get into another dimension? Was that even possible? It was time she hit the books. Chapter end. A gentle touch. Ino shot up, surprised that the sun was already high in the sky and the spot beside her was empty. She glanced at the clock on her bedside. It was already noon. She had slept a long time. Ino sighed and got out of bed, making her way to the bathroom. She pulled off her pajamas and jumped into the shower, allowing the droplets to cascade down her skin. She rubbed shampoo into her short blonde hair and scrubbed her body. After showering, she pulled on a purple summer dress and brushed her hair. As she moved the brush through her short locks, she noticed a small black pattern on her underarm. She frowned and stepped closer to the mirror to investigate the mark. It looked like a swirl, very much like the red one Konoha shinobi wore on their vests. It was tiny, which explained why she hadn't seen it before, but what was it? Surely it wasn't a tattoo. Ino knew she would never get one, and if she ever did, it would not be under her arm. Ino decided she would ask Naruto as soon as he came home. Ino made herself some toast and headed for Naruto's study, where she knew a bookcase stood with books that probably belonged to her older self. She hoped to find something on the mind transfer technique or anything about her family history that could give her answers about her new theory. Was it really possible that the technique that caused Ino to appear in her alternate self was a mind transfer technique? And if it was, where was her other self? But of all the things she wanted answers to, she wanted to know why she no longer had the urge to harm herself. It was almost like her struggles had vanished into thin air. And she knew that was impossible. Those issues didn't disappear overnight. After all, they were all in the mind. Ino pulled out several books and moved to Naruto's desk. She sat down and opened the first one, a thick book with yellowing pages. It was filled with diagrams, some she recognized from her training, while others were new to her. Her older self had scribbled notes all over the pages. Ino had to admit she was impressed. Her other self was very intelligent. Ino studied the book for hours, so engrossed in her other self's notes that she hadn't even heard the front door open and close. "What are you doing?" A voice made her jump. Ino looked up and calmed down when she realized it was Naruto. He was dressed in his standard jounin attire, his robe long taken off and placed on the coat rack. "I'm investigating something," Ino admitted. Naruto raised an eyebrow and approached her. He leaned over her to look at the book, and Ino couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated by his closeness. She berated herself. She slept next to him, so she should be able to handle standing this close. "Ah, the alternate dimension theory," Naruto grinned. "You were quite curious about that. You locked yourself up in here all the time." "I did?" Ino asked, knowing Naruto was speaking of her other self. He nodded and moved away from her. "Minato will be staying the night with Masashi," Naruto pointed out. "Karen will bring him home tomorrow, and then you will go shopping." "I will?" Ino asked, surprised. "Karen says you need to get out and explore," Naruto shrugged. "Hinata's going too." "Great," Ino smiled, suddenly excited. "You want a fact for the day?" Naruto asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Ino laughed. "I do actually," Ino grinned as she crossed her legs. "Who's Hatake-kana's mother?" Naruto was surprised by her question but then chuckled. "Shizune." "No way, really?" Ino asked. "Yes, really," Naruto grinned. "We saw it coming. It was quite obvious." Anko wasn't very happy, though. Ino laughed. She was well aware of the chemistry between Kakashi and Shizune when they were in the same room together. It was the same in her world too. And she understood the part about Anko. The wild woman was madly in love with Kakashi, but maybe she was a bit too wild for him. "Can I ask another question?" Ino asked. "Sure," Naruto shrugged. It wasn't like there were any ground rules about the arrangement they made. "What do you think will happen when I go back?" Ino asked in a whisper. Naruto's eyes widened. He had never thought about the consequences that the strange transfer might bring. Sure, he knew the future or past could change, perhaps, but he still wasn't sure about the nature of the events either. So what really awaited them on the other side of the bridge? "I don't know," Naruto replied. "I really don't know." "I have another problem," Ino whispered again, this time much softer than before. "What is it?" Naruto asked, noticing the worry on his wife's face. How he wished he could pull her close to him. How do I put this? "I'm struggling with something," Ino confessed, her voice low. "Oh," Naruto's voice was filled with concern. "Do you want me to contact someone for help?" "No," Ino replied, too quickly for her liking. "I'm supposed to be dealing with this. Ever since the transfer, I have not felt the compulsion to overeat or harm myself. In fact, the thought of doing so is almost repulsive." Naruto sighed in relief. "So? What's the problem then?" "These issues don't heal overnight," Ino exclaimed. Naruto stepped back, surprised by her outburst. He sighed and stepped closer to her, reaching out to pull her against him. He knew he was possibly overstepping a boundary, but he could feel she needed comfort. "I'm sure nothing is wrong," Naruto whispered soothingly into her ear. "What if the transfer did something to me? What if I'm a completely different person now? What if your real wife is suffering now? What if she's gone?" Naruto's grip tightened, causing Ino to swallow her words. He closed his eyes and inhaled his wife's sweet scent. He knew the woman in his arms was only his wife in body, not in spirit, but they felt so similar, so alike, it was frightening. He cared about her, and he did not like the fact that she was so afraid. "I'm sure everything is fine," Naruto reassured her. "I'm confident that your other self is out there somewhere, safe and working on a way to return." "I'm sorry," Ino sobbed. Naruto pulled back just enough to see her face. A lonely tear rolled down her cheek, and he gently wiped it away. "Don't cry," he said with a grin. "Big girls don't cry. I'm just very emotional right now." "I know." In the early hours of the morning, 37-year-old Ino tossed and turned, but the pain in her head would not subside. She sighed and stood up, a sudden wave of nausea hitting her. Surprised, Ino hurried to the bathroom, hoping she wouldn't have to lean over the toilet. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on her side. Ino groaned as she rinsed her mouth, then stumbled downstairs. It was barely 6 o'clock, and everyone was still asleep. She poured herself a glass of water and sipped it slowly. Sitting down in the living room, she pulled a blanket over herself, the early morning chill making her uncomfortable. When she finished her water, she lay down again and closed her eyes, but sleep eluded her. After an hour, Ino stood up again and went to the bathroom. After flushing the toilet, she stripped and climbed into the shower. As she rubbed soap on her arms, she noticed an unexpected sensitivity. Confused, Ino looked down and realized something was off. Alarmed, she jumped out of the shower and rushed to her room, hurriedly getting dressed. After ensuring she looked presentable, she dashed out of the house, an apple in hand, and ran toward the Nara family's home. When she knocked on the door, she hoped it was the right house. When the door opened, she knew she was in the right place. No one could look so disheveled in the morning. Shikamaru was definitely not a morning person. The aunt. Ino? What are you doing here? I'm going to ask you a very strange question, Ino said quickly, causing her friend to frown. Do you know if I am a virgin? Shikamaru nearly choked at her question. He stared at her, suddenly alarmed. He was convinced it was a joke, but her expression was so serious. As far as I know, you are, Shikamaru muttered. Are you positive? Ino pressed. Yes, Shikamaru stated. You've been with a few boys, but none were serious enough for that. Okay, Ino sighed. Who was my last conquest again? Shikamaru gave her an odd look. Ino knew she was probably revealing too much, but she had to discover the truth. If she was PRGNT, she needed to know which Ino was the mother and how this complicated situation had come about. Was it even possible for her to carry a PRGNCY from another body? Clearly, there might be more dangers in 5 dimensions to heaven than she had anticipated. Ino, Shikamaru sighed, I doubt you are PRGNT. Ino's eyes widened. She should have known he would deduce that was why she was questioning him. He was far too smart for his own good. I don't know, Shikamaru, Ino trailed off. What was she supposed to say? How about I take you to the hospital? Shikamaru offered. Ino nodded slowly. Yes, that was a good idea. Shikamaru sighed. So much for sleeping in. Wait in the living room while I get dressed. Sakura returned with a series of documents tucked under her arm, her face drawn into a frown. Ino recognized that look. Sakura was confused. She placed the papers on the desk and sat down opposite Ino. Well, Sakura started but trailed off as if trying to gather her thoughts. Your assumption was correct. You are PRGNT. Ino sat in silence. Oh no. Now what was going to happen? Sakura seemed just as shocked and lost. I guess congratulations are in order. Ino smiled weakly. Sakura flipped through the documents until she found a green-colored one. She scanned it, then looked up into Ino's eyes. Something is bothering me, Ino, Sakura admitted. What is it? Ino asked. I had a look at your chakra system, Sakura explained, and it is disrupted. Almost like you are. Under a genjutsu. I've sensed this oddity around you for a while now. Ino bit her lip. Her chakra was disrupted? What did that mean? Is that a problem? Yes, Sakura nodded. It means that it could be harmful to the baby. Your chakra flow is not normal, and therefore almost none is reaching your uterus. I'm worried that the lack of chakra to assist with the development of the FTS could cause problems. Ino paled. This was not good. What do you suggest we do? Sakura sighed. I don't know. I've never encountered something like this before. I'll talk to the Hokage, but she might have to do research. But we will find a solution, I promise. Ino nodded. Meanwhile, Sakura changed the subject. I would like for you to take this information package and read it. It contains everything about the 40 or so weeks of PRGNCY and labor. Sakura handed over a booklet, which Ino accepted, knowing she didn't actually need it. She had 2 children before and was a trained medic. Nevertheless, she understood Sakura was giving it to her for peace of mind. I'll need to take vitamins too, Ino stated. Sakura nodded. You're taking this awfully well, Sakura pointed out. Ino smiled weakly and nodded. Being told she was PRGNT was not a foreign concept. The only thing that worried her was that this wasn't her actual body. And to complicate matters, She knew nothing of what the transfer could do to the unborn child. What if she miscarried, or if the baby was born with a deformity? She would love it no matter what, but it still worried her. And what would happen if she swapped back with her other self and left the unsuspecting 16-year-old PRNT? When Ino returned home, she headed straight for the pantry and pulled out as much food as she could find. Then she collapsed on the couch and devoured everything in sight. Afterwards, she sat back and sighed. She still could not understand why she was experiencing the bulimic tendencies of her other self. Clearly, it was a malfunction, a negative side effect of the transfer, but Ino had always believed she had a strong will. Surely a petty disorder like bulimia could not overpower her? Ino stood up and headed for the bathroom to relieve herself. When she flushed the toilet, Ino scolded herself for wasting food. She really needed to see a doctor about her bulimia. The sooner she got over this, the better. She had another to think about now. Suddenly, she froze in realization. Could it be that the baby was actually hers? That she was PRNT with the child she had conceived with Naruto before the transfer? It seemed feasible. She had ended up with the other Ino's bulimia. Perhaps the baby had traveled with her. The thought made Ino feel uneasy. She knew the dangers of the 5 dimensions to heaven. It was labeled forbidden for a reason. A sense of dread settled in her stomach. What if the transfer harmed the baby? No, Sakura would have noticed that. So the baby was alive. But was it truly safe? And if she were to reverse the technique, would the baby be safe in her real body? Ino collapsed on the ground and buried her head in her hands. What was she going to do? Everything had just gotten very complicated. Meanwhile, with 16-year-old Ino. Karen knocked on the door the next morning just after 10. Ino opened the door and let the redhead inside, followed by Minato, who was smiling widely. "Hello, Mama," Minato exclaimed as he threw himself into Ino's arms. She smiled and hugged her son tightly. He was so small, so warm and fragile. She loved him dearly. Karen watched with a smile on her face. Minato gave his mother a kiss, then ran upstairs to his room. "He's a real Uzumaki, that boy," Karen chuckled, full of energy. Ino smiled. "So, shopping?" "Yep," Karen nodded as she made her way to the kitchen and sat down at the dining table. Ino watched, amazed at how comfortable Karen made herself. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you," Ino answered. "Good," Karen nodded. "Your chakra is still disrupted, but at least you haven't fainted yet." "Tea?" Ino offered. Karen nodded, not bothered by the change of subject. Just as the kettle started boiling, another knock came from the front door. Ino knew it was Hinata, so she opened the door without hesitation and invited her best friend inside. The two moved to the kitchen. Hinata sat down while Ino prepared the tea. "How is your love life, Hinata?" Karen asked, her tone casual. Hinata blushed bright red, while Ino bit her lip. Now this was awkward. Ino joined the two ladies at the table with 3 cups of tea. "All right," Hinata finally answered. "All right? Is that it? Geez, is Gara not satisfying you or something?" Karen teased. Hinata's blush deepened. "I didn't say that," Hinata muttered. Karen laughed. "I'm just joking," Karen chuckled as she took a sip of tea. "Oh, I'm PRNT again, by the way." Ino and Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. "Congratulations," they said together. Karen thanked them, then muttered something about an overly fertile Sasuke under her breath. Hinata giggled. "I think you're the more fertile one," Hinata stated, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ino watched in amazement. She had never seen Hinata like this. Karen raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me?" Karen asked, surprised. Uzumaki clan members are known for having very strong sources of life. Don't you think that would include having children too? Hinata asked, wiggling her eyebrows. Ino burst out laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Hinata was being cheeky. She wished she had a camera. Karen blushed. Just because I'm from the Uzumaki clan doesn't mean I can have lots of children. Where did you get that idea? Ino stopped laughing and stared at Karen, surprised. "You're an Uzumaki?" Ino asked, flabbergasted. "Was," Karen corrected, "but yes, I am from the Uzumaki clan." Ino could not believe it. Right here before her sat a possible relative of Naruto. Well, they were probably only distantly related, but they were related nonetheless. The thought made Ino smile. Naruto had someone else in the world, someone who shared his name. Or well, she was an Uchiha now. After they finished their tea, the three women headed out to the shops. They popped into a few accessory stores but did not buy anything. After that, they decided to spend some time at a clothing store. The store Karen and Hinata led Ino to was small and cozy, with colorful garments hanging from metal racks. The scent of vanilla hung in the air. Karen spotted a purple dress and was already in the fitting rooms to try it on. Hinata was browsing through a small collection of maternity wear, while Ino looked through the sundresses. She finally found a baby blue one with white flower prints. She ran her fingers over the soft fabric, mesmerized by the dress's simplicity. How could something so simple be so beautiful? Suddenly, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Ino stumbled backward, her stomach churning. She dropped the dress, the hanger clanging on the wooden floor, which alarmed Hinata. Ino grabbed the first rack she could find and leaned forward. She felt like she was going to be sick, and her palms were sweaty. Another strong wave hit her, this time painful. The pain settled in her back. Ino closed her eyes and tried to take a deep breath, but it felt like her throat was tight. And then she saw it. The flash. It was quick, so quick she barely saw it, but it was there. An image. She saw herself, her older self, holding a small bundle in pink in her arms. At first, Ino thought it was a dream, but when another image, clearer this time, flashed through her mind, she knew it was real. She saw the baby's eyes. It was Kagaya. Hinata placed her hand on Ino's shoulder. "Are you all right, Ino?" "Yes," Ino breathed, tears flowing down her cheeks. "I just saw something. A memory." "You did?" Hinata asked, alarmed. "What did you see?" Ino turned around, the tears still flowing, to look into her best friend's eyes. "I saw my daughter's first time in my arms." Karen and Hinata decided to take Ino home. It wasn't as if anything drastic happened. All the young blonde saw was a memory, but Karen was worried it might cause her chakra to fluctuate. Hinata returned to Hyuga Manor, but Karen stayed by Ino's side. Her chakra remained disrupted, but nothing else happened. Ino seemed to be fine. More than fine, actually. The blonde was a bundle of smiles. She dropped her teacup twice. Karen could do nothing but laugh, but deep down, the redhead wondered if this was okay. If any of this was okay? Ino took another sip of her tea with a smile. She remembered her daughter's birth. It was such a warm memory, like a butterfly fluttering in her stomach, in a good way. And although Ino felt so complete by seeing something so small, she knew it wouldn't last. After all, it wasn't her memory to keep. That night, when Ino climbed into bed next to Naruto, she fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the joy of welcoming her dear baby girl into the world. There was no pain, only happiness and contentment, a blissful emotion that filled her heart. For the first time, Ino felt complete in her new life. The next morning, Naruto woke up alone. With a stifled yawn, he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stretched. Still half asleep, he made his way to the study, where he found Ino with her nose buried in old photo albums. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, surprised she had even found them. Ino had locked the albums away to keep them safe. She looked up, her warm smile from the previous day still on her lips, reaching her eyes. In that moment, Naruto could see the essence of his real wife in that smile. How he missed her. "Looking at our wedding photos," Ino said, "and the baby photos. Minato was so chubby." "He's still chubby," Naruto shrugged. Ino giggled and returned her attention to the album. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled, prompting Ino to give him a curious look. He blushed and turned to leave the room, deciding to make breakfast. "Naruto!" Ino called out. He paused and glanced back at her. "Yeah," he replied. Ino's expression was strange, and it worried him. Was something wrong? "If we don't find a solution," Ino began, causing Naruto to frown, but he remained silent, allowing her to continue. "If we can't swap me back, is it all right if I stay? Can I be Uzumaki Ino? Can I be Kagaya and Minato's mother?" Naruto struggled to find the right words. He couldn't promise everything would be fine, because deep down he knew it wouldn't. Her new identity could lead to complications, especially if it became permanent. And this Ino was different from his wife. There were similarities, but he could feel the distinction. It wasn't his wife in that body. Did Ino even understand what it meant to be his wife? She hadn't even asked if she could truly be his wife if the change was permanent. Naruto sighed, realizing he was not in her heart, unlike their children. "We'll find a solution," Naruto said, looking away. "You won't be stuck here." Ino felt a pang of rejection. "Don't you want me here?" Naruto closed his eyes. "That's not what I meant. You heard what Karen said, you're unstable. Keeping you here is dangerous." "Dangerous for who exactly?" Ino raised her voice slightly. She knew the reasons but was purposefully burying them deep down because she wanted to be here. She wanted to be with her children. "For you," Naruto replied calmly. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so determined to stay now?" Ino bit her lip. "I remembered giving birth to Kagaya." Naruto turned around, taken aback. No, that was impossible. There was no way she could have his wife's memories, could she? She was a completely different person, another soul in a foreign body. Memories were in the mind, weren't they? How could she remember something that never actually happened to her? They were treading in dangerous waters. "Don't get attached, Ino," Naruto warned. "You're already attached to this world enough. Getting too deep could cause problems." Ino stood up, anger rising within her. "I thought you would be happy. Don't you want your wife back? If I have some memories, doesn't that mean I can understand you now? I can help you. You will never replace her." Naruto shouted before he realized what he was saying. Ino dropped the photo album she was holding, a pained expression crossing her face. Regret washed over Naruto, and he turned on his heel and left the room. They had never argued before. Ino felt strangely empty as she bent down to pick up the photo album. She supposed arguing was normal for married couples, but she had never once argued with Naruto since arriving in this world. Guilt washed over her. She knew she was pushing him. She couldn't replace his wife, and she knew she couldn't stay here, but deep down she wished she could. She loved Kagaya and Minato, and the thought of not being with them was painful. Ino collapsed into a chair and buried her face in her hands. What was she supposed to do? A knot formed in her stomach, followed by an uncomfortable churning. Ino swallowed hard, but the feeling wouldn't go away. She frowned, and before she knew it, she was rushing to the bathroom where she felt sick. After rinsing her mouth, Ino stared at herself in the mirror. For the first time since waking up in her other self's body, she could see that they were the same person, yet not. Ino closed her eyes and wept. Ino left the house. Breakfast had been silent and awkward, with Naruto completely ignoring her. The children seemed oblivious to the tension, but Ino sensed that Kagaya might have picked up on it. It was a sunny day, and Ino wandered through the streets, contemplating how to entertain herself. Requesting a mission was not an option. That would mean talking to Naruto, and she was not in the mood. Besides, she wasn't even sure if her other self still took on missions. She could always go to work, but Ino didn't feel like working with plants either. So, she decided to wander, her eyes focused on her feet as she slumped through the village. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the woman in front of her. Bang! Ino stumbled backward, having bumped into someone. She quickly regained her senses and looked up, ready to apologize, only to see a familiar face smiling back at her. "Shizune?" Ino asked. Shizune continued smiling. "Hello, Ino. It's so lovely to see you." Ino returned the smile. Over the years, she had grown close to Shizune, and seeing her, even in a different time or world, was comforting. Ino couldn't help but think about what she knew of this older Shizune. She was married to Kakashi and had a daughter named Kana. Strange how things turned out. "I'm sorry I bumped into you," Ino said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Shizune waved it off. "That's quite all right," Shizune replied gently. "Everyone has bad days. Are you all right?" "Yes," Ino lied, "thank you." "Where were you headed?" "I just had breakfast with Kakashi," Shizune said. "He's off on a mission." "I'm going to see Lady Tsunade now," Ino said, her heart racing with unexpected excitement. Ino froze at the mention of Tsunade. She hadn't thought of the former Hokage since her arrival. Was she still alive? Why don't you join me? Shizun offered. Ino agreed, a part of her eager to see Tsunade again. When they arrived at the hospital, Ino was surprised to learn that Tsunade was a patient, not on duty as she had assumed. As they entered her room, they found Tsunade engrossed in a book about anatomy. Did you bring food? Tsunade asked, her eyes lighting up. Shizun laughed and produced a packed lunch from her bag, handing it to the elderly woman, who looked older than Ino remembered. Tsunade dove into the food with enthusiasm, and Shizun watched with a smile while Ino felt a mix of confusion and nostalgia. Oh, Tsunade said between bites. Hello Ino, didn't see you there. Hello, Lady Tsunade, Ino greeted with a respectful bow. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Sheesh, formal much? Tsunade teased. Haven't seen you so stiff in a while. How's the brat? Ino took a moment to recall who Tsunade meant. Naruto's fine. Tsunade's eyebrows shot up. Fine? Is he not? Well, you know. A blush crept onto Ino's cheeks. That was definitely not a topic she wanted to discuss, especially not with Tsunade. No, everything is fine. Tsunade snorted and continued eating. How are your children? Shizun asked. They're well, Ino replied. Minato's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? Tsunade said. Ino blinked, realizing she hadn't even thought about it. How could she, as his mother, not know? Why hadn't Naruto mentioned it? I'm surprised you remember, Lady Tsunade, Shizun laughed. You forget everyone else's birthdays. Oh, shush, Tsunade retorted. I don't forget everyone's birthday. I just remember Minato and Kagaya's better because I delivered them. Ino froze, realizing she hadn't known that Tsunade had been her MDWF. A part of her had always assumed it would be Sakura, but in this world, Sakura was no longer around. Yes, Shizun hummed as she pulled a chair closer and sat down. How are you feeling? Excellent, Tsunade admitted. I feel like I could take on a herd of bulls. No, scratch that, I could take on a herd of Narutos. Ha! Shizun rolled her eyes. Ino was starting to wonder if Tsunade had become a bit forgetful. So, Tsunade began, a peculiar look crossing her face. How's Kakashi? Shizun blushed and swatted Tsunade's arm playfully. None of your business. Spoil sport, Tsunade huffed. You used to love gossiping about him. When did you become so reserved? When you admitted my husband is attractive and wanted pictures. Shizun exclaimed. Tsunade shrugged, while Ino's mind raced. Yep, Tsunade was definitely a bit off. Noticing Ino's puzzled expression, Tsunade laughed. It was a joke. She knows that Lady Tsunade, Shizun snorted. She was there, remember? No, she wasn't, Tsunade said matter-of-factly. Ino froze. Could it be? Yes, she was. Shizun argued. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and motioned for Shizun to quiet down. Shizun frowned. Our Ino was there, Tsunade admitted, but not this one. Shizun looked bewildered. What are you talking about? How did you know? Ino asked, ignoring Shizun. Tsunade smiled knowingly. Your chakra is disrupted. I've seen it before. Ino's eyes widened. You've seen this before? Oh yes, Tsunade nodded. What is going on here? Shizun asked, glancing between the two blondes. Where did you see it? Ino pressed, a sudden hope blooming within her. Could this be the answer? Would she finally be able to go home and apologize to Naruto for their earlier argument? I'm a medic, Ino, Tsunade explained. I handle mishaps when someone is developing new techniques. Your other self was one of them. Ino was confused. What was Tsunade trying to imply by mentioning her other self's attempts at creating a new technique? What did that have to do with her? Your other self came to me with her entire chakra system disrupted, Tsunade pointed out, and memories and knowledge from another being were bleeding into hers. Do you understand now? I had to reverse those effects. It was harming her. A heavy silence fell over them, broken only by a knock on the door. It was Naruto. As he worked on paperwork for the upcoming summit in the Land of Iron, a realization struck him. Uzumaki Naruto dropped his pen in shock, then quickly rummaged through his drawers until he found the small battered notebook that belonged to his wife. He stared at the cover for several seconds before pulling out the research Gaara had brought regarding dimensions. Could it be? Naruto flipped through the notebook, skimming over the notes in a rush. Finally, he found what he was looking for, written in bold letters, followed by detailed explanations. He noticed the large red print his wife had scribbled later, forbidden. Naruto could no longer sit idly by. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The answer was right in front of him. He tucked the notebook under his arm and hurried from his office. He had to talk to Tsunade. As he approached Tsunade's room, he heard voices. At first, he assumed Shizune had come to visit again, but there was a third voice, Ino. Curious, Naruto pressed his ear against the door and listened for several minutes. They were discussing Tsunade's teasing of Shizune regarding Kakashi. He stifled a laugh. The old woman never let Shizune off the hook. However, the conversation took an intriguing turn when Tsunade claimed that Ino was a different Ino. Naruto's eyes widened. So he was right. Not wanting to wait any longer, Naruto knocked on the door. He didn't wait for Tsunade's approval to enter. He opened the door and stepped inside, the notebook tucked under his arm. A heavy silence fell over the room. Tsunade broke the silence first. I thought it was you eavesdropping on us. Naruto blushed. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Tsunade waved him off. How are you, brat? Fine, Naruto replied. What about you, Granny? Tsunade smiled. I feel great for a change. I could take on a horde of your shadow clones, I reckon. Want to try? Naruto rolled his eyes. No, you're retired, remember? The doctor would kill me if I exposed you to fighting. Tsunade huffed, but there was a twinkle in her eye. Shizune and Ino shared a soft laugh. So, what do you want, brat? Tsunade asked, her gaze fixed on Naruto as he lifted the notebook for her to see. Her eyes widened in recognition. So you realized it too? Tsunade inquired, and Naruto nodded. Tsunade chuckled softly. I'm surprised you remember. Naruto's expression darkened, and Ino glanced at Shizune, confused. The older woman merely shrugged, equally puzzled by the situation. I didn't want to forget, Naruto whispered. Tsunade offered him a weak smile. Ino felt a tightness in her chest. It was the first time in a while that she had seen such a painful expression on Naruto's face. His eyes seemed to hold endless depths of emotion, making her wonder what could have caused such turmoil within him. Tsunade sighed and gestured for Shizune to arrange her pillows. As Shizune fluffed them and positioned them behind Tsunade's back, the former Hokage pulled a manila folder from the drawer beside her bed. Leaning back against the pillows, she opened the folder and began flipping through the papers inside. I've been researching this phenomenon without your consent, Tsunade explained, but I haven't found a way to reverse the effects yet. Ino interrupted, her brows furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? Shizune and I are completely lost. Tsunade met Ino's determined gaze, then glanced at Naruto. He bit his lip and turned to Ino. Ino, I'm so sorry. For what? Ino asked, bewildered. I know how you ended up in my wife's body, Naruto revealed, causing Ino's eyes to widen in shock. I knew all along but buried it deep in my mind. I didn't want to remember. You know what caused this? Is it what Lady Tsunade was trying to explain to me? Ino asked, hope rising in her voice. Do you know how to reverse it? Naruto remained silent for several moments. Shizune nervously glanced between the three blondes, sensing that she wasn't supposed to be hearing any of this. What did Naruto mean by Ino being in his wife's body? Were they not the same person? Naruto, Tsunade broke the silence, tell her the truth. With a sigh, Naruto spoke. It's called 5 dimensions to heaven. It's a forbidden technique that allows the mind to traverse various dimensions and take control of another body. It was never completed due to its negative side effects, and thus the reverse is unknown. Ino was left speechless. The forbidden technique? One that could traverse dimensions? Was that even possible? Who could have developed such a thing? She turned to Tsunade. Is this what happened to me? Is this what caused me to nearly die? Tsunade nodded. But didn't you heal me? Ino pressed. Tsunade's expression darkened. No, the fifth Hokage replied. You woke up one day completely healed and free from the technique. We still don't know what caused it to reverse. Ino clenched her fists. Did that mean she couldn't be healed at all? Was she stuck in this body until it randomly reversed itself? If the technique hadn't been completed when older Ino had another mind within her, did that mean it was now more developed since she had completely changed bodies? Naruto seemed to read her thoughts. Someone must have stolen the technique's notes and developed it further. They may have even completed it, because this time the effects are far more advanced than before. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Who created this technique? Ino asked. Naruto and Tsunade exchanged glances before turning to Ino. You did, they said in unison. Ino stared at the old battered notebook in her hands. Naruto had given it to her when they left Tsunade's room. You should have it, Ino. My wife created the 5 dimensions to heaven. Maybe that means you are the only one who can reverse it. After all, you are still the same person, just from different dimensions, Naruto had told her when he handed it over. Ino still couldn't believe that her other self had developed something so powerful. As she flipped through the notebook, she noticed the similarities it had to mind transfer. Older Ino had clearly used the basis of mind transfer to create the forbidden technique. However, the deeper she delved into the notes, the more complicated the technique appeared, and the more she feared she would never find the answer. Meanwhile, 37-year-old Ino stared at the dark clouds looming overhead, sensing that rain was imminent. With a sigh, she stumbled into the bustling center of Konoha. Something felt off, whether it was the dreary weather or an unsettling atmosphere in the village. As Ino passed familiar buildings and some she had never seen before, she felt a longing for her own home. She missed being in her own body, with her family and her husband. She missed Naruto. His other self could never replace the man she married. They had enough differences to feel like separate entities. However, Ino knew there wasn't much she could do at that moment. She had no notes regarding the 5 dimensions to heaven, so she couldn't immediately start deciphering the reverse. When Ino passed an old, battered building, she froze. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she recognized it but couldn't recall where from. Curious, she peeked through the fence, but it was quiet. Determined, she opened the gate and approached the front door, knocking softly. No answer. She peered through the windows. The furniture was old, worn, and covered in dust and cobwebs. Clearly no one lived there. Ino walked around to another window and looked inside. The room was large and filled with empty racks. Her eyes widened as she recognized the symbol engraved on the wood. It didn't make sense. Why was Hyuga Astra's shop in such disrepair? And where was the woman, who was obviously much younger, when her shop clearly existed? 16-year-old Ino woke up the next few mornings feeling uncomfortable. A terrible headache was often followed by nausea. Naruto stayed by her side, rubbing her back when she felt sick and bringing her water. Ino was grateful for his support. This morning, the nausea was worse than ever. After emptying her stomach for the 3rd time, Ino collapsed against the bathtub, her skin pale. Naruto watched her with concern. I'm sorry, Ino croaked. I don't know what's happening. I just suddenly got sick. Naruto offered her a weak smile. Don't apologize. I'm just worried about your health. You can't keep anything down. A heavy silence settled between them. Ino got up slowly and washed her face. She felt terrible and was genuinely worried about her health. She knew her body was lacking the nutrition it needed, but no matter what she ate, nothing would stay in. At first, she thought it was a bug, but now. Her eyes widened. No, surely she would have noticed Pyarjin CY earlier, right? Ino turned to Naruto, her eyes wide. Maybe I'm Pyarjin in T. Naruto frowned. I suppose that's possible, but wouldn't you have noticed earlier? You told Sasuke quite a while ago that you were not expecting. Maybe I didn't realize, Ino admitted. Even the best medic could miss some things. I'll call Karen, Naruto stated. She can check for any sign of the baby's chakra. Then we'll get you to a medic. Tsunade, Ino blurted out. She's retired, Ino, Naruto started, but Ino interrupted by shaking her head. And this pairings is a special case, Ino confessed. This baby isn't mine, Naruto. I've never been NTMT before. Naruto blinked. He hadn't known that, but a part of him had suspected it might be the case. And although he knew it wasn't supposed to be an overly joyous time because of the dangers this pairings could pose, Naruto felt an unexpected excitement. He was going to be a father again. No, Karen said blandly, I do not sense another chakra, but there are traces of a foreign chakra. I've never noticed it before. I obviously was not diving deep enough. Naruto, Ino, Sasuke, and Karen were gathered around the Uchiha dining table. The children were playing outside with Suigetsu, whom Ino had yet to meet. Naruto frowned, appearing to be deep in thought. Is it possibly a baby's chakra? Or remnants of it? Sasuke asked. Karen shrugged but closed her eyes again to concentrate on the chakra. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes. It is similar to the remnants of chakra when a woman experiences a loss, Karen admitted, which means it could possibly be the baby. Are you saying I had a loss? Ino asked, horrified. How could she have experienced that without realizing it? Karen shook her head. No, it is similar, but I don't think you experienced a loss. Perhaps you should get blood tests done. Ino nodded. Naruto had already contacted Tsunade, who immediately agreed to have a look. He also contacted Shikamaru, since his excellent mind might be useful in this strange phenomenon. Silence fell over the room. Ino felt very awkward, so she turned her attention to the painting of the Uchiha family. Hey, Sasuke, a male voice interrupted the silence. Are there any more water flasks in the fridge? Everyone's attention turned to a man with white hair who had just stepped into the room. Ino did not recognize him. The male grinned, showing off pointy teeth. Hey, it's the Hokage and his wife. Hi. Suigetsu, was Naruto's greeting. Ino had a feeling that the man was indeed Suigetsu. Who else would have come from the backyard that was an adult? Karen was annoyed. I refilled all 40 of them this morning. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes. Was I asking you? And 40 aren't enough. Refill your own flasks, moron. Karen hissed. Bully, Suigetsu muttered, then he turned around and stomped away. Sasuke merely rolled his eyes. Karen turned to her husband. When this fourth baby is born, she ummed, that idiot is moving out. I've had enough. With that, Karen stood up and stomped out of the room. Should we go? Naruto asked. Clearly, those two have argued all day again. Sasuke smiled. Indeed, they had a food fight this morning. She'll get over it. She won't really kick him out, will she? Ino asked. Nah, was Sasuke's response. Ino wasn't so sure, so she excused herself from the table to go find Suigetsu. She found him outside with the children in the plastic pool. He really did love water, and the children seemed to adore him. They were laughing and throwing water balloons at each other. Oh, hi Hokage's wife, Suigetsu greeted. It's Ino, Ino stated. Right, Suigetsu nodded. I just wanted to propose something, Ino started, but then trailed off. Suigetsu watched her and waited. Finally, Ino shrugged her doubts off. If you ever need any help or a friend, or ever a place to stay, please don't hesitate to come to us. Naruto and I would be glad to assist. Suigetsu blinked, then grinned. Sure, thanks. Wish all Konoha leaders were so nice. What do you mean? Ino asked, confused. Suigetsu's smile faded. Sasuke, Karen, and we had another friend. A teammate. Without him, we're not complete, you know. What happened to him? Ino asked. They threw him in prison, Suigetsu admitted, declared him unstable. Ino took in a sharp breath. I'm sorry. Suigetsu shrugged. No worries. Your husband has been fighting for his freedom. Maybe one day he'll be released, and we can be a team again. Ino nodded, then watched as Suigetsu joined the children again. Ino and Naruto walked to the hospital together, greeting a few people along the way. Ino was thinking about what Suigetsu had told her. She found it very admirable that Naruto was fighting for their friend. Somehow, she wished she could make a difference too. Naruto! Called out. Naruto walked slower so that they would be walking next to each other. Yeah, was his response. Suigetsu told me about their friend, Ino admitted, the one in the asylum. Naruto frowned, then his eyes widened in recognition. Oh, you mean Jugo? What's wrong with him? Ino asked. Naruto tapped his chin. I wouldn't say there is much wrong with him. He has a brilliant mind and probably the kindest soul I have ever met. So how come he is considered unstable? I think that's just an excuse to lock him up, Naruto said. People fear him, Ino. He is the origin of Orochimaru's cursed seal technique. Unfortunately, his abilities tend to make him lose control from time to time. Ino was surprised. She had not expected him to be the origin of Orochimaru's cursed seal technique. In fact, the memory of Orochimaru made Ino shiver. He took Sasuke away. But he can be controlled, Naruto admitted. Sasuke has the ability to calm him. Jugo loves Sasuke. They are like brothers. However, not many trust Sasuke there. So you're fighting for both of them? Ino asked. Naruto nodded. Ino smiled. I want to help. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. Ino nodded. She truly did. She wanted to give Suigetsu something, and she wanted to allow Jugo and Sasuke to reunite. They deserved it. Naruto smiled at Ino warmly. That's great. Ino returned the smile. So, when do I get to meet him? I'll take you there as soon as I can get the permission, Naruto replied. Unfortunately, we cannot just show up. He is a special case. Ino nodded. Tsunade did the basic checkup, then she let a nurse take Ino's blood for testing. Ino sat by Tsunade's bedside, patiently waiting for the results, since the nurse claimed they would immediately go through the procedure. Shikamaru sat beside Tsunade, his expression thoughtful. Finally, the nurse returned with the results. Tsunade took the documents from her and dismissed her. Flipping through the papers, Tsunade's expression darkened. She placed the documents on her lap and turned to Ino with a serious look. You are PR'd, Tsunade said. Ino inhaled sharply, trying to swallow the lump that formed in her throat. Shikamaru clasped his hands together, already deep in thought. Naruto, who had been pacing the room, stopped and turned to Tsunade. And it's my wife's baby, right? I believe so, Tsunade replied. Ino claims she is a virgin, so we'll take her word for it. Women can become PR'd without PNTR'd actually happening, Shikamaru added thoughtfully. I haven't been anywhere near a man's genus. Ino exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shikamaru sighed and nodded. Is this a side effect of the technique, perhaps? Naruto suggested. Tsunade frowned, and Shikamaru looked up at him. You might be onto something, Naruto, Shikamaru admitted. Karen said she couldn't sense the baby, right? Naruto nodded. Shikamaru turned to Tsunade. And you? Can you sense or feel the baby? Tsunade shook her head. It's there, but it's not. It's very strange. Shikamaru nodded. Then perhaps the technique doesn't just transfer the mind through dimensions. Ino felt her stomach drop. Silence fell over the room as all the blondes stared at Shikamaru in shock. Are you saying the technique can transfer tissue as well? Tsunade finally broke the silence. Well, Shikamaru shrugged, I've heard of stranger things happening. Naruto resumed pacing. If that really is what happened, then my wife, who is 37, is not only in another body but also has our child with her? In essence, yes, Shikamaru confirmed. Naruto sighed and collapsed into a chair next to Ino, who was still frozen in shock. What are we going to do? Naruto asked, running his hands through his blonde hair. This technique is already dangerous, and now it has dragged an innocent life into it. We'll fix this, Naruto, Tsunade whispered calmly. I promise. I have to leave for a few days, Naruto announced one morning at breakfast. Minato groaned, but a look from his father silenced him. Kagaya remained quiet. Ino looked up, curious. Where are you going? Ino asked, doubting it was a mission since the Hokage rarely left the village. The Land of Iron, Naruto admitted. There's a Kage summit. We have one every year. Oh, was all Ino said for a moment, then asked, do you go alone? I have 2 guards, Naruto replied. And usually Ino. You attend with me. Minato and Kagaya exchanged puzzled glances. Why did Ino ask about the summit when she went with Naruto every year? Why did Naruto speak of Ino as if she weren't there? Noticing the children's curious looks, Naruto and Ino quickly changed the subject. Minato soon forgot about the event, but Kagaya was not one to easily overlook something like that. She sensed something was off. Naruto was in the study, having decided to delay work until the afternoon. Ino knocked on the door and slipped inside. Naruto was studying an ancient scroll. Naruto! Ino called, hoping she wasn't interrupting. Yes, he looked up. Can I go with you to the summit? Ino asked. Naruto blinked in surprise. I thought you would want to stay with the children, he said, but Ino shook her head. Naruto blinked again, then smiled. Sure, you're welcome to come. Ino thanked him and moved to her desk. She gently traced her fingers over a notebook about the 5 dimensions to heaven, then sat down and opened a book on dimensions. She had been studying the theory for days but still couldn't find any solutions. Just as Ino became engrossed in her book, Naruto called her name. She looked up, surprised to see him standing at her desk. She hadn't heard him approach. He handed her a scroll. What is it? Ino asked. Approval, Naruto stated. You can visit Jugo now. Ino jumped up, excitement bubbling within her. Really? Thank you. In her enthusiasm, she pulled Naruto into a hug. He laughed and returned the gesture. The location of Jugo's cell was an isolated asylum on the outskirts of the village. The building was small and led downstairs immediately upon entry. Ino glanced behind her before descending into the unknown, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought that none of the patients probably ever saw enough sunlight. As she stepped into the darkness, she realized just how grim the world could be. She couldn't remain an ignorant 16-year-old any longer. The reception area was small, with a glass wall separating visitors from the nurses on duty. There was no waiting area. Ino nervously approached the reception desk and rang a small bell. Nurse dressed in a gray tunic entered through a heavy metal door. How can I help you? She asked with a forced smile. My name is Yama. Uzumaki Ino. Ino introduced herself, stumbling over her name. I'm here to see Jugo. She handed the scroll to the nurse. The nurse opened the scroll and scanned it briefly before wrapping it up and looking back at Ino, her forced smile still in place. Indeed, she muttered. Wait here, Lady Ino. I'll contact the head nurse for you. The nurse disappeared behind the metal door. A few minutes passed, and the door opened again. This time, a different nurse stepped in, also dressed in a gray tunic but with a large red cross stitched onto her chest. Hello, she greeted warmly, her smile genuine. It has been a long time, Lady Ino. Ino trailed off. Yeah. She wasn't sure how she knew this woman but decided to go along with it. Please, the nurse said, step through. Mai opened the door that led into the glass-enclosed area. Ino stepped inside, noticing the sudden change in temperature. Mai closed the door behind them. Could I ask you to leave all your belongings here? Of course, Ino agreed, removing her bag from her shoulder and tucking it into a locker Mai showed her. Mai then gestured for Ino to follow her through the heavy metal door. They entered a long corridor painted white, with 2 potted plants sitting against one wall. Beyond that, there were only doors. Jugo never gets visitors, Mai explained. That Uchiha boy has requested permission several times but always gets denied. Poor thing, he cares for Jugo very much. Is Jugo really dangerous? Ino asked. Heavens no, Mai exclaimed. He is misunderstood, that's all. I suppose he can be dangerous when he loses control, but what people fail to realize is that he can be managed. Blinded by fear, Ino stated. Mai nodded. Lord Hokage has been trying to free Jugo, she stated solemnly, but the council has not approved any of his suggestions yet. He might be the highest-ranking officer, but the Hokage cannot really do anything alone. Why did I marry a politician? Ino asked and Mai laughed. They stepped in front of a door. This is it, Mai pointed out. Jugo just had lunch, so he should be reading now. He reads? Ino asked, surprised. Mai smiled. All the time. It's all he ever does. She knocked on the door, then opened it and stepped inside. Jugo, she called out, there is someone here to see you. Can you spare a minute? Ino stepped out from behind Mai, expecting to see a frightening sight, but she was met with something completely different. Jugo had a strong build, which did make him slightly intimidating, but he had gentle eyes. When he looked up from his book, The Tale of Genji, he seemed genuinely surprised, but also patiently calm. This is Uzumaki Ino, Mai introduced Ino. She is the Hokage's wife, Jugo concluded. Mai smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mai. Mai nodded and excused herself, giving Ino a warm smile. An awkward silence followed. Ino remained where she stood, unsure whether she should sit down or shake hands with Jugo. Jugo felt much the same. It had been so long since someone from outside came to see him that he had no idea how to approach her. Ino decided to break the silence on a whim. Is the food good? She blurted out, only to realize that the question was absurd. A blush crept to her cheeks when Jugo burst out laughing. You are definitely his wife, Jugo said between laughs. I'm sorry, Ino muttered, embarrassed. I didn't know what to say. Jugo shook his head and closed his book. He moved from his bed and approached the small table in the corner, gesturing for Ino to sit opposite him. She complied, but not before looking around the room. It was empty, with only a bed, a table and 2 chairs. There were no signs of it being home, and there were no windows. It felt like a dark, empty abyss. Ino sat down and noticed that the chair squeaked under her weight. She glanced at Jugo. Could this calm, gentle man truly be a monster, like everyone claimed? No, Suigetsu and Naruto had told her what he was like. He couldn't be a monster. Not truly. How is Sasuke? Jugo asked. Ino was surprised that he would ask that first. He's well. Karen is PR'd again. Jugo's features lit up. A 4th one. Brilliant. Ino smiled at his enthusiasm. Do you like kids, Jugo? Yes, he whispered. Do you have any of your own? Yes. A daughter. She was a baby the last time I saw her. Ino didn't know what to say, but when she noticed the pained expression on Jugo's face, she felt guilty for bringing the topic up. It's all right, Jugo suddenly stated. I don't mind you asking. Ino smiled. Had he read her mind? Do you hate being locked up? No, Jugo replied after a few seconds of silence. No, I don't hate it. I prefer it. Ino frowned, and Jugo noticed. It means I can't harm anyone, Jugo continued. This way, all I ever destroy are chairs. It's better this way. I'm a monster. Surely you don't really think that? Ino asked. Jugo smiled weakly. Something tugged at Ino's heart then. Maybe she pitied him, or maybe she truly felt something for him, but she knew she couldn't let him remain in this dark cell for the rest of his life. He had a daughter. A child he obviously loved but could never see or touch. What kind of parent could ever live without a child's smile? What's her name? Ino changed the subject. Jugo seemed surprised. Kasumi, he finally whispered. Ino smiled. That's a beautiful name. Did you choose it? Jugo shook his head. No, I'm terrible with names. Shizuka chose the name. She was named after Shizuka's late lover, Sajiri. And you're okay with that? Ino asked. Yes. Shizuka will always love him, at least partially, deep down in her heart. Ino smiled. And where are Shizuka and Kasumi now? Jugo closed his eyes, then turned his attention away and focused on the door instead. Ino bit her lip, unsure of what to expect. I don't know, Jugo finally admitted. Shizuka is the leader of her village. She probably went back. And took Kasumi with her. Does she visit? No, she never has. Ino's heart ached for him. Is it all right if I come again? Ino asked as Mai led her outside. Of course, Mai agreed. Come whenever you like. Ino thanked her, then slowly made her way back up the stairs, where she was greeted by the sun. She shielded her eyes from the bright light and looked into the distance. Konoha, did the people even know the dark, dirty secrets of their own home? Did they know that every day they practically walked over a prison? Ino was disgusted. She was going to make this right. Jugo deserved that much. Welcome home, Naruto greeted from the kitchen when Ino returned. Ino pulled off her shoes and made her way to the kitchen. She was exhausted, having stopped by work to check on a few things. Kana seemed to have everything in order. How did the meeting go? Naruto asked as he added more salt to whatever he was cooking. It went well, Ino stated, but her emotions did not agree with her words. Feeling a heavy weight on her chest, Ino approached Naruto slowly, stopping a few inches away from him. He watched her curiously, putting down the salt shaker and turning to face her. Ino, he gently called out her name, lifting his arm to caress her cheek with his warm fingers. Ino closed her eyes and sighed at his touch. She needed comfort. Feeling bold, Ino took a step closer and buried her face in his chest. He did not tense, he merely sighed and wrapped his arms around her. It's okay. Everything will work out. He is lonely, Naruto, Ino muttered. He wants to see his daughter, although he didn't admit it out loud. But I could see it in his eyes. He wants to see her desperately. Shizuka too. I know, Naruto whispered. I know. Can't we allow him that? Just that little contact with his family for the time being? Ino asked, pulling away far enough to look Naruto in the eye. Naruto stared at her for several seconds, then closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against hers. I tried, Naruto admitted. I've contacted Shizuka several times. She never replied. Where is she? Ino asked. I'll contact her this time. Maybe she'll listen to me. Naruto smiled. You're not giving up, are you? No, Ino smirked. Sound familiar? Never giving up. Naruto chuckled. A little yes. Shizuka is the leader of Nadeshiko village. So she can come see Jugo? Ino asked. Yes. Ino smiled warmly, and before she thought it through, planted a gentle kiss on Naruto's lips. His eyes widened in surprise, but Ino thought nothing of it as she broke free from his grasp and returned to the study to start writing a letter for Shizuka. In the quiet of the kitchen, Naruto absently touched his now tingling lips. The sun had just risen, casting a bright glow over Konoha. Ino lay in bed, her eyes wide open. Everyone was still asleep, but she couldn't find rest any longer. Her mind raced, and her heart felt heavy with worry. Don't let everything bother you, Naruto's voice suddenly said from behind her. Ino nearly jumped. She hadn't realized he was awake. She felt him move behind her and, not wanting him to stare at her from behind, she turned to face him. His blue eyes were still glazed with sleep, which was oddly cute. I can't help it, Ino muttered. Everything is just messed up. I know, Naruto replied. Does it bother you? What? Sharing a bed with me? Naruto snorted and closed his eyes again. No. But I'm not really your Ino, Ino said. I'm just in her body. Why doesn't it bother you? Naruto sighed and opened his eyes again. And you kissed me, so we're both guilty, aren't we? A blush crept to Ino's cheeks. She hadn't meant to kiss him. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Naruto smirked and draped his arm over her waist. Might as well go with it, we're both in this together. Are you trying to be funny? Ino asked. Is it working? Kind of. Naruto's smirk widened. Ino sighed and moved closer to him. She had to admit he had a point. To heck with it. She liked him and would enjoy his company while she could. After all, there was no guarantee that things would return to normal. What if she had to stay his wife for the rest of her life? Where do the kids go while we're at the summit? Ino changed the subject. They stay with my parents, usually, Naruto replied. Hinata attends the summit herself, Sasuke is my guard, and Karen can't look after 6 kids by herself. Ino mumbled. What about Hinata's kids then? They have a grandfather, you know? Ino rolled her eyes, but a smile formed on her face. She found it endearing when Naruto referred to her parents as mother and father. It meant they were there for him, that he wasn't alone anymore. Being an orphan must be tough, Ino couldn't fathom it. Feeling bold, Ino snuggled against him, enjoying the warmth of his skin against hers. Naruto didn't seem to mind. Tell me something about your Ino, Ino suddenly said after a short silence. Like what? Naruto asked. Anything. Naruto was quiet for several seconds, likely thinking of something good to share. She has very strong morals. She doesn't take nonsense from anyone. I used to call her my own little feminist. Ino chuckled. Has a temper, then? Worse than Sakura's, Naruto replied, but don't tell her I said that. Ino chuckled again, but she silently lamented her friend's absence. Not having Sakura in this dimension was strange. Now your turn, Naruto pointed out. Huh. Tell me something about your Naruto. But not something obvious. Not much to say, Ino admitted. I wasn't really close with him. But I was happy to see him again after he returned from training. Did you train with Jiraiya? Unfortunately, Naruto grumbled. Ino laughed. It's only recently that I started to notice that he's not that bad looking, Ino continued. Naruto snorted and tightened his grip on her waist. Darlin', he whispered playfully, we're the epitome of charm. When did you get so full of yourself? I've always been like this, Naruto pointed out innocently. As if, Ino laughed as she playfully tapped his bare chest. Naruto chuckled and buried his nose in her hair. Ino felt her heart race. Things are changing, aren't they? Ino suddenly asked. Was the mumbled response she received. Ino sighed and closed her eyes, enjoying the last few moments of the morning, pushing aside the guilt of sharing a bed with another's husband. Gaara had a keen eye. His sister had pointed it out to him long ago. Gaara saw things others didn't, which made him successful. However, he knew that his ability to see didn't come to him on its own. No, he learned it from someone he cared for deeply, perhaps not as much as he loved his family, but close. Uzumaki Naruto taught him how to see. Ever since the blonde had defeated him, Gaara viewed the world in a different light. It was as if his eyes had opened for the first time. And now Gaara could sense a storm approaching. Not sleeping again? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Gaara turned his attention away from the sunrise to face the door leading to the balcony. Hinata stood there, watching him with a concerned expression, her arms wrapped protectively around her swollen belly. You know I won't ever truly recover, Gaara replied. Hinata nodded, understanding that her husband would never be able to sleep like a normal person, but that didn't mean she couldn't hope. With a small smile, she approached him and leaned against him, her lavender eyes focused on the sunrise. You can feel something, can't you? Hinata asked. Yes, he replied. Something is coming. Something significant. Hinata closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Gaara wrapped his arm around her shoulders when she shivered. Madoka, she suddenly whispered, the wind carrying the name with it. Gaara looked down at his wife in confusion. I want to name her Madoka, Hinata continued, if she's a girl. A small smile tugged at Gaara's lips. Hinata knew that his silence was his approval of the name. However, she also sensed his silence was a signal of concern. The annual Kage summit was just around the corner, and he didn't want her to travel so far into her PR Nzui. But Hinata knew she couldn't just stay behind. Gaara felt a storm brewing, which meant trouble, and she would not allow trouble to tear them apart. I love you, Hinata whispered. Once again, Gaara did not reply, but she knew he loved her too. Kakashi and Shizune are coming over for dinner tonight, Naruto stated as he pulled on his robe. Ino nodded and handed him his hat. He took it with a grateful smile, placed it on his head, and locked gazes with his wife. Everything is going to be fine, Naruto assured her. Things will work themselves out. You just keep studying that notebook, okay? Ino nodded again. Naruto stepped closer and tucked a stray lock of hair behind Ino's ear, causing her to shiver at his gentle touch. I know we probably shouldn't. Naruto began, but trailed off when Ino placed her finger on his lips. She smiled and shook her head. Naruto sighed in defeat, stepping even closer, never breaking eye contact. May I? Ino's small nod of confirmation was more than enough. Naruto leaned down, and as their lips met, a powerful surge of emotion swept through both of them. They both knew they were falling too deep, but neither of them cared. The day passed quickly. Before Ino knew it, she was preparing dinner for their guests. Of course, neither the guests nor Naruto had arrived yet, but she was eager to impress. Minato was drawing with crayons behind her on the floor, and Kaguya was outside training. Minato hummed a familiar tune, touching Ino's heart. She was really settling into her life here, and she wasn't sure if it was a good thing. The doorbell snapped her from her reverie. Leaving the broth for the noodles boiling, Ino wiped her hands on her apron and went to open the door. She knew it would be Kakashi and Shizen. Naruto never knocked or used the doorbell. Ino had to admit she was nervous. Shizen knew the truth about her, but Kakashi didn't. Although he'd probably figure it out the moment he saw her. She was also anxious because she had never met Kakashi in this dimension. What was he like? The same? Different? She got her answer when the door opened. Ino had to do everything in her power not to let her jaw drop. Hatake Kakashi was not wearing his mask. In all the years that she had known him, Ino knew that almost no one had ever seen him without it, and it was an ongoing mission for Naruto to discover what the man hid beneath the dark cover. She had to admit she was curious too, but now that she finally witnessed it, she had no idea what to think. Alright, so Hatake Kakashi was breathtakingly handsome, even for someone as old as he was. Why he wore a mask was a mystery. Why hide such a beautiful warm smile and high cheekbones? Ino was speechless. Seems we have surprised her. Shizen broke the silence with a knowing smile. How so? Kakashi asked, an eyebrow raised as he glanced at his wife. Shizen gave him a pointed look. Kakashi's attention returned to Ino, and realization dawned on his face. Ah, I see now. Interesting. I'm sorry, what? Ino asked. Kakashi smiled, which felt strange without the mask. I don't need Sharingan to figure out you're different, Ino. Nevertheless, can we come in? Oh yes, Ino mumbled as she stepped aside. Smells delicious, Shizen commented as they walked down the hall to the kitchen. I'm making soba noodles, Ino stated. The sauce is boiling at the moment. Well, part of it. Lovely, Shizen hummed. I haven't had soba in ages. Neither have I, Kakashi agreed, but his attention was no longer focused on the women. Uncle Kakashi! Minato exclaimed excitedly as he hopped up and ran into the man's arms. Hey, kiddo, Kakashi greeted in return as he lifted Minato into the air and then to his hip. What are you drawing? Mr. Packen. Minato grinned, but I think I made his head too big. Oh dear, Kakashi said, a twinkle in his eye. Ino watched in amazement as Kakashi sat down with Minato and started to draw. Shizen chuckled at the blonde's astonishment. Kana sends her love, Shizen said. She had a date tonight, so she couldn't make it. That's all right, Ino smiled. Who does she have a date with? Oh, she's seeing Guy's oldest, Shizen replied. I find it highly amusing and ironic that the two rivals' children ended up dating. Kakashi does not quite agree with me. Ino laughed. That would be a sight. The calm, collected daughter of Hatake Kakashi and the wild, energetic son of Mato Guy. I haven't seen Guy at all, Ino whispered to Shizen, or met any of his family. Oh, Shizen whispered back. Well, I'm sure they'll pop up eventually. They are very hard to miss. Ino laughed again. Just then, Naruto returned from work. The two men greeted each other with a firm handshake, but Ino did not miss the affectionate teacher-student pat on the back they exchanged. Shizen received a hug instead of a handshake. Ino was greeted with a warm kiss for the second time that day. Her insides tingled when he pulled away. Shizen gave her a knowing smile. Isn't Sai joining us? Kakashi asked out of the blue after Naruto served drinks. Oh yes, Naruto replied. He told me he would be a bit late. Ino frowned. She had not known that Sai was invited. Naruto smiled at her apologetically as he handed her a glass of wine. He only let me know this morning, he whispered. Ino nodded. It was all right, she had made enough food to feed an army. By the time Sai arrived, the food was ready to be served and enjoyed. After loud noises and chatter as they dished up, Naruto stood up and proposed a toast. Sakura is no longer with us, Naruto said, and Sasuke is on a mission, but let's toast to Team 7. Team 7, the others chimed in. Ino frowned, unsure if they were celebrating something. Naruto noticed her confusion and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Today marks the anniversary of Sakura's passing, Naruto explained. Ino's eyes widened. But instead of mourning, we're celebrating her life. A smile formed on Ino's lips as tears threatened to fall. Yes, celebrating her life was much better than mourning. There was exactly a week left before the annual Kage Summit commenced. While Naruto was preparing the village for his absence, Ino took the time to spend with her children and prepare for the journey. She was in desperate need of a dress for the evening gala that took place after the meeting. Naruto had told her the details of the evening and that the women liked to dress up to show off their social standing as the Kage's wife. At least, that's how Naruto saw it. He thought it was funny. The thought of having to get a dress was exciting, but going back to Astra's shop was not. However, Ino knew she wouldn't find anything else worthy anywhere else. If there was one thing Astra was skilled at, it was making divine dresses and kimonos. After dropping Minato off at school, Ino swallowed her uneasiness and headed down the main street toward Astra's home, which also happened to be her shop. By the time she arrived, she wasn't the only one about to knock on the door. Hinata. Hello, Ino, Hinata smiled warmly. Are you also getting a dress for the evening gala? Yes, Ino replied. Hinata's smile widened. The door opened, revealing Astra in her beautifully styled kimono. Ino expected hostility as Astra often displayed, but instead, the woman greeted Hinata with a wide smile and open arms. When she turned her gaze to Ino, however, the warmth faded from her eyes. Ino felt a chill run through her. Clearly, Astra didn't dislike people in general, she just had a particular aversion to Ino. Ino couldn't understand why. Come in, ladies, Astra said enthusiastically as she led Hinata into the main room, filled with racks of exquisitely designed dresses. Something special for the evening gala, I presume? Yes, Hinata replied. I'd like something that suits my figure. And accommodates my belly, of course. Astra immediately began showing a variety of dresses to the young leader of the Hyuga family. Ino could only watch in envy as Astra focused all her attention on Hinata, leaving Ino feeling forgotten. Trying to shake off her feelings, Ino searched for a dress of her own. Eventually, she found a stunning golden kimono, beautifully woven with floral embroidery. The color was perfect and oddly reminded her of Naruto's hair. With Hinata still overwhelmed by Astra's suggestions, Ino took the opportunity to leave the money on the table and step outside. She didn't want to feel like a third wheel in this situation. As she walked away, guilt crept in for leaving Hinata alone with the unpredictable Astra. Time passed slowly, and Ino grew restless. A nagging feeling in the back of her mind told her that the longer she waited, the worse the situation would become. It was just past noon, the air was hot and dry, and Ino felt bored. Despite her state of mind, Konoha continued to buzz around her. It amazed her how similar yet different the two Konohas were. Her thoughts drifted to Sasuke. Strangely, she missed him. He and Karen were two people she knew she could have trusted. Now, neither of them were here. Ino. A timid voice pulled her from her thoughts. Ino turned around, unsure of what to expect. Her nerves calmed when she saw the familiar smile of her closest friend, Hinata. Hinata looked different, but she was still Hinata. Hello, Hinata, Ino greeted with a grin. Hinata smiled shyly. Ino suddenly noticed that Hinata was not alone. It felt strange to see her with a companion. She was so used to seeing Hinata move around the village by herself. Her breath caught in her throat, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Hello, Niji. The young branch family member studied her carefully but responded to her greeting. It was strange to see him. Ino had forgotten how much Masahiro resembled his father. It was uncanny. She couldn't wait to return to her dimension and share this encounter with Hinata. She could already imagine her best friend in tears over the news. Hinata noticed the odd looks exchanged between her cousin and friend and decided to break the awkward silence. Are you going somewhere in particular? Ino turned her attention back to Hinata. No, I was just wondering. I'm bored. No missions. Niji interjected. Ino shook her head and smiled nervously. Tsunade still refused to give her missions. Niji and I were going to get something to eat, Hinata said. You can join us if you like. Ino grinned. Sure, I'd love to. After a satisfying lunch with Hinata and Niji, Ino excused herself and returned to her wandering. She had enjoyed her time with Hinata, but it wasn't quite the same. It felt even stranger with Niji being so distant. He was nothing like the Niji she knew. Although that was to be expected. There you are, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Ino rolled her eyes. Was she destined to keep running into people today? It was Shikamaru. Hey, Shikamaru, Ino greeted. Shikamaru studied her closely, much like Niji had. What? I've noticed lately that you're different, Shikamaru pointed out. Ino swallowed nervously. She had a feeling he would pick up on it quickly, he always did. And you only approach me about it now? Ino asked. I figured it was none of my business, Shikamaru replied, not to mention troublesome. Ino snorted. Shikamaru hadn't changed at all in this dimension. The door behind him opened, and Ino noticed it was the famous barbecue restaurant Asuma always took them to. Next time you're paying, Shikamaru, Chuji grumbled as he opened a bag of chips. For the second time that day, Ino's heart sank, but this time tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Before she knew it, she had thrown herself at her teammate. Chuji dropped his bag of chips when her arms wrapped around his neck. He froze and glanced at Shikamaru. What's going on? Shikamaru watched the scene with a calculating eye. I'm going to assume this version of Ino hasn't seen you in a long time. Huh, was Chuji's only response. Ino was sobbing into his shoulder, and he wasn't sure how to react. He felt nervous and a blush crept onto his cheeks. Finally, Ino pulled away and looked Chuji in the eyes. She had hoped he would also be alive after meeting Sakura and Niji, but she hadn't dared to cling to that hope. And yet, here he was, young and as chubby as ever. She had missed him, all of him. Chubbiness included. Sorry, Ino muttered as she wiped her tears away. Shikamaru is right. I haven't seen you in over 2 decades. Huh, was Chuji's response again. Shikamaru smirked, and the truth was out. The three of them decided to settle in a quiet part of the park, away from the usual hustle and bustle. Ino shared her entire story, including how she had traveled from another dimension. They listened intently without interrupting. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, Ino finally said after finishing her story, but I guess I can't really hide it that well. So, Chuji began, our Ino is in your dimension in your body? I have reasons to believe so, Ino replied. It explains your odd behavior, Shikamaru added, but it doesn't explain the PRDNCY. PRDNCY. Chuji echoed. Ino sighed and rubbed her forehead with her palm. It's complicated. I once again have reasons to believe that the child is mine, not your Ino's. What makes you say that? Shikamaru asked, intrigued. This Ino is a version, Ino stated. You told me so yourself. And the PRDNCY is rather peculiar. There are no physical signs of the FTS growing. I think something went wrong with the technique, and somehow tissue got transferred as well. I still don't get it, Chuji muttered. Ino sighed again. So the FTS was transferred with the technique along with me to this body. However, it was not able to do it properly. I have physical signs of PRDNCY, but my stomach is still flat. So the baby is here with me, but at the same time not. Which poses a danger to you both? Shikamaru piped in. Ino nodded. So basically, it can be deduced that the baby is caught between the 2 dimensions. Ino nodded again. Your PRDNT? Chuji finally realized. Ino rolled her eyes. Do you think your body would be showing signs of a growing FTS? Shikamaru asked. Possibly, Ino replied, but I wouldn't know. I am yet to find a way to communicate with your Ino. You can do that? Chuji asked. I should be able to, Ino said. Something similar has happened before. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Ino was fidgeting nervously. And then it clicked. You were the one who created the technique. Ino bit her lip and nodded slowly. Well, Shikamaru sighed, guess we're in for a challenge. As the sun began to set, Ino decided enough was enough. Keeping things in the dark wasn't getting her anywhere. In fact, it was holding her back. She needed to fix the problem, and the only way to do that was with help and support. It was time to approach Tsunade. Tsunade was seated at her desk, reviewing a collection of documents that needed to be signed and returned to Sunagakure. When Ino entered her office without knocking, Tsunade looked up, alarmed. "You know," Tsunade began, "usually people knock." "I'm not people," Ino replied coldly. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" Tsunade asked. "I've had enough of keeping secrets," Ino explained. "I'm not going to tell the whole world, but only those who deserve to know the truth." Tsunade's eyes widened. Knowing this was serious, she put the document down and leaned forward in her chair, her elbows resting on the desk. "We had an agreement," Tsunade stated, "and you were the one who didn't want anyone to know." "Originally, yes," Ino agreed, "but things have changed." Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she studied Ino's face. There was a determination there that Tsunade had never seen before. Perhaps that was the difference between the two Inos, or maybe the younger Ino had been holding back all these years. Tsunade sat back in her chair and sighed. "You love him, don't you?" Tsunade asked. Ino frowned. "Even though Naruto in this dimension is probably nothing like yours, you love him." "Always," was the curt reply. A small smile formed on Tsunade's lips. "Fine, you win. Tell them, I don't care. Just remember, if they go running in fear, don't blame me." Ino smirked. "Oh, I know." Naruto was surprised when there was a knock on his door. Not many people usually came to visit him. It was probably Sakura with another batch of soldier pills. So when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Ino. "Oh," he mumbled, "Hi, Ino." Ino smiled, but her erratic heartbeat was preventing her from playing it cool. She was nervous. She knew Naruto, but she didn't know this one that well. What if he really did run away after she told him the truth? Ino bit her lip, but then Naruto grinned at her as he invited her inside. Just that grin was enough to melt her doubts away. No, Naruto would never run. He was far too loyal and brave. She told him everything. She left out no details, even sharing small things she hadn't told Shikamaru and Chuji. He listened intently. Sure, he gave her the occasional strange look, and he did freak out at the beginning, but she managed to calm him down. Now he was just listening. When she finished, she exhaled deeply and sat back, her legs tucked under her arms. Naruto sat opposite her, and he had not spoken a word for a while. Finally, he exhaled loudly, "Wow. I don't know what to say." A smile tugged at Ino's lips. "Rendered you speechless?" "I tend to do that." "Really?" Naruto asked, intrigued. "Oh yes," Ino smirked, "all the time. Though not normally by words." Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion, then he realized what she meant. A blush crept onto his cheeks. "Oh." Ino chuckled. "So," Naruto started awkwardly, "we're married." Ino hummed, "In a different dimension at least." "That's really weird," Naruto exhaled. Ino chuckled again. "Naruto," Ino whispered, "I didn't tell you to make things awkward, nor do I expect anything from you. I couldn't keep it a secret anymore. I need to go back and I can't do it alone." Naruto shook his head. "I know, and I'd love to help, not that I know how." Ino smiled in relief. "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto returned the smile. "How about we go to our favorite place?" It might spark inspiration." Standing on the Hokage monument, overlooking the village, was bound to inspire almost anyone. But neither Naruto nor Ino felt like watching the bustling nightlife of Konoha. So, both of them collapsed on the grass, focused on the bright stars above. It was beautiful and brought back so many memories for Ino. She always watched the stars back at home with Naruto. And although the Naruto next to her wasn't hers, the feeling of being complete was still there. Naruto had accepted her and the truth. It was a fact that pleased her to no end. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Naruto asked. "Yeah," Ino agreed. "There's one thing that hasn't changed in either dimension." "What's that?" "The stars," Ino whispered. "They are still as beautiful." Silence fell over them. However, it was a comfortable silence they both relished. Ino closed her eyes as a warm breeze swept over them. This wasn't her dimension or her Konoha, but it still felt like home. Yes, she was home. If everything failed, if she could never go back, she could live here. Start again, live a new life. It didn't sound so bad. With a smile tugging on her lips, Ino rolled over to face Naruto. She opened her eyes to watch him. His gaze was still locked on the stars, the light of the moon reflecting in his blue eyes. What's it like? Naruto asked. What? Ino queried. Having Sasuke in Konoha, Naruto whispered, what's it like? Something tugged at Ino at those words. She knew that jealousy was unbecoming, and feeling jealous of Naruto's best friend was silly, but she had hoped he would show more interest in her and their family than in someone who had betrayed him in this dimension. Ino shook her head. No, she couldn't be jealous. That would be unfair to him. Annoying, Ino finally replied. The two of them argue constantly and usually wake me up at the most ungodly hour. Naruto smiled sadly. That sounds like us. Sensing that Naruto was upset, Ino moved closer to him and laced her fingers with his. He was surprised by the gesture but didn't pull away or shift his gaze from the stars. Ino closed her eyes again and rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. Neither of them said another word. 16-year-old Ino. Hyuga Astra took Hinata's money with a warm smile, thanking her for shopping for such a lovely dress again. Hinata brushed off the thanks, telling her she deserved it. With her smile unwavering, Astra led Hinata outside. Do come by again, Lady Hinata, Astra gushed. I always have new arrivals perfect for your complexion. Thank you, Hinata replied. I'll take you up on that. Lady Ino seems to have left us early, Astra mused. Such manners. Hinata sensed the hint of disdain in the other woman's voice but chose to ignore it. Ino must have left for a reason, and Hinata wasn't going to let this small event strain her friendship. She's a busy woman, Astra, Hinata explained. She is, after all, the First Lady. Indeed, Astra grimaced, her smile still in place, but her eyes darkened. Hinata excused herself and made her way back home. Astra watched her retreating figure for several moments before turning around and closing the door behind her. Slowly and silently, Astra moved to the back of her home, where her bedroom was situated. It was the most isolated and private room in the house, and no one except herself had entered it. Once she entered what she liked to call her den, she closed the door behind her and focused on the large painting above the fireplace. It was her most prized possession, one of the few remnants of her previous life. It was also the most cared-for item in the room. The other furniture was old and worn, and her bed was unmade. The wallpaper was crumbling, and the fading flowers were obscured by strange scribbles Astra had made over time in black ink. To an outsider, it would appear as gibberish, but she understood it perfectly. With a heavy sigh, Astra collapsed into the chair opposite the fireplace, her gaze fixed on the painting. It was a family portrait, the only one she had. There were 3 people in it, 2 beautiful individuals, happily married, and their young daughter. With another heavy sigh, Astra closed her eyes and willed the tears to stay away. She hadn't cried in decades. She certainly wasn't going to cry now. Her eyes opened again, still focused on the painting. Father, she whispered. Mother? I don't know what to do anymore. The only response was a heavy silence. The land of iron. It was just past dawn, and Ino and Naruto were preparing for their departure to the land of iron. Kagaya and Minato were already at their grandparents' house, snuggled in their beds. Naruto and Ino had spent the evening together, enjoying a glass of wine in the living room. They didn't do much, just talked about their lives. Naruto now had a much clearer understanding of Ino's world. Is that for the gala? Naruto asked as Ino neatly folded her new kimono to pack it. She nodded. It's lovely, although it will be even lovelier when you wear it. Ino blushed and playfully swatted him. Naruto grinned. Are you nervous? Naruto asked. A little, Ino admitted. I've never been to a Kage summit. What's it like? Boring, was Naruto's curt reply. It's just a bunch of old men talking about old news. Ino chuckled. Have any of the other Kage changed recently? Well, judging by your age, your dimension's Reikage and Tsuchikage must be A and Inoki respectively, Naruto stated. They've both retired since then. Well, I say retired. Ino understood what he meant. Either one of them had passed away since then or both. She wasn't going to push it further. And the Mizukage? Ino asked. Naruto's grin widened. Oh, she's still around. Getting old, though. But don't tell her I said that. I won't, Ino promised. Is she the only female Kage? Nope, Naruto piped up. The Raikage is female. Quite the temper too. I tend to stay away from her if I can. Although her temper doesn't rival A's. He was a madman. Ino chuckled. Alright, now I feel a bit more prepared. 3 male Kage and 2 female. I can deal with that. Once they finished packing, they made sure to grab some breakfast before heading to the gate to meet Gaara and Hinata. The two were nowhere in sight, but Sasuke was already there, casually leaning against the gate. He was dressed lightly, wearing only a sleeveless vest and cargo pants, revealing his ANBU tattoo. Ino had never seen it before. You're early, Naruto pointed out. I'm always early, Dobe, Sasuke replied. He glanced at Ino and nodded. She nodded back. Sai was here first, though. Really? Where is he? Naruto asked, surprised. Sasuke snorted and pointed upwards. Naruto and Ino looked up, unsure of what to expect, but indeed, there was Sai, perched on top of the gate with a sketchbook in hand. His back was to the village, so he was probably drawing the forest. Typical, Naruto laughed. Sasuke nodded in agreement. A whoosh sound suddenly swept by as Temari landed gracefully beside them. Morning, she sang. Ah, Naruto hummed. I was wondering if Gaara was going to ask you. He always asks me, Temari said pointedly. Well, yes, Naruto began, but trailed off, giving up on his argument. Instead, he switched to another question. Who's the second? Kenkro, of course, Temari said as if it were obvious. We're meeting him halfway. And who's acting Kazekage, then? Sasuke chimed in. Who do you think? Temari asked, hands on her hips. Oh, Sasuke and Naruto said in unison, followed by Sasuke continuing, lovely. I'm sure the council will love having her shouting orders at everyone. Temari snorted. Well, Beniko knows how to handle them. And she's the only person outside of the family that Gaara trusts the most. Ino was trying to follow the conversation but felt confused. Sasuke must have noticed her bewilderment. Sorry, Ino, he laughed. You have no idea who we're talking about, do you? No, Ino replied. Who's Beniko? I certainly have never met her in my dimension, Sasuke said, frowning slightly. She's my sister-in-law, he added. Ino's eyes widened. You mean she? She trailed off, unsure how to finish her thought. She recalled that Itachi was a sensitive topic, especially after Naruto had shared the brothers' history the night before. It wasn't as dark as her own dimension's version, but it was still heavy and heart-wrenching. Married Itachi? Sasuke confirmed. Yes. Maybe you'll be able to meet her sometime. She comes to visit from time to time. That was the end of the discussion. Sasuke turned his attention to Gaara and Hinata, who had just arrived. He began discussing security measures with Gaara, likely a topic he had already covered with Naruto. Sai joined them, finally jumping down from his perch above. You've never met Beniko? Naruto asked Ino. Ino shook her head. Am I supposed to have met her? I guess not everything can be the same in the dimensions, Naruto mused. But I just find it strange that you haven't met her. You do know Gaara, right? Of course, Ino replied. He's not much different, maybe just a bit scarier, but other than that, the same. He's even Kazekage. Naruto hummed. Weird. What does Gaara have to do with this? Ino asked. Oh, Naruto chuckled. The two of them are kind of inseparable. Some people believed Gaara would end up with her, not Hinata. Ino raised an eyebrow. Okay. And as you can see, Naruto, Gaara interrupted, I chose Hinata. Honestly, Beniko and I? Together? Like Beniko says, Blake. Everyone laughed, as if sharing an inside joke that Ino didn't quite understand. True to his word, Kenkro met the group halfway to the land of iron. He was slightly taller than Ino remembered, and the absence of face paint was a bit surprising. However, he still reminded her of the Kenkro she knew back home. It was a bit odd when he gave his brother a tight hug. Gaara never seemed like the hugging type, but he returned the embrace wholeheartedly. Kankuro also greeted Hinata warmly, kissing her on each cheek. He shook hands with the others but only offered Ino a brief hello. She returned the greeting, and the group continued their journey, now wrapped in cloaks to shield against the cold. They stopped to rest several hours after meeting Kankuro. After 2 days of travel with only short breaks, the constant movement was taking a toll on the Piarginanti Hinata. She was the first to sit down when Sai announced they would take a break. Gaara sat beside her, concern evident on his face. He handed her some water, which she accepted gratefully. It seemed he wanted to say something, but he remained silent. Sai was scanning the area, ensuring everything was all right. Sasuke had made himself comfortable in a tree, while Temari and Kankuro shared a laugh. Naruto began gathering wood for a fire, and Ino decided to help him. Once the fire was lit, everyone gathered around, enjoying a moment of silence. Sasuke remained in his spot in the tree, while Hinata prepared some food. As she handed Kankuro a cup of soup, Gaara initiated a conversation. "How are things in Suna?" Kankuro thanked Hinata for the soup and locked eyes with his brother. "Fine. Everything was good while I was still in charge. Beniko knows how to contact you if there's an emergency." Sasuke snorted from his perch, but said nothing. Kankuro shot him a glare. "Good," Gaara replied, effectively ending the tension between Sasuke and Kankuro. Kankuro sighed and turned his focus back to Gaara. "She's also asked me to relay a message," Kankuro continued, "that she's planning a trip to Konoha after you return." "That's fine," Gaara nodded. "It will be nice to see her again," Hinata chimed in, a smile brightening her face. Silence fell over the group once more as they continued eating, with Sai keeping a vigilant lookout for any movement in the distance. After 2 hours, they decided to resume their journey. The land of iron was, true to its name, barren and somewhat dull. Ino had never imagined iron could look beautiful, and the winter landscape did nothing to change that perception. "It looks better in summer," Naruto explained, and Ino took his word for it. They didn't travel far before reaching a large fortress, which Ino recognized as the meeting place. They were not the only ones arriving. A middle-aged woman approached from the opposite direction. Her auburn hair was graying, but her figure remained slim and healthy, dressed in a blue dress and high-heeled sandals. Despite her age, she was quite attractive, with the famous Kage hat tucked under her arm, colored blue and adorned with the kanji for water. "Mei," Gaara greeted her first. "Young Kazekage," Mei returned, still handsome as always. Gaara remained unfazed by her flirtatious demeanor. Mei's attention shifted to Naruto. "Young Hokage, good to see you again." "Likewise," Naruto grinned. Mei was accompanied by 2 guards, both young men Ino didn't recognize. She didn't greet anyone else, as they were interrupted by the arrival of another group. A company of 4 landed gracefully in the snow. In the center stood a rather slender man with a long black beard and matching hair, his beady eyes scanning the surroundings. He appeared to be around Naruto and Gaara's age, dressed in a brown flak jacket, matching cargo pants, and sandals. On his head was the brown hat of the Tsuchikage. His 2 guards were also young, one a woman and the other a man. The woman standing just to his right seemed to be the Tsuchikage's wife rather than a guard. "Naruto," the Tsuchikage greeted, "I received your letter but haven't had the time to respond." "Ah, good," Naruto replied. "I did send it on short notice, didn't I?" "Indeed," the Tsuchikage agreed, then turned his gaze to Ino. "Lovely to see you, Lady Ino." "You too," Ino smiled. "Still not married, Mei?" the Tsuchikage asked, directing his attention back to the Mizukage. She narrowed her eyes at him, which only made him chuckle. "I'm just teasing." "Yes," Mei replied, "you do have a habit of reminding me about my love life or lack thereof." "Where's Aim?" "No idea," the Tsuchikage shrugged. "She'll show up eventually. We all know what she's like. Easily distracted." "No, I am not," a high-pitched voice echoed loudly. Another group had arrived, led by the Raikage herself. Out of all the Kage, she was the one who stood out the most. She had dark skin, was short and plump, with blonde hair styled in a bun on top of her head. Her commanding voice did not match her figure at all. "Aim," That Tsuchikage grinned. How lovely for you to join us. Didn't get sidetracked along the way again, did you? Excellent. Aim stomped over to the Tsuchikage, her weight causing the snow beneath her feet to scatter around her. Ino grasped Naruto's hand, recalling his warnings about the Raikage's temper. As Aim continued to express her frustration, her voice buzzing like a swarm of angry bees, the other Kage headed inside to the warmth, where the current general of the samurai awaited them. Ino groaned and rubbed her temples. Her head throbbed painfully, feeling as if it might burst. She had somehow managed a minor transfer using the 5 dimensions to heaven technique to communicate with the other side, but she hadn't ended up in her own head. Although the technique had been a success, it left her feeling drained and as if her head might split open. And it hadn't even lasted 5 minutes. Clearly, it was much more taxing and dangerous to use than she had anticipated. At least she knew Naruto on the other side was aware of what was happening. He remembered. The thought brought a smile to her face. After her first encounter with the technique's unique side effects, she had nearly faced a dire situation. It was not something she could easily forget. It had been a challenging time in their lives, and Naruto had locked away the memories of it all. He didn't want to remember his wife's close call. He never spoke of it, nor did he think of it. Luckily, it had resurfaced when they needed it. If Naruto knew on the other side, and both sides were trying to find a solution, it could go much faster. Who knew, perhaps Ino would be back home soon. However, as that thought settled, her gaze lifted to Naruto, who was sitting opposite her. He was watching her curiously, clearly worried. She had asked him to stay with her while she attempted the technique. Well, he asked. It worked, Ino breathed, but I probably won't do it again. Okay, Naruto whispered, seeming relieved. What did Ino say? Ino's lips tugged into a smile. Oh, it wasn't Ino. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then who was it? Gaara. Several loud voices echoed around him. With his vision blurred, Gaara felt slightly overwhelmed by the noise and the strange surroundings he could not recognize. Just as the voices began, they faded away, leaving Gaara alone in the eerie white room. There was nothing left except for the shadow of a human figure. Gaara narrowed his eyes, but he could not determine who the figure was. A strong breeze swept through, and the room vanished. Taken aback by the sudden change, Gaara stumbled backward. His vision cleared, and the human figure earlier had been a woman. They were now standing in the middle of a valley, the grass covered in various colorful flowers. Gaara recognized the woman. Her short blonde hair, vibrant blue eyes, and warm smile were unmistakable. Ino. Hello, Gaara, Ino greeted. It seems I ended up in your head. I apologize for startling you. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Ino chuckled. Really you? Older you, Our Ino. Ino grinned. I've been trying to communicate with Ino, but it seems her mind isn't very open to the 5 dimensions to heaven. You, on the other hand, are psychic and therefore have an open mind. You know I dislike that word, Gaara grumbled. Ino's lips turned up into a playful smile. I know. Look, we don't have long. I just want to know, how is he? Naruto? Gaara asked, and Ino nodded. He's fine. Figured out how this whole thing happened a while ago. He seems to be doing well with young Ino. That's good to hear, Ino said, just as she suddenly flickered. Gaara frowned. Like I said, we don't have long. This is a very limited exchange since it is dangerous. Tell Naruto to keep searching. All right. Ino's smile widened. Oh, and I have a message for Hinata. Gaara raised an eyebrow at this. Just as Ino's figure faded, her whisper echoed with the wind. I met Niji. He hasn't changed one bit. At least not physically. Gaara's eyes opened. He had actually managed to sleep for a change. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to fall asleep again, Gaara glanced out the window. Judging from the darkness, he had probably slept for 2 hours. Pathetic by normal standards, but a significant step for him. Gaara? Hinata's voice mumbled from behind him. Her breath tickled his back, and not wanting to leave her side yet, he turned around and pulled her against him. A vision? Something like that, Gaara replied. Ino came to visit me. What? Our Ino has found a way to communicate, Gaara explained. I have no idea how she did it, but she was able to speak with me for a few minutes. Hinata buried her face in Gaara's chest, her hand gripping his arm tightly. He allowed her to cling to him. He knew how she felt. She wished she could have shared the vision with him. It had always been like that, ever since he told her he saw things others didn't. What did she say? Hinata finally asked. She just wanted to know how Naruto was doing, Gaara stated, and she told us to keep searching for the answer to reverse this. Is that all? Gaara's grip on his wife tightened. She wanted to know if Ino had asked about her. Of course she did. The two of them were very close. But Gaara didn't know how to bring the topic up. Ino's message for Hinata was a delicate matter. Yet he also knew he couldn't keep it a secret. She met Niji, Gaara whispered. Hinata froze. She says he hasn't changed. At least not physically. Hinata did not say a word, but he could feel her shaking in his arms. Gaara sighed and buried his nose in her hair. I'm sorry, he whispered soothingly. No, Hinata sobbed, don't apologize. I'm crying tears of joy. Niji is alive out there somewhere for another Hinata. That's more than enough. Gaara could not agree more. While the 5 Kage and the general of the samurai gathered for the annual meeting the next morning, Ino and Hinata spent the time outside in the snow. Hinata was bundled up warmly, sitting on a dry old log, while Ino had flopped down in the snow, creating several snow angels. Hinata watched her with a smile. You're still a child in many ways, aren't you? Hinata asked. Ino paused, staring at the cloudy sky. Is that a bad thing? Not at all, Hinata replied thoughtfully. I sometimes wish I hadn't had to grow up so quickly. They say everyone our age had to mature because of the war, but I had to grow up long before that. Ino pursed her lips. Hinata had been the first in their age group to become a mother, which meant her childhood had been taken from her in many ways. At 16, she was neither a child nor an adult. Ino understood her perspective. As a 16-year-old herself, the thought of being a mother at such a young age was daunting. A sudden thought crossed Ino's mind. Hinata. Were you ever in love with Naruto? Ino asked directly. Hinata fell silent for a moment, clearly surprised, but then she giggled. When I was younger, yes. When did that change? Probably when I found out I was PRGNT with Masahiro, Hinata admitted. Ino nodded slowly, closing her eyes as various thoughts swirled in her mind. Some were happy, especially regarding the new relationships she had formed, while others were fleeting and strange. She also thought about her older self. How was she doing? The image of Hyuga Astra flashed through her mind, and she frowned. Ino. Hinata's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Ino turned to see her friend looking concerned. Are you all right? You have a strange expression. Does Astra hate me? Ino asked. Hinata frowned. What makes you think that? She treats me poorly, Ino sighed, but treats you like royalty. Hinata laughed nervously. I've never noticed. Would you like me to talk to her? As the head of her clan I could. Ino interrupted. Don't worry about it. It's probably just my imagination. Hinata bit her lip but chose not to press the issue again. Still, she couldn't shake her thoughts. She had noticed Astra's odd behavior, not just towards Ino, but in general. Moreover, Astra's history was quite vague. Hinata prided herself on knowing her clan well, yet she knew almost nothing about Astra. As snow began to fall from the sky, Hinata enjoyed the gentle flakes that landed on her skin, deciding to worry about it another day. We'll take a half-hour break, the general of the samurai announced. Aim was the first to leave her seat, her heavy weight causing the floor to creak. She stormed out of the room before anyone else could process the break. Always in a rush, the Tsuchikage chuckled. Mei shot him a dangerous glare. And you always have an opinion on everything, Takeshi, Mei growled. Takeshi, the Tsuchikage, turned to face Mei with a wicked smile, but their argument was interrupted by Sai. Mizukage, Sai addressed her formally, would you mind taking a walk with me? Mei blinked, observing the young man before her. He was attractive, reminiscent of the Uchiha, so the thought of a walk with him was not unappealing. However, she sensed he wanted to discuss business rather than romance. He was also much younger than she was. Of course, Mei replied as she stood up. One of her guards took her hat and followed them silently as they left the room. Takashi watched them leave with interest, then turned to Naruto. Planning a secret alliance with the Mizukage, Hokage? I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto muttered. I didn't ask Sai to speak with her. Takashi frowned. Then what on earth could they be discussing? Naruto shrugged. I've always thought Sai had a crush on Mei. Maybe he finally got the courage to ask her out? Takashi laughed heartily. That would certainly be a sight to see. Gaara interrupted their conversation by placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto turned to him, brow furrowed. Gaara nodded toward the door, and Naruto followed him outside without a word. Once they were outside, Naruto stopped. What is it? Naruto asked. Gaara turned to face his best friend. I received a call this morning. Naruto frowned. Go on. Gaara explained how Ino had contacted him. Naruto listened intently, surprise evident on his face, but he also smiled. When Gaara finished, Naruto looked like he could burst with joy. That's fantastic! Naruto exclaimed. Now we know she's safe. And she's working on a solution too. Thank you, Gaara. You know I've always appreciated your insight. Gaara rolled his eyes. I didn't ask for this gift, as your wife calls it. Naruto's grin widened. She only calls you psychic because it annoys you, you know? I know, Gaara grumbled. Naruto's smile faded slightly. Nijiha, he whispered. Gaara nodded. Is Hinata all right? Gaara nodded again. Naruto's smile continued to fade until his expression turned serious. Gaara noticed and frowned. Naruto. Naruto sighed and glanced around. I don't feel comfortable bringing this up in the meeting, but I trust you and need your help. What's wrong? Naruto took a deep breath and sighed heavily. It's Konoha. Something is very wrong and I don't like it. What do you mean? Gaara asked, worry now evident on his face. I've sensed it for a while, but it's getting worse lately, Naruto said. Gaara, how much power does your council hold? The council? Gaara asked, surprised. They are the governing body, I suppose. They approve laws and other bills, but I am the one to deliver the final verdict. They also act as my advisors, but I am the highest authority in the village. The only person above me is the daimyo. I thought so, Naruto muttered. I have a problem. Tell me, Gaara encouraged. I'll help you as much as I can. With several hours before the evening gala would commence and the Kage still in their meeting, Ino decided to return indoors to take a nap. Hinata agreed with the idea, and they parted ways to their separate rooms. Takashi's wife was sitting in the lounge, reading a book, but she didn't seem interested in conversation. Ino and Hinata didn't mind. Ino lay awake for a while, her hands resting on her stomach. She had noticed it was larger than before, which meant she was starting to show. How that was possible, she didn't know, but nothing about the Piarjin CY or the 5 dimensions to heaven made sense anymore. When sleep eluded her, Ino grabbed the notebook she always carried and tried to study her notes, hoping to find a clue on how to reverse the technique. As usual, nothing came to her. Eventually, exhaustion from the long journey took over, and she fell asleep. However, her rest was not peaceful. It was plagued by vivid dreams. In her dream, Ino found herself in a vast open field, the Konoha training grounds. Memories of training with her team flooded back, but this time she was alone, seated in the grass. Before her lay a small notebook filled with diagrams and scribbles. She positioned her hands together, preparing to transfer her mind elsewhere. A strange tingling sensation crept up her spine, and she felt the familiar rush of her mind leaving her body. Suddenly, she hit an invisible barrier and jolted back, gasping as pain shot through her head, making it feel like it was on fire. Then she heard a voice. Looking around, she saw nothing. Dismissing it, Ino gathered her things to head home. Mother, the voice echoed again. Ino glanced around, still sensing nothing. The pain in her head intensified, spreading down her neck to her chest. Miming softly, she made her way home, hoping Naruto would be there to help her. Little did Uzumaki Ino know, this was just the beginning. The annual evening gala had gone off without a hitch. Leaders from surrounding countries came together in a vibrant display of cultures. Ino marveled at the elegantly dressed women representing even the smallest nations. It was undoubtedly a successful night. While many nations discussed future alliances, the occasional glare was exchanged between leaders, old habits dying hard. The highlight of the evening was the unexpected appearance of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Female daimyo were rare, but her presence commanded respect. Ino noticed the familiarity between the daimyo and Gaara, suggesting a deeper connection than mere professional courtesy. Tell me, Ino overheard the daimyo say to Gaara, how is that friend of yours managing with a nation's safety on her shoulders? Gaara smirked. I expect to find a broken desk when I return. A broken desk? The daimyo asked, puzzled. From her banging her head on it constantly, Gaara replied, and they both laughed. Ino watched, confused by their camaraderie. After a brief rest, everyone gathered their belongings and prepared to head home. The group from Konoha agreed to meet outside in the morning. Sai and Sasuke were the first to arrive, as usual. Don't you have anything better to do? Naruto teased Sasuke. No, Dobe, Sasuke replied with a snort. Unlike you, I don't have a wife waiting for me. A blush crept onto Naruto's cheeks while Ino smiled nervously. Sasuke winked at her. I got your back, Ino. Thanks. I think, Ino replied. Good morning. Hinata greeted cheerfully as she approached the group, Gaara by her side. Naruto, Ino, and Sasuke returned the greeting, while Sai observed from a distance, looking slightly agitated. Temari and Kankuro soon joined them, and the group was ready to depart. They were halfway to Konoha when Sai announced they should stop for a break again. Sasuke grumbled but climbed into a tree to rest. Hinata sighed heavily as she sat down. Gaara looked at her with concern and settled beside her. Why are we stopping again? Ino asked Naruto. We're halfway, Naruto explained. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro will be returning to Sunagakure. Ino's eyes widened. No one had mentioned they would be splitting up on the way back. She glanced at Hinata, who smiled as Gaara tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, but Ino noticed the sadness in her lavender eyes. Her heart ached for her best friend. How could they endure living apart? I'll miss you, Hinata whispered, resting her forehead against Gaara's. I know, Gaara replied softly. Ino turned her gaze away, sensing the moment was private enough to respect. Why do they live apart, Naruto? Ino whispered, hoping no one else would hear. Gaara can't leave Suna for long, Naruto explained, and Hinata can't become a citizen of Sunagakure while she leads the Hyuga family. Why doesn't she just quit? Ino asked. She can't, Naruto replied. She has no heir. At least, none of age. What do you mean she has no heir? Ino asked, surprised. What about her sister or Masahiro? The Hyuga elders don't recognize Masahiro as the rightful heir, and Hanabi refuses the position. Ino struggled to contain her frustration. She had always known the Hyuga family had issues, but this was absurd. She glanced at Hinata, who was now drinking water, and resolved to help her friend find happiness. After 20 minutes of rest, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro said their goodbyes. Kankuro shook hands with Naruto, sharing a laugh over a joke. Temari hugged Ino and gave her a supportive squeeze. Gaara shook Naruto's hand and then embraced Hinata tightly. She had difficulty letting go, tears brimming in her eyes, but she wiped them away and smiled. Then the three ninja from Suna vanished into the trees. By the time they arrived in Konoha, it was dark. A Chunin awaited them at the gate, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He waved to Naruto, who approached with a worried expression. Did something happen? Naruto asked. The Chunin shook his head. I have a letter for Lady Ino. Ino frowned but stepped forward to take the letter. Noticing the small insignia on the Chunin's vest, she realized he was a messenger. Her eyes widened as she glanced at the letter. It's from Shizuka. Ino exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. Shizuka had never replied to any of his messages, and Naruto felt relieved that Ino managed to get through to her. He glanced at the messenger, who looked worried. You're not telling me something, are you? Naruto asked. The Chunin bit his lip and looked down at his feet. Forgive me, Lord Hokage, he mumbled, but I've been keeping this a secret for a very long time. Secret? Naruto asked. The Chunin nodded. I've been serving as your messenger for a long time, sir. But for many years, whenever you gave me a letter, the High Council would read it first before it was sent. Sometimes your letters were never sent at all. I've tried to evade them, but they threaten my family. I'm so sorry. Hinata gasped, while Sasuke and Sai exchanged glances. Naruto's hand tightened into a fist, as Ino began to piece things together. So that was why Shizuka never replied to Naruto's letters. She probably never received them. She glanced back down at the letter in her hand and frowned. Why had she received it this time? How did you get this letter past the council? Ino asked. The Chunin sighed. I did not report it to them. I've decided enough is enough. Even letters and scrolls sent with hawks are being watched. Ino turned her attention to Naruto. Naruto, this isn't normal. Why does the council have such power? They don't, Naruto growled. They've been acting without my knowledge. I've been aware of it for a while, but had no proof. That's changed now. Are you calling a meeting then? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, Naruto stated. It's time we fix this. Sasuke, I expect you to be there. Why? Sasuke asked, surprised. The Uchiha haven't had a seat on the council for years. That's about to change. Hinata, I want you there too. And me? Hinata asked, her eyes wide. There's already a Hyuga representative. I'm firing him, Naruto interrupted. No offense, Hinata. I know you elected him, but I do not trust him. As the head of the family, it is your right and duty to have a say in the way this village is led. Can I interrupt that thought, Naruto? Ino asked. Naruto blinked and turned to face his wife. Ino glanced at Hinata, who looked exhausted. Her gaze softened as she thought back on all the amazing things she had discovered about Hinata since the transfer. The two Hinatas were so different, yet so alike at the same time. Ino. Hinata called her name. Ino smiled at her. Rather than Hinata, Ino began, I suggest Masahiro take the seat on the council. Masahiro? Naruto and Hinata exclaimed at the same time. Ino nodded. Hinata already has a lot on her shoulders as the head of the family, Ino explained. And although she doesn't show it, I know she is exhausted from her constant work and being PRGNT. Also, she lives separately from her husband, while she technically has an heir that can relieve her of her duties so she can be with him. The elders won't accept Masahiro. Hinata began to explain, but Ino interrupted. That's why he must take the seat. That way, he can prove to the elders that he is capable of leading the clan, Ino finished. That's actually not a bad idea, Sasuke agreed. Sai nodded in agreement as well. Naruto glanced at Hinata, who looked conflicted. Just think about it, Ino sighed, knowing it wasn't something they could accept immediately. But Ino knew that Hinata deserved to spend her life at Gaara's side, and Masahiro deserved not to be judged. Well, Sasuke changed the subject. I'm going home. I have a PRGNT wife waiting for me. And I better prepare for when my sister-in-law arrives. I'll retreat as well, Sai stated. I have a painting to finish. With that, the two vanished. Naruto offered to walk Hinata home, but she refused. So they all separated, heading for home after a long journey. Ino couldn't wait to read Shizuka's letter. Ino didn't get a chance to read the letter until she got into bed. Minato had been very excited to see his parents again and demanded their attention for the whole evening. Kaguya was much calmer than her brother, but she did take an interest in the outcome of the 5 Kage summit. She listened intently while her father told her about everything that happened. Ino entertained Minato with his soft toys. After tucking Minato into bed and saying goodnight to Kaguya, who was studying another set of new scrolls from Naruto, Ino finally got to relax and read the letter. Naruto was still in the shower when she opened it. Lady Ino, thank you for your letter. I have never been good with emotions, but as I read what you have written, I let the tears fall for the first time in many years. I am grateful to hear that Jugo is still alive and that he is well. I haven't heard a thing about him for a very long time. In fact, I was starting to believe that he was dead. I never received anything from Konoha. You claim that your husband, the Hokage, has been sending me letters. I never received any. So, it is not that I have been avoiding seeing Jugo. I didn't know I could. I've asked my messengers if letters from the Hokage ever arrived, but they claim that all they ever received were normal reports. I know this is none of my business, but perhaps the problem is at your end. Please remember that the Nadeshiko village is indebted to Konoha, Naruto in particular, and if you need our assistance in any matter, please send a request right away. Coming back to Jugo, I would love to see him. And I know Kasumi would too, even if she barely remembers him. She has grown into such a beautiful girl, and she often asks me about her father. So please, if you still would, can we organize a time we could come visit? Thank you for believing in Jugo. Not many people do. And I am most grateful that you are prepared to fight for his freedom. I think it's time someone did. I know your husband has been trying for years, but more voices are needed to challenge this issue. Know that I am prepared to fight as well. And I am certain that Jugo's friends, Sujetsu, Karen, and Sasuke will fight too. I look forward to meeting you. Shizuka of Nadeshiko. Just as Ino finished the letter, Naruto stepped into the room, a towel wrapped around his waist. Ino glanced at him, blushed, and then turned her attention back to the letter. What does Shizuka say? Naruto asked as he dried his hair with another towel. It's just like we expected, Ino sighed. Shizuka never received anything from you. Naruto closed his eyes and bit his lip. Ino remained quiet as he got dressed and climbed into bed. Neither of them said a word as they turned off the lights and lay in silence. Did you know Gaara has a unique ability? Naruto broke the silence. Unique ability? Ino asked, clearly skeptical. Well, Naruto laughed, we just call it that. He sees things sometimes the future, sometimes the past. He can also sense danger. Ino, my Ino, always said that his mind is very open, which makes him vulnerable to the mind transfer technique. Ino was at a loss for words, unsure of what point Naruto was trying to make. But, Naruto continued, it's that openness that makes mind transfer risky. His mind is so intricate, filled with things we can't grasp, that once someone tries to invade it, they get thrown out. In fact, Gar has put Inoichi in the hospital without even meaning to. All Inoichi did was use the technique. What are you trying to say? Naruto? Ino asked, surprised that her father had been defeated so easily. Naruto sighed. Gar came to me during the summit. Apparently, Ino has contacted him. Ino sat up shocked. Really? She found a way to communicate. Yes, but it's limited and risky. She was originally planning to reach out to you, but it seems your mind is shut off. Ino frowned. What does that mean? I don't know, Naruto shrugged, but she managed to connect with Gaara. She mentioned something about 5 dimensions to heaven and that we must keep searching for a solution. She'll probably try to reach out again. Ino lay back down. So she's safe. She's in my body, isn't she? Yes. You must be relieved. Naruto noticed the sadness in Ino's voice. He turned to face her, even though he couldn't see her well in the dark. He reached out to take her hand and squeezed it tightly. Ino blinked and turned her head to look at him. Naruto. Don't get me wrong, Ino, Naruto whispered. I am relieved, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you. Ino smiled weakly. But you can never love me the way you love her, right? Naruto remained silent as the words processed in his mind. He pushed himself up on his elbow to look directly into Ino's eyes. Ino, Naruto whispered, are you saying that you love me? A blush crept onto Ino's cheeks, and she looked away. Naruto's eyes widened at her reaction. Feeling bold, he lifted his arm and gently touched Ino's cheek. Her skin was warm under his fingers, and he had to do everything in his power not to lose control. He missed close contact with her, but he knew this was complicated. That thought surged through his mind as he leaned down, brushing his lips against hers. Ino stiffened, but Naruto had already pulled away and rested his head on her chest. Ino's blush deepened. I would be lying if I said I don't love you, Naruto whispered as he closed his eyes. Naruto. Shoo, Naruto hushed her, We'll deal with the guilt later. Ino nodded slowly, her heart racing. Naruto wasn't moving. Was he intending to fall asleep on her? He squeezed her hand again, hoping to calm her nerves. Ino sighed and closed her eyes, nervously wrapping her arms around him. Yes, the guilt could come later. And she knew that if she ever went back, she'd never look at 16-year-old Naruto the same way again. The sun was just rising above the horizon, signaling the start of another day. Several people were already awake in Konoha, preparing for work or stationed around the village, keeping watch. Itachi Kakashi was one of the ninjas on duty that morning. He had been assigned to watch the front gate, even though it was usually a Chunin's job. Naruto had not given him details, but something felt off, and he only trusted Kakashi to watch the gate. Traffic this early in the morning was slow, so Kakashi didn't expect anyone to arrive during his shift. Bored, he pulled out his favorite book, Ika Ika Paradise, and dove into the dramatic romance. Just as he was about to get lost in the story, he noticed someone approaching the gate. With a sigh, Kakashi closed his book. Naruto had also requested that Kakashi properly check everyone who entered the village. Kakashi had his suspicions but decided not to bring it up with Naruto. He knew Naruto could handle the situation himself. He had truly grown into a powerful Hokage. The fourth would have been proud. "So, you're on duty this time, Kakashi?" a voice asked. Kakashi looked up and was surprised by what he saw. It hadn't been one person approaching the gates, but two. A young man with onyx eyes and black hair stood across from him, hands on his hips. Behind him stood his mother, a woman in her late 40s with brown hair and crimson eyes. "Natsum," Kakashi greeted the young man, then glanced at the woman, "and Beniko. I wasn't aware you would be visiting. Didn't Sasuke tell you?" Natsum asked, confused. "No," Kakashi replied. He glanced at Beniko, who seemed distracted. Natsum noticed as well and turned his attention back to his mother. "Is something wrong?" Natsum asked. "Kakashi," Beniko ignored her son's query, "has something happened here that I should know about?" "Like what?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "Uzumaki Ino, her chakra is disrupted," Beniko stated. Kakashi's eyes widened. "How did you?" Kakashi started but cut himself off. Of course, he was talking to Uchiha Beniko. She was a skilled sensor and could easily identify someone by their chakra if she knew them. "Also," Beniko continued, "there's a strange chakra in the shopping district." "Strange how?" Kakashi asked. Now he understood why Naruto assigned him to the gate that morning. Naruto knew Beniko would be arriving, and with all the unusual happenings in Konoha, Beniko was one of the perfect people to investigate. Kakashi had no doubt that Karen was doing the same. Beniko narrowed her eyes in concentration. "I can't quite place it, but something feels off. I'll need to investigate further." Natsum glanced between his mother and Kakashi and sighed. Things never changed. "Well," Kakashi changed the subject, "welcome to Konoha, again. Make sure to sign in with Naruto." "We will." Natsum grinned, then turned to his mother. "Let's go." Beniko nodded and followed her son further into the village. Kakashi watched in amazement as Beniko navigated on her own, effectively avoiding trees and other obstacles. Even now, he couldn't believe she was blind. And then she walked into a stone bench. Kakashi had to do everything in his power not to laugh. Beniko was cursing loudly at the bench while Natsum tried to pull her away before she caused a scene. Finally, Natsum managed to pull his mother away, and Kakashi was alone again. He chuckled to himself. Beniko was more cheerful than he remembered, which was a good sign. He felt optimistic about the future from that moment on. Now, Naruto just had to put the High Council in its place. Chapter end. When Ino walked into the kitchen that morning, she was greeted by a warm smile from a stranger. Still in her pajamas, Ino rubbed the sleep from her eyes and noticed she was not alone. Besides the tall, dark and charming young man standing before her, an older woman with graying brown hair sat at the dining room table with Naruto across from her. Ino felt a bit embarrassed for not realizing they would have visitors. She wasn't fond of presenting herself in her pajamas. "Hey Ino," the young man greeted, "nice shorts." Ino couldn't help but blush. This man, despite not being Naruto or anywhere near her alternate self's age, was attractive. He surprisingly reminded her of Sasuke, with his dark hair and onyx eyes. But what truly caught her off guard were the tear troughs under his eyes. She recognized those distinct features from someone she had only seen in pictures, and the name associated with them sent shivers down her spine not from fear, but from the memories of what that man had put Sasuke through. "Oh," Naruto exclaimed when his blue eyes landed on his wife. "Good morning, Ino." "Morning," Ino replied with a hesitant smile. What's going on?" "This is Beniko," Naruto said, motioning toward the woman opposite him. Ino blinked, surprised. This was Sasuke's sister-in-law, which explained the young man's resemblance to well, that name still made her shiver. "Oh," Ino hummed, surprised that Naruto was introducing her as if she didn't know the woman. Then again, their original plans to keep the whole dimension hopping a secret had sort of fallen apart. A lot of people knew, and so far, things seemed to be okay. "And that's Natsum," Naruto continued, gesturing to the man. Natsum grinned and waved. Ino grimaced and returned the wave. "Naruto," Beniko interrupted the introductions, "I need you to pass this on to Karen. I am not in a position to run around chasing danger." Naruto turned his attention back to the older woman. "Of course, I'll make sure Karen knows every detail. Now, about this chakra you sensed in the shopping district, what is it like?" Beniko seemed to ponder this for a moment, allowing Ino time to try and decipher what was going on. Natsum had since moved to the window to stare at the street outside, appearing quite intrigued by a bicycle. Finally, Beniko spoke. "I'm not sure how to explain it. How about I dismantle it and explain it in colors?" "Colors?" Naruto asked, confused. He did not seem convinced that Beniko was approaching the topic very well. "Yes," Beniko continued. "I'll use Ino as an example." This caught Ino's attention. Ino, who is clearly not your wife in spirit, has 3 different chakras in her system at the moment. Each has its own color. "What do you mean I have 3 different chakras in my system?" Ino interrupted, surprised. As a medical ninja, she was well aware of chakra and how it worked in the body. 3 chakras were not common. In fact, it should be impossible. Some ninja had unique bloodlines that allowed them multiple chakra sources, but Ino was certain she was not one of those. Beniko sighed in irritation. "Just let me explain. First, there is the yellow chakra, the main chakra. However, in Ino's case, this is disrupted." "Like I'm under a genjutsu," Ino interrupted again, having heard it before. Beniko nodded. "Then there is blue. This chakra belongs to the unborn child that is not present in your womb. I have reason to believe this is a side effect of what brought you here. The child must be caught between the worlds." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, "we sort of figured that out too. How did you come to that conclusion?" "I'm blind, not stupid," Beniko snapped. "I can sense this is not the Ino we know. Her chakra is far too undeveloped." "What's that supposed to mean?" Ino asked, annoyed. "It means that you are still carrying the chakra levels of a teenager," Beniko retorted. "As a ninja grows older and stronger, their chakra increases. Occasionally it decreases, depending on what you do with it, but that is not common." "Right?" Ino huffed, moving to sit down next to Naruto. He placed his hand on her knee and gave it an affectionate squeeze. "Returning to our original topic," Beniko said, "there is a 3rd chakra in your system. It's a minuscule amount, almost tiny enough to be ignored. This one is red." "Red?" Naruto exclaimed as he shot up, surprising both women. Panic was evident on his face, but Ino could not determine why he was panicked. "Hold your horses, Naruto," Beniko sighed. "I meant it figuratively. Don't worry, I was not alluding to Kurama. Besides, if it was him, you would have known." "Oh, yeah." Naruto laughed nervously and sat down again. Ino looked at the two of them, an eyebrow raised questioningly. "Who was Kurama? When was the last time you spoke with him anyway?" Beniko asked. Naruto did not answer at first. Ino noticed his shoulders tensing and reached out to gently touch his back, rubbing soothing circles to calm him down. "It's been years," Naruto finally grumbled. "The last I heard of him was just before Minato was born." "I see." Well, this tiny speck of red chakra in Ino's system is exactly like the chakra I sensed in the shopping district, Beniko concluded her explanation. Are you sure it's not Kurama? Naruto asked, running his fingers through his hair. Because if it is, at least I know I can handle him. No, it is not, Beniko replied, and even if it was, would you really stand up to him? Naruto did not respond. He's your friend, Naruto, Beniko continued, do not forget that. Because I highly doubt he'd forget you. That made Naruto smile. Heh, I did grow on the guy, didn't I? So I've been told, Beniko agreed. So this chakra, it could be what caused all this? It could be the source of the whole dimension hopping thing. Naruto asked. Dimension hopping? That's a ridiculous name, Naruto. But yes, it could be, Beniko replied. I guess that basically answers most of my questions. I had been meaning to ask what happened to Lulu, land us with this Ino. Thanks, Beniko, Naruto said. I'll tell Karen all of this. Are you sure you want her to take over the investigation? I'm old, blind, and retired. I haven't been a kunoichi for several years. I am not strong enough to be wandering into potentially dangerous situations, Beniko hummed. Besides, I'm only here for a few days to spoil my young niece. Ah yes, Mikoto, Naruto grinned. She's grown quite a bit, Beniko remarked, her expression softening with a hint of sadness. Ino couldn't help but wonder why the woman seemed so lonely while discussing something that should have been joyful. Before she could ask, Natsum joined the conversation. Hey, Mom, can I hang out with Kagaya for a bit? Natsum asked. Don't taimuki, young man, Beniko replied firmly. And why are you even asking? You're turning 22 soon, old enough to make your own decisions. Okay, maybe I was more asking permission from Naruto and Ino, Natsum muttered, scratching the back of his head. Kagaya would love to see you again, Naruto said. She's upstairs studying some scrolls I gave her. Just be sure to knock, or she might not be too happy. Thanks, Naruto. Natsum grinned as he bounded up the stairs. Ino watched, amazed. He was surprisingly cheerful for an Uchiha, especially a fully grown one. Silence filled the room until Beniko stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. Naruto stood as well, ready to follow her. I think I'll take a walk, Beniko announced. Why don't you join me, Ino? Sure, Ino replied, puzzled as to why Beniko would want to walk with her. Just let me get dressed. You've never met me before, Beniko pointed out as they reached a nearby park. The walk had been somewhat awkward and quiet, neither woman had spoken much. Ino, however, received the occasional greeting from villagers who clearly recognized her as the Hokage's wife. It felt strange to be acknowledged in that way. Did that make her the first lady? No, Ino replied, unsure of where Beniko was heading with this. In fact, Beniko continued as they strolled through the park, you never even knew I existed. No, Ino said again, Sasuke never mentioned you, and there are no records of Uchiha Itachi being married. Who said we were married? Beniko asked, a playful smile appearing. But you're still wearing your ring, Ino pointed out. Beniko's smile faded as her fingers instinctively brushed over the ring. Indeed I am, Beniko whispered. I hardly notice putting it on anymore. It's become such a habit. Really? Because judging by your age, you wouldn't have been married long before he, died. Beniko finished for her. Yes, you're right, but also wrong. We were 13 when we married. What? Ino exclaimed, taken aback. It's a long story, Beniko explained. Marriages at a young age are less common now, but back then it wasn't unusual. Our marriage was more about convenience for the High Council. You see, Konoha's elders and the council are corrupt. They are intoxicated by power and will do anything to maintain it, including marrying off children to strengthen bloodlines. So you were forced to marry him? Ino asked, her disgust toward the council growing. She knew they were corrupt and had caused plenty of trouble, but this was another level. Well, yes and no. I didn't like being used to enhance the Uchiha bloodline, but I agreed to marry him because I cared about him. I knew the council would marry me off someday, even if I refused, but with Itachi, I knew he would care for and respect me. After all, he was my best friend. Why were you so important? Ino asked bluntly, regretting her tone when Beniko merely chuckled. You really don't know me, do you? Before I was married, my name was Senju Beniko. Ino stopped walking, her mind racing. Senju? As in Tsunade? As in the first Hokage? She asked, astonished. Yes, Beniko confirmed. Tsunade and I are cousins. My grandfather was Senju Tobarama. What? The second Hokage had kids? Just one, Beniko replied, a son. My father eventually married my mother and had me. Oh. But none of that is really important, Beniko said, shifting the topic. Think about it, Ino. You've never heard of me. I am a Senju, one of the few who still remain. If you have never heard of me, what does that mean? Beniko started walking again, and Ino hurried to catch up. She was confused, unsure of what Beniko was trying to convey. What are you trying to say? Ino asked. That because I have never heard of you, it means you don't exist where I come from? That small smile returned to Beniko's lips. You are still sharp, much like your other self. Ino stopped again, her thoughts racing. Could it be true? Was it possible that Beniko didn't exist in her dimension? Shouldn't there always be a version of a person in every dimension, whether dead or alive? Beniko was right. If some people didn't exist, who else was like that? What kind of threat could this pose? Would it change anything? I don't know what to say, Ino finally murmured. Then don't say anything, Beniko replied. Just think about it. My grandfather was Hokage, my great-uncle and second cousin were also Hokage. I am a Senju who married an Uchiha, despite the rivalry. I married a criminal, one of the biggest Konoha has ever seen. Don't you think I would have appeared somewhere by now? The only conclusion I can draw is that I do not exist in your dimension. I was never born. And I'm sure there are others just like me. Ino's eyes widened. Beniko had a point. It all made sense, but she had no proof. If only she could contact the older Ino. Meanwhile, 37-year-old Ino sat across from Naruto in a tea house, both staring at their steaming cups of tea. They had decided to sit down and brainstorm ways to reverse the transfer, but neither had come up with any ideas. If only I had my notebook, Ino sighed, rubbing her temples. Naruto frowned. Notebook? He asked. Yes, Ino replied, taking a sip of her tea. She savored the taste before setting her cup down. I created the 5 dimensions to heaven. It took me years to develop the formula, but then I realized it was too dangerous for regular use. So I stopped and labeled the technique forbidden. The notebook has all your formulas in it? Yes, along with other notes and sketches. If I had it, I could review everything and try to find what I'm missing. Didn't you tell Ino through Gaara to essentially do that? Well, yes, Ino sighed, but not in those words. And there's no guarantee that she will understand the formulas. Oh. Ino sighed and ran her fingers through her long hair. She had let it down when they arrived because a headache was creeping in from having it up all day. It was just past 5, and the sun was slowly setting over the horizon. She had spent the entire day with Naruto, feeling comfortable in his presence. He seemed to enjoy her company too, despite the whole "we're married in another reality" situation. What I would do to communicate openly with the other side, Ino grunted, that would allow me to work with Ino. We could find the answers together. Why not try to communicate like last time? Naruto suggested. I told you, Ino huffed, annoyed. It's dangerous and gave me a terrible headache. Naruto smiled sheepishly, and silence enveloped them as they sipped their tea, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto, and he jumped up, excited. I got it, he shouted. What? Ino asked, surprised by his sudden burst of energy, but enjoying it nonetheless. It was good to see him so lively. You said you ended up communicating with Gaara, right? Because he has an open mind or whatever? Naruto asked. Yes? No. Replied hesitantly, curious about where he was going with this. Well, Naruto said proudly, why don't we ask Gaara to do it? Ino frowned. I mean my Gaara, the one from this dimension, Naruto clarified. Maybe he's open-minded too? He could communicate with Gaara from your world without the side effects. Ino blinked, letting Naruto's words sink in. Her first thought was that it would be impossible. Gaara was not from the Yamanaka clan and therefore could not use the mind transfer needed for the technique. But then a small voice interrupted that thought, reminding her that Gaara didn't need to be from her clan to communicate mentally. Her mind wandered to a distant but significant memory the moment she first realized Gaara was special. Ino hated the desert. It was hot, dry, and ruined her skin. She couldn't wait to complete the mission and return to Konoha, where the humidity would provide some relief. She also longed for a bath. Nevertheless, Ino was a kunoichi, and she persevered, no matter the conditions. At 16, she was a skilled mind transfer user and had been a chunin for 2 years. She usually worked with a team and sometimes even led them, but this time she was on a solo mission. It was simple enough. All she had to do was deliver a scroll to Tsunagakure. Tsunade had assured her that there were no obvious threats since the scroll was old and didn't contain particularly valuable or dangerous information. However, it did hold information that was needed in Tsunagakure. The most dangerous things Ino could encounter on the mission were stray bandits looking for trouble and the intense heat of the desert. Ino doubted there would be any problems. She arrived in Tsunagakure after 3 days of travel. Ino was fortunate enough to evade any sandstorms, which picked up just after her arrival. She silently thanked the gods for that. Sandstorms were treacherous for the skin. Ino was immediately escorted to the Kazekage's office. She knew who the Kazekage was after all. He had been Kazekage almost as long as she'd been a chunin, but she hadn't actually seen him since the rescue mission when they were 13. The thought of meeting him again was a little daunting. The guard who escorted her from the village gate took her all the way to the door of the Kazekage's office. He even knocked. Ino found this a bit odd. It was almost as if he thought she was a child who needed babysitting. But she shrugged it off. She shouldn't be thinking like that. There was no response from the other side of the door, and the guard frowned and knocked again. Ino waited patiently. She wasn't in a hurry. She couldn't return to Konoha until the sandstorm stopped, anyway. Then she felt it. It wasn't strong or obvious, but she sensed a familiar sensation at the back of her head. It was the same tingling feeling she got when training with her father when he would try to invade her mind, and she'd block him. It was a light, prickly sensation, as if someone was trying to enter her mind, but at the same time, it didn't feel threatening. It was almost as if someone was playfully tickling the back of her head. Then it stopped, and the door opened. A blonde woman stepped out, and Ino immediately recognized her as Temari. "Oh," Temari said, "you're here. You can go in." Temari stepped aside, allowing Ino to enter. She thanked Temari, who merely smiled and closed the door behind her. Ino looked straight ahead at the desk. Behind it sat Gaara, perfectly calm, dressed in black. He was staring out the window. "I have just arrived from Konoha," Ino stated, "with the scroll you requested. The Hokage has also included a letter addressed to you." Gaara ignored her. Ino felt a twinge of annoyance. What kind of leader ignores a ninja from an allied country? Ino tried to get Gaara's attention. "Lord Kazekage?" The tingling sensation returned. Then, Gaara turned to face her, and a shiver ran down her spine. His eyes were blank. The normal green-like hue was very pale, almost as if he were in a trance. Ino panicked. Should she call for help? Was this normal? Then, just like that, Gaara snapped out of it. His eyes returned to normal, and the tingling disappeared as well. "My apologies, Ino. I was talking to someone," Gaara said, as if nothing unusual had just occurred. "Talking to someone?" Ino asked, dubious. Who could he have been talking to? Gaara noticed his slip of the tongue and sighed. That did not make sense. "Never mind. You have the scroll?" Ino nodded and handed him the scroll, along with the letter from Tsunade. She was still trying to figure out what had happened. She was so preoccupied with it that she hadn't even realized Gaara had addressed her by her first name. It was only 2 days later, when Gaara was once again in a similar trance at breakfast with his family, that Ino finally cornered him. "Gaara?" Ino approached him in the living room as he was preparing to leave for work. She had been staying in a hotel for the past 2 days, waiting for the sandstorms to pass, but Temari had kindly invited her over for breakfast. "Yes." Gaara looked up from a scroll he was rolling up to put in his bag. This is going to sound really strange, Ino began, but I've noticed that you sometimes go into trances. Your eye color changes, and I feel this tingling sensation at the back of my head. It's almost as if you're trying to reach into my mind, but with my training, I have barriers against it. Gaara frowned but remained silent. If Ino didn't know any better, she would have said he suddenly seemed uneasy. Look, Ino sighed, I've done some research and I think I know what's going on, but I wanted to ask you first. Gaara smirked. You have a theory? I'd like to hear it. Ino raised an eyebrow, surprised that he wanted to hear her thoughts. She had read about his condition before. Her father had warned her about it. It was rare believed to be impossible, but her father always cautioned her that it could happen. Because she was sensitive to minds and how the brain works due to her mind transfer training, she could sense it, just like she could sense other mind transfer users. Well, Ino said thoughtfully, the general population calls your kind psychics. Gaara seemed uncomfortable with her use of the term. I dislike that word. Ino blinked, surprised. Did that mean he was admitting to it? That she had hit the nail on the head? I was right. Ino asked, astonished. Wow. What abilities do you have? Gaara sighed and looked away from her. Precognition. I've also had some experiences with telepathy. Ino's eyes widened. Precognition? As in, seeing the future? Gaara turned back to her and raised an eyebrow. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. Only my family has ever known. Huh, was all Ino managed to say. Guess that makes me special. So, who were you talking to the other day? What? Gaara asked, confused. You mentioned you were talking to someone in your office, Ino pointed out. Who was it? Gaara was quiet for a few moments, seemingly debating whether to tell her. Ino knew he didn't have to, she was prying into his business after all. But she was curious. She had never thought the legends of psychics were true. And to think she could sense them. Finally, Gaara relented. Shikaku. Ino blinked. Who was it? Shikaku was the one-tailed bijou sealed into Gaara before he was born. And also the very same one that had been extracted from him several months earlier. Shikaku? Ino exclaimed. But he's been extracted and sealed by Akatsuki. How could you still communicate with him? And why do you still communicate with him? Gaara smirked. The Akatsuki's seal does nothing to block telepathic links if you know how to manipulate them. And my reason for communicating with him is really none of your concern. Right? Ino said, realizing that Gaara could still communicate with the entity that had once lived inside him. Can you communicate with the other bijou? I can, Gaara replied, but I don't. I've only ever spoken to 2 bijou. I've mainly communicated with Shikaku, obviously, but I have also spoken to the QB once. Really? Ino asked, amazed. She knew the QB was under Konoha's control, but she was still uncertain who it had been sealed into. She had her theories, much like the rest of the Konoha 11. She could still remember discussing it with Shikamaru. He was convinced that Naruto was the host, and she had constantly told him it was impossible. Then she befriended Naruto and started training with him. His stamina was incredible and he healed very quickly. That tipped her off. And the markings on his cheeks were also a bit of a giveaway. But she had to admit she liked his whiskers. They made him look cute. Yes. Now, have I satisfied your curiosity? Ino. A voice snapped her from her thoughts. Ino looked up into Naruto's concerned eyes and smiled. Sorry, just remembering something, Ino replied. I don't know if Gaara here would have the same abilities, or even just a hint of them. But we have to try. Naruto grinned. Great. I'll go ask Granny Tsunade if we can leave for Suna right away. Ino blinked. What, right now? Yeah, why not? Oh, Ino trailed off. Truthfully, she wasn't allowed outside of the village. Tsunade had banned her from missions and leaving the village when she first arrived, and that had not changed. She wasn't sure if the old woman would allow her to leave after she broke her promise to keep her identity a secret. Just then, Sai appeared next to their table, nearly startling Ino. She stared at him, surprised once she calmed down. He looked so young, But it was good to know he was part of team. He was a good friend to Naruto, even in her dimension. Naruto trusted Sai with his life and had even appointed him NBU commander because of it. Naruto, the Hokage has summoned us, Sai stated. Really? I was just going to head there. Do we have a mission? Naruto asked. I don't know, Sai replied. Bugger, Naruto sighed. And here I was ready to go to Suno with Ino. Never mind. It will have to wait. Ino smiled weakly. No, Naruto. You go. I'll be okay on my own. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yes. Now go before Tsunade gets annoyed, Ino said. Naruto nodded and disappeared with Sai. It was past 8, and Ino had still not returned home. After Naruto left with Sai, she had ordered more tea and continued to ponder the issue at hand. Asking for Gaara's assistance was smart, but what if he didn't have the same abilities, even on a minor scale? She would never get access to her notebook, which meant she would have to find the answer somewhere else. But Naruto was right, they had to try. It was a bit late to report to the Hokage, but Ino knew Tsunade would still be in her office. She needed to get to Suna, and soon. And she had to convince the Hokage to allow her to go as quickly as possible. So, after paying the bill, Ino gathered her things and headed for the Hokage tower. As she walked, she felt a sudden odd sensation in her gut. She stopped and furrowed her brows. Something was wrong, and her instincts told her to turn left. She didn't know why, since the Hokage tower was straight ahead. But the feeling nagged at her, and before she knew it, Ino had turned left. She walked for a short while until she passed a familiar face. And it suddenly felt like she was forgetting something important. Shikamaru? Ino asked, surprised. Her friend looked solemn, his hands tucked in his pockets. He was heading in the opposite direction, but he stopped when he heard her voice. Hi, Ino, he greeted. What's up? It's complicated. You're married to Naruto, right? In my dimension, yes, Ino replied, wondering where Shikamaru was going with this. What happened after Itachi died? Shikamaru asked. Ino blinked, still not fully comprehending what Shikamaru was saying. Then it clicked and she felt her stomach drop. No. She muttered, tears forming in her eyes. Yeah, Shikamaru sighed. I had a feeling it was similar in your dimension. He's up ahead. Ino nodded and pushed past Shikamaru, her heart heavy. She had to get to Naruto as soon as possible. She needed to comfort him, just like he had comforted her when Chuji died, even though it was a different Naruto who had done that. Ino, Shikamaru called out. Ino stopped and turned around, annoyed. She had to get to Naruto. Shikamaru sighed. Take care of him, okay? I've already talked to him, told him I know what it feels like, but he needs comfort now. I know, Ino whispered, tears streaming down her face. I know. With a nod, Ino turned around again and dashed away into the darkness. She knew exactly where Naruto was. He would still be where Shikamaru left him, all alone on a bench. As she ran, her limbs screamed to run faster, and she continued to cry. She cried for Naruto. Because Jiraiya was gone. Naruto wasn't crying. Nor did he show any sign of deep depression. Instead, he seemed to be in deep thought, but his eyes were puffy and swollen, evidence of fallen tears. Ino found him like this on a bench outside Konoha's hospital. She mentally kicked herself for jumping to conclusions. Shikamaru never said anything about Naruto being in tears or inconsolable. No, as always, her friend had seen a man in pain, a man who was hiding it, and thought perhaps she should be there for him. Maybe get him to open up. Or maybe Shikamaru just thought Naruto would like to see her. Ino nearly collapsed beside the bench, her legs sore from pushing herself to run faster than she normally would. Hey, Naruto greeted her, but his voice lacked its usual energy. Ino looked up at him. Hey. The two stared at each other in silence. Guess we both lost a teacher now, huh? Naruto broke the silence. Ino frowned, not following, until she remembered that Asuma had passed away in this dimension. She swallowed thickly and nodded. Naruto smiled weakly. Shikamaru found me moping. He then dragged me here. He pointed at the hospital. Ino frowned, trying to figure out why exactly Shikamaru had bothered to bring an upset Naruto to a hospital. He was not physically injured, and no medic could heal a broken heart. Then it clicked and Ino gasped. "Kurenai?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Yeah," he exclaimed softly. "She was, well, expecting." Ino chuckled softly. In the past few days, she had found herself really thinking about the dimension she was in. There were many similarities she had found, events that had occurred in both dimensions. But there were also many differences. People were dead here who were supposed to be alive, and people were alive here who were supposed to be dead. And then there was Sasuke. He had been gone for nearly 3 years. Naruto had told her the story, Orochimaru was dead, but Sasuke had made no move to return. It was these thoughts that made Ino analyze the differences. Back in her dimension, Sasuke had left Konoha for a year at most. He had become impatient with Orochimaru, and when the news of Itachi's heart attack had reached him, Sasuke saw no point in remaining with the Sannin. The outcome of his return had meant he never committed any heinous crimes and therefore was not severely punished. He was able to reunite with Karen, whom he had met in his first month with Orochimaru. Here, however, it was a completely different story, and Ino concluded that it meant any future events would not be exactly the same as in her dimension either. She feared that if she stayed longer, it could mean she might be put in danger. If she died in this body, younger Ino would not have a body to return to. So, Ino had promised herself that she would find a way to reverse the jutsu as soon as possible. She knew that it was possible she was dying slowly right now. That had been the outcome the previous time she had used the jutsu. With the way events were turning out, she knew a war was coming. Perhaps not one the same as the one of her youth, but a war nonetheless. This world needed its Ino, not her. Ino. Naruto's voice snapped her out of her reverie. She hadn't even noticed that she was spacing out. "Sorry," Ino apologized. "I was just thinking about how the two dimensions really are different, but still so similar. But enough about that, how are you?" Ino stood up and sat down on the bench next to Naruto, the ground becoming uncomfortable. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. "I'm okay, I guess," Naruto muttered. "Shikamaru knocked some sense into me, and Irika-sensei consoled me last night. But it's hard." Ino smiled sadly and reached out to grasp Naruto's hand. He allowed her to lace their fingers together. "I know it's hard," Ino whispered. "I might not have lost my teacher, but I've lost my teammate. And my best friend." Naruto looked at her, alarmed. She had never told him that Asuma was still alive in her dimension. In fact, she hadn't gathered the courage to tell Shikamaru and Chuji either. It just didn't feel right, telling them she still had dinner and laughs with their teacher, while they could no longer do so. "Asuma isn't dead?" Naruto asked. "Not in my dimension, no," Ino replied. "Oh," was all Naruto could muster to say. "Chuji, however, wasn't so lucky," Ino whispered, her voice trembling. She felt Naruto's hand squeeze hers. "Sakura wasn't lucky either." Naruto's grip on her fingers went slack, and Ino berated herself for bringing up the subject of lost companions. Now she had made him even more upset. "Did she die alone?" Naruto finally asked. Ino turned to face him, hoping to see if he was upset or not. He merely looked tired as he stared ahead. "No," Ino decided to assure him. "No, she was not alone. Kakashi was with her. But as long as she didn't die alone. Sakura doesn't deserve that." Ino smiled weakly. She debated whether to tell him the full truth that although Kakashi had been with her, she had died in an explosion, her body never recovered, and her grave was merely a stone slab for those who needed closure. But looking at Naruto and his current state of mind, she decided against it. No, he didn't need to know. At least not yet. "Oh." Naruto suddenly perked up. He turned to face Ino. "Shikamaru asked me to help decode Jiraiya's message. Apparently, he left 3 clues for us, and since I knew him so well, they think I could help." "That's great," Ino cheered. "But, I have to go now," Naruto stated, "and I don't know how long it's going to take. I was supposed to help you find a way to contact the other side. We were going to go to Suna, right? Don't worry about it." "But I want to help," Naruto protested. Ino chuckled and reached out to gently touch his cheek, a habit of hers. She liked the texture of his whiskers beneath her fingertips. This was, however, The first time she had touched this Naruto's face like this. She had missed it. Don't worry, I'll figure something out, Ino repeated. Naruto pouted, but his expression soon softened into one of contentment. Ino continued to slide his cheek, sending a pleasant shiver down his spine. He had never experienced such a touch before, and he found it comforting. Ino stopped when a thought occurred to her. She hoped to meet with Gaara to see if he had the same abilities as the Gaara she knew. But she knew Tsunade wouldn't let her go alone, and Ino didn't want to travel with anyone else. Perhaps she didn't need to go all the way to test Gaara's abilities. Naruto, I think I have an idea. Yeah? Naruto asked, intrigued. Do you think you could convince? Ino suddenly trailed off. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. Ino bit her lip. Did Naruto know Kurama's name yet? It was possible, but she probably shouldn't risk it. It wasn't her place to tell. Naruto, the name of the 9 tails. Do you think you could convince the beast within you to do me a favor? Naruto blinked, surprised. That you know? What? About you being the Jinchuriki? Yes, of course. Oh, I didn't know all of you knew. I don't think everyone in our group quite knows yet, Ino replied. They might have their suspicions. And you have to remember, I'm married to you in a different dimension. Of course I would know. Right, of course, Naruto muttered. Then he frowned. What do you mean by favor? Ino smiled. Precognition and a sensitive mind aren't the only psychic abilities Gaara has. He can also use telepathy, but not on a very large scale. And when I say large scale, I mean he can't use it on humans. Telepathy? Naruto asked, surprised. Wait, what's that? Ino rolled her eyes. Of course he didn't know, or never bothered to remember the word. He can read minds or communicate with others through thought. Really? Naruto asked. That's so cool. Ino laughed at his sudden excitement. Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyway, it just occurred to me that Gaara can communicate with the Bijou. All Jinchuriki can, Naruto pointed out, obviously not fully understanding what she meant. Yes, you can communicate internally with the beast sealed within you, but Gaara can communicate with all of them, even over long distances. Naruto's eyes widened. And they can talk back? Ino nodded. So, Naruto began, you want the beast to send Gaara a message or something? And if he responds, then he can obviously communicate with the other dimension. Something like that, yes, Ino responded. Well, I can try to ask him. He's a bit grumpy though and might tell you to mind your own business. Ino laughed. I am well aware that he is a grump. You ask him first, and if he refuses to cooperate, I'll use mind transfer to talk to him myself. Although only if you consent. You can talk to him inside of me? Naruto asked, surprised. Ino fought the urge to roll her eyes. Only if I take over your body. I suppose that should be okay, Naruto said. Just don't look where you're not supposed to. Ino smirked. I wouldn't dream of it. 16-year-old Ino. Happy birthday, Minato. The crowd cheered as the little boy blew out the 6 candles on his cake. Only one remained burning, and Kaguya laughed, teasing that he obviously had a girlfriend hidden somewhere. He didn't understand and quickly blew the last candle out. He didn't want a girlfriend, girls were scary. Minato cheered happily as his friends and their parents clapped. Ino then sliced the cake, calling out for everyone to line up for a slice. Minato was served first since he was the birthday boy. Then all the guests were served, leaving the rest of the family for last. After everyone had their share of cake, the children gathered in the living room to open presents. Ino sat on the couch behind Minato, who was on the floor excitedly tearing apart wrapping paper. Naruto joined her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, his affectionate gaze focused on the little boy sitting by his feet. Ino could do nothing but smile. The first present he opened was from Kaguya, a collection of scrolls and books on becoming a ninja. Ino raised an eyebrow. She wasn't sure if that was really an appropriate gift for a boy who had just turned 6. Minato seemed confused too, staring at the items with a frown. Remember how you asked me to train you last year? Kaguya asked, noticing the look on her little brother's face. Minato nodded. Well, I will show you some tricks, and you'll need to know the rules. So I got you the books. Don't worry, I'll help you read them. Minato's eyes lit up. Really, sis? You'll show me how to throw a kunai dot and shuriken? And how to use mommy's mind transfer? Kagaya nodded. Yet although we might wait before trying mind transfer, you can't even mold chakra yet. And I'm only going to show you the basics. You're too young for dangerous stuff. Minato pouted, but he still seemed very excited. Ino smiled. She hadn't been aware Minato was so keen on becoming a ninja. Perhaps this would be good for him and Kagaya both. Ino had no doubt that Kagaya would teach Minato properly so that one day he would become a fine ninja. The next present was from Naruto. He had insisted on buying a present himself when Ino suggested they get something for him together. Ino had agreed, hoping Naruto wouldn't choose something silly or unsafe. It turned out to be a toy kunai set. For your training, Naruto said when Minato looked at him, and Minato's eyes lit up with excitement. Ino turned to Naruto, surprised. Toy kunai. Can't have him throwing real ones yet, Naruto replied. Kagaya asked me about her gift idea. She wanted to know if it was okay. I gave her my permission, but on the condition that they use toy weapons for now. You're smarter than I thought, Ino whispered, resting her head on his shoulder. Naruto laughed and squeezed her shoulder. Thank you for looking out for them. I was worried about him training with real weapons. He's so young. He is, but he's very excited to become a ninja like you. Me? Ino asked, surprised. Not you. Naruto laughed. Have you not noticed how our kids look up to you? But, Ino trailed off. You're the Hokage. You're the hero. You're more powerful than I am. Why am I the role model? I think I scare them. There are stories about me out there, Ino, Naruto stated. Stories that they hear from others, and sometimes they see me as this big shadow that looms over them. But you're amazing, Ino whispered. And so are you, he replied. It's all right. I don't expect them to worship me. Their love is enough. The two remained silent as Minato continued to open his presents. From Ino, he had received a set of planes he had to assemble. He also got stuffed toys, some books, and even money. Once all the presents were unwrapped, Ino reminded Minato to thank everyone. He stood up and bowed, expressing his gratitude to everyone in the room. After that, the children went outside to play. While the adults sat in the living room, chatting among themselves, Ino was in the kitchen preparing tea. Hinata joined her, and Ino noticed that Hinata seemed a bit down. Are you all right? Ino asked. Yes, Hinata replied. I just have trouble sleeping, that's all. Do you want to talk? Hinata smiled weakly. It's nothing really. I've just been thinking about what you said. Ino raised an eyebrow, and Hinata laughed softly. You suggested that Masahiro take the new seat on the council for the Hyuga family, Hinata said. You want me to be able to move to Suna. If Masahiro proves himself, the clan might accept him as their leader. Oh yeah, Ino muttered, recalling the unexpected turn of events when Naruto discovered the council was acting behind his back. I'm sorry, does it bother you that I said that? Hinata shook her head as she poured tea into cups. Not at all, in fact, I am grateful. Ino noticed that Hinata's eyes were glossy. Are you crying, Hinata? Ino asked, surprised. Hinata looked up, alarmed, and quickly put down the teapot to wipe her face. I'm sorry, she hiccuped, it's just. You're the only person who seems to notice how much the distance gets to me. I hate being apart from Gaara. But because I am the head of the Hyuga family, nobody cares about the sacrifices I make or my happiness. Ino felt her heart ache for her friend. She wished she could wipe away all these problems and give Hinata her happy ending. But she knew that was beyond her power. However, she was determined to stand by Hinata's side. I've been lying awake at night, thinking about the possibility of Masahiro taking over, Hinata explained, her voice cracking as tears rolled down her cheeks. I would love for it to happen, but the Hyuga elders will never allow me to live in Suna. They don't want another country to have the Byakugan, even though they accepted Gaara into the family when we got married. They trust him, but not his village. Oh, I'm sorry, Hinata. I let my mouth run away with me. I never should have said it. I'm just making things complicated for you. Hinata shook her head and smiled. Don't you see, Ino? You made me think, and I have found a solution. Really? Ino asked, surprised. Hinata nodded, a sudden look of determination on her face. I'm going to let them give me the curse seal. So when I die, the Byakugan will be sealed. Ino's eyes widened. Hinata remained still, her determination unwavering. The Hinata standing before Ino now was nothing like the young girl she had known. This Hinata was strong and willing to take such a drastic step just to be with the love of her life. Are you sure? Ino asked hesitantly. Hinata nodded. The seal is no longer used as often as in the past. There are actually several branch family members who do not have it. I won't allow it to be used like in the past, but this is the only way I can assure the elders that my Byakugan won't fall into the wrong hands. Ino pursed her lips. Hinata was determined, and she knew nothing would change the Hyuga's mind. Why is the tea taking so long? Naruto's voice suddenly interrupted as he stepped into the kitchen. Ino and Hinata broke their gaze and looked at him. Sorry, Hinata apologized. We got distracted. The party had been a huge success, but all good things had to come to an end. Minato was sad to say goodbye to his friends, but he was also excited to play with his new toys. He couldn't wait to start training with Kagaya. Thank you, Ino, Karen said as the Uchiha family prepared to leave. The food was fantastic. My pleasure, Ino replied, glad the party had gone so well. Little Mikoto gurgled in Karen's arms, causing the two women to giggle. Ino said her final goodbyes to several more people, then with a sigh, she closed the door. Now she had to clean up. Tired? Naruto asked. Yeah, Ino replied. Kids are a handful. You're telling me, Naruto laughed. You get used to it though. Ino turned to the living room and collapsed on the couch. She just needed a small break before starting to clean up the mess. Naruto joined her, his arm wrapping around her shoulders. Ino snuggled closer to him, enjoying the warmth and comfort he provided. Thanks for letting me throw him a party, Ino whispered. You made a very convincing argument. This is going to sound strange, but somehow I wish your Ino could have been here, Ino mumbled. She felt Naruto stiffen. It would have been nice, yes, Naruto agreed. I'm sorry. That was probably not the best thing to say. She missed her son's birthday. I feel like I've stolen something precious. Naruto chuckled and planted a gentle kiss on Ino's forehead, catching her off guard. He'll have more birthdays. And don't apologize, you are important too. Ino felt a warmth spread across her cheeks. The two remained close in silence, but guilt began to creep in. Here she was, comfortably nestled in the arms of a married man. Though he was married to a different version of herself, she knew it was wrong. She had to resist the urge to let her feelings deepen. But the heart was not easily controlled, and she had already fallen too far. Letting go would be a challenge. Chapter End Confrontations. Karen hummed an old lullaby she remembered from her days in Kusagakure as she fed Mikoto. The thought of another infant joining the household in a few months was both daunting and exciting. Karen loved all her children, but she wished Sasuke's remarkable FRLTY would take a break. Her body needed a breather. Mommy, mommy! Itachi shouted as he burst into the main bedroom, a scroll in hand and one sock missing. Karen rolled her eyes. It was typical of Itachi to misplace things. Yes? She asked, watching her youngest son bounce with excitement. Itachi was full of energy when they were alone, but he often became quiet and shy around others. This worried her. What if he struggled to fit in at the academy one day? What if his name became a target for bullying? One of Uncle Naruto's masked guys delivered this, Itachi announced, shoving the scroll under Karen's nose. Oh, Karen exhaled, narrowing her eyes. Masked figures meant Anbu. Since she was on maternity leave for safety reasons, a scroll delivered by Anbu was unexpected. It could only mean one thing: a top-secret mission, confidential enough that Naruto wouldn't dare speak to her directly. Is it for Daddy? Karen asked, as it seemed logical given her situation. No, Itachi replied, your name's on it. Karen frowned. Naruto wouldn't have given her a mission unless it was something only she could handle. This was significant and very secret. And the Anbu had been careless enough to give the scroll to a child, which likely meant it was sealed well or written in code. Okay, Karen sighed, hold on to it for a moment. I need to finish feeding your sister. Once she finished feeding and burping Mikoto, Karen placed the baby in her crib and took the scroll from Itachi. Understanding that ANBU scrolls were confidential, he left the room to play outside. Karen released the seal on the scroll and opened. She scanned the writing and sighed in frustration. It was written in code. She reread the strange combination of numbers and letters, searching for a clue to help her decode the message. Naruto would have left her a hint, as this was not something she could take to the Konoha cryptanalysis team. After reading it twice more, Karen's eyes stopped on a combination of letters that formed the word mind. She frowned, trying to figure out how that would help her solve the code. Something with mind. And then it hit her. Karen smirked as she headed to the study. Naruto had used a classic page number and line reference code, and the book he had chosen was Mind Matters. It was amusing since the book was authored by his wife. But as Karen pulled the book from the shelf, she felt that Naruto had chosen it for a reason, not just because it was written by Ino, but because this mission involved her. Did Naruto know something about the transfer she did not? Determined, Karen sat at the desk, the scroll and book open and ready. She needed to quickly decipher the message to proceed with the mission and possibly uncover how Ino fit into the picture. Sartobi Konohamaru stood quietly under the gates of Konoha, arms crossed and eyes closed. It was early morning, and his team had been assigned a mission. They had agreed to meet at the gates, but he was the first to arrive, and none of the others had shown up yet. "Good morning, Konoru," a voice broke the silence. Konohamaru opened his eyes, surprised to see Uzumaki Kagaya as the first student to arrive. She had been assigned to the mission at the last minute. Upon Konohamaru's request, he felt a 3-person team would be more effective. "Hey, kid," Konohamaru greeted with a grin. Kagaya returned the smile. As her godfather, Kagaya had always been close to Konohamaru, and it had been a while since they last saw each other. What's the Hokage's kid doing here?" Another voice interrupted. Konohamaru and Kagaya turned to face the newcomer. "My name is not Hokage's kid, Nara Ryuji." Kagaya huffed, annoyed. Ryuji laughed and playfully poked her forehead. At 16, Ryuji had just been promoted to Chunin and was a distant cousin of Shikamaru. Like other Nar men, he wore his hair in a high ponytail and had a goatee. The only distinctive difference was his hair, which was blonde like his mother's. "Kagaya will be joining us on our mission," Konohamaru stated, bemused as Ryuji continued to poke Kagaya, much to her annoyance. "Really?" Ryuji's eyes lit up. "So we can do the Ino Shikacho formation? That would be so cool." Konohamaru rolled his eyes, while Kagaya simply smiled. She had worked with Team Konohamaru before, since she had inherited the Yamanaka clan's abilities, and Ryuji and his teammate Cheizo were from the Nara and Akimichi clans. It made sense for them to team up. However, she hadn't been assigned to their team when she graduated due to their age difference. Ryuji and Cheizo were 3 years older than her and had already been placed on a team. Unfortunately, there were no members of their clans her age, only older and younger ones. She often joked that it was a bad year for the Nara and Akimichi clans. Sometimes she wished she could swap teams. She loved Sasuke and her teammates, though Mato Wataru could be a bit annoying, but Kagaya occasionally looked at her mother and Shikamaru, along with other members of the 3 clans, and felt a pang of jealousy. She wanted those bonds too. Kagaya was pulled from her thoughts when Cheizo arrived. Cheizo was short and plump, with lilac hair cut into a bob and dark eyes. She did not have facial markings on her cheeks like others in her clan. Instead, she had red markings accentuating her eyes. She smiled when she spotted Kagaya. "Thank goodness you're here," Cheizo said. "These boys drive me insane." "What's that supposed to mean, Cheizo?" Ryuji grunted. "It means you're a royal pain," Cheizo retorted, hands on her hips. "You're incredibly lazy and bore me to tears. At least with Kagaya here, I'll have someone to talk to." "Like what? Junk food?" Ryuji asked with a snort. Cheizo narrowed her eyes dangerously and playfully tapped him on the head. "Now you too," Konohamaru scolded, though his eyes sparkled with humor. "Stop it. We have a mission, and teamwork is important." "Now you sound like Kana." Ryuji ummed. "She's always going on about teamwork." "Of course she is," Cheizo snorted. She's Hatake Kakashi's daughter, you blithering idiot. Konohamaru sighed. These two were never going to change. Kaguya just laughed at the scene before her. She had witnessed it countless times before, but their bickering never got old. Noticing that time was slipping away, Konohamaru cleared his throat, immediately causing the bickering to cease. Chase and Ryuji turned to face him, both slightly flushed. Good, glad that still gets your attention, Konohamaru said. I will now explain the details of our mission and our battle strategy if we are attacked. Yes, Ryuji, the Ino Shikacho formation is part of the strategy, so stop bouncing around. Chase chuckled under her breath as Ryuji settled down, his cheeks still red. She never quite understood how such a lazy person could have so much energy at times. When he was overly excited, it reminded her of their former teammate. Chase sighed and shook her head. No, she was not going to think about that right now. Once Konohamaru explained the mission, the team was ready to depart. While Chase and Kaguya exchanged pleasantries during their journey, Konohamaru and Ryuji agreed on a sparring challenge once the mission was over, although Ryuji initially tried to back out of it. As Konoha faded behind them, Kaguya couldn't shake the feeling that the mission was going to be fantastic. Naruto did not trust his own office. It was very possible that it was being monitored and that the High Council was listening in or watching him. He had to be very careful with what he did and what he shared because they could not know that he was onto them. So when he decided to talk to the messenger who had revealed the truth to him, he instructed him to meet at the Nara estate instead. It was a place unlikely to be tapped, and Shikamaru had offered it to Naruto for his use. What will happen to me, sir? The messenger asked nervously after Naruto told him to sit down. They were in the basement, a secret room known only to the Naras and now him. Well, you will have to be tried for treason, Naruto stated, noticing the poor man stiffening in response. Naruto sighed. However, since you decided to turn yourself in and tell the truth, you will be shown some leniency. But you still have to be tried. And you might still face imprisonment. However, your sentence might be reduced. I see, the messenger mumbled. I suppose I can live with that. What do you need from me today? Information, Naruto replied. Tell me as much as you can. Are they threatening you? The messenger nodded. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What exactly did they threaten you with? Naruto asked. My wife's safety, sir. And my children's future as ninja. That is not their decision, nor part of their power, do you understand? Of course, sir. I know that you always have the final say when it comes to retiring ninja, but they made a convincing argument. And they could easily harm my wife. They are all ninja themselves. Not for much longer, Naruto grumbled bitterly. His fists tightened. The more he learned about his supposedly loyal High Council, the more disgusted he became. He was certain that one or two members were orchestrating the whole operation, and they would face severe consequences. Perhaps even the harshest punishment, if the situation called for it. Because from what the messenger said, these people had committed serious crimes. What letters did they intercept? Naruto changed the subject. Quite a variety, sir, the messenger responded. Mostly those regarding alliances and the safety of our village. Like the ones you sent to Lady Shizuka in Nadeshiko village. They were discussing the future of the prisoner Jugo. The council deems him unstable and a danger to the village. You can just say they think he is a monster, Naruto muttered. The messenger looked down, ashamed. What else? Have they intercepted any that go to Suna? Yes, sir. Unbelievable. Are the Hyuga elders aware of the council's corruption? I do not know, sir. Should they? Naruto's eyes narrowed again. I do not know. The Hyuga elders and I have never seen eye to eye, so it is possible they are involved too. You know nothing about the Hyuga clan. The messenger shook his head. Naruto made a mental note to arrange a meeting with the Hyuga elders as well. He didn't trust them, he never had. They refused to abolish the cursed seal. Hinata had made it possible to use it less than in the past, but it had not been eradicated from tradition completely. The Hyuga elders also refused to let Hinata move to Suna. It was starting to grate on his nerves, and as Shikamaru constantly warned him, it could lead to a war between Konoha and Suna. What about the other nations? Naruto asked. The council is wary of the other nations, the messenger admitted, and because of that, they made sure all letters were delivered. They did not want them to become suspicious of their movements. It could ignite a war. All of this can start a war, Naruto barked. This has to stop before it reaches the ears of the other nations. We may be at peace and have an alliance, but conflict is still present. I know, sir. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temple. All his life, he had dreamed of becoming Hokage. He had wished to be acknowledged, to be treasured and accepted by the village. He had all of that. He had the power, the respect, and the love. But with this job came great responsibility, and sometimes he felt overwhelmed. How on earth did his father do it? Or the third before him? How did Senju Hashirama manage it at the beginning, when there was so much animosity? Just as it felt like he had lost all hope, an idea suddenly struck him. The High Council was, in essence, a bunch of cowards. There was one thing they always openly opposed about him because they feared it more than they feared him. Naruto grinned. It was time to find Kurama. It was not her first time visiting this particular part of the shopping district. Karen stood with her arms crossed in front of the small house that served as both a store and a home. It was eerily quiet, which she had not expected. The owner of the house barely left, at least according to Naruto's report on the mission scroll. With a sigh, Karen pressed her ear against the door, listening intently while also trying to pick up any hints of chakra. Nothing. The house was empty. Frowning, thinking this was far too easy, Karen jumped up onto the roof and moved to the back. Behind the house, tucked between the other buildings, was a small garden. It was tiny, barely big enough to allow the growth of a tree, but it was sufficient for some small plants. Karen checked for any threats or curious eyes, then jumped down into the garden. The smell of rosemary filled her senses. Karen's eyes landed on the plant. It was the only one she recognized in the whole garden. The rest looked like exotic shrubs that belonged in a tropical forest. Karen leaned closer to a plant with dark purple and green leaves and gently touched it. How did someone manage to grow these strange plants in such a small space? Karen made a mental note to mention this in her report to Naruto. She plucked a leaf from the plant and tucked it into her weapons pouch. A botanist might be able to tell her the plant's name and origin. Karen moved to the glass door that led into the house. She peered inside, once again checking for any signs of life. None. This was way too easy, and it was making her nervous. Still, Karen swallowed her unease and checked if the door was unlocked. It was. She stepped inside, and the smell of lavender enveloped her. First rosemary, now lavender. Karen scanned her surroundings. She was in the bedroom, the only one judging by the size of the house. And it was messy. The bed was unmade, clothes were strewn across the floor, and the walls were covered in markings, scratches, and writing. Karen frowned and stepped closer to the wall on her right. She lifted her arm and traced her fingers over some writing, trying to make sense of it. The mind. Infiltrate. Beast. Karen's fingers froze over the word Kazekage. What did Gar have to do with this? Oh wait. It might not refer to him, but one of the previous Kazekage. Karen moved along the wall, reading more of the strange disjointed words and sentences, hoping to find a link. Karen moved around the room. There were so many strange things carved into the walls. And not just words, but pictures as well. Mostly diagrams that she could not understand because almost none of them had a key or any labels. These diagrams were clearly drawn to make sense only to the person who created them. Karen was now on the other side of the room and the wall. Before her was empty. No scribbles, words, or diagrams were present. The wall was bare, except for one painting. She lifted her gaze to see what the portrait featured and gasped. Karen closed her eyes and opened them again, as if trying to discern if it was a trick, but the portrait remained the same. "I see you found my most treasured possession," a voice hissed. Karen spun around and came face to face with the blank white eyes characteristic of a member of the Hyuga clan. Karen frowned. How did Astra come in without her noticing? How is this possible? Karen asked, her hand slowly creeping to her weapons pouch in case she had to defend herself. Astra smiled wickedly. What exactly are you referring to? The fact that I can evade your unmatched sensory skills, or the fact that I have a portrait of the Hokage hanging in my room? Both. You know, Astra began as she slipped inside the room and closed the door behind her. I liked you back where I come from. You were known as Uzumaki Karen, cousin of the Hokage. And you were admired. Karen narrowed her eyes. What do you mean, where I come from? I thought that was obvious by now, Astra pointed out. A different dimension? Karen attempted to guess. Astra's smile widened as she moved around the room, and Karen followed to keep her in sight. Astra stood by the door leading to the garden now, her gaze focused on Karen and her feral smile still in place. Very good, Astra hummed. You learned something from that blonde girl. Or should I say girls, since there are two of them now. Karen's eyes flickered to the painting again. That's Hinata with Naruto, isn't it? Yes, Astra replied as she locked the glass door. Karen pulled out a kunai, knowing that things might get tense now. Uzumaki Hinata, the bravest woman that ever lived. She gave her life, you know, to save Konoha. Where you come from? Karen asked. Astra nodded her head and sat down in an old and withered armchair that sat in front of the window. Karen narrowed her eyes, kunai still in hand. What are you doing here? And who is that child with them in the portrait? Astra smirked as she checked her nails, almost as if the conversation bored her. Isn't it obvious? Karen stepped forward and lifted her kunai. Answer me. You know the answer, Astra whispered. You just don't want to face the truth. Fine, Karen hissed, it's you. You're the child with them. But that still doesn't answer my first question. Astra sighed but did not say anything. I'll force the answer out if I have to, Karen warned. Astra threw her head back in laughter, but her laugh was cold and bitter. Are you going to capture me, Karen? Hand me over to Baki so that he can interrogate me? Are you going to have that blonde girl look into my mind? Astra asked. If you insult Ino one more time, Karen began to warn. What? Astra sneered. What will you do, Karen? Karen hesitated. She wanted to grab the woman before her and subdue her, take her to Naruto, but something wasn't right. Astra had made it very easy for Karen to infiltrate her house. And how did Astra manage to hide her chakra so that Karen could not sense her at all? Because Astra was right. Karen's sensory skills were unmatched. Not even Beniko had the same level of perception as she did. And Astra was very calm for someone who had found a kunoichi snooping around in her house. No, something was very wrong. And then it hit her. Karen blinked, her vision suddenly going blurry. She stumbled forward, grabbing onto the bedpost for support. The kunai slipped from her grasp and clattered loudly on the wooden floor. Karen tried to regain her balance, but the world spun wildly around her. What have you done to me? Karen demanded angrily. Oh, just a little concoction of mine, Astra hummed. It's a herbal mixture straight from my garden. It won't harm you, just put you to sleep. Karen frowned. But that's impossible. How did Astra manage to get it into her system? They hadn't even come close to each other. I burn it, Astra stated, as if she knew what Karen was thinking. Every night I burn it in my room, just in case someone wants to come snooping. Karen snorted. Then won't it affect you too? Ah, Astra laughed as she stood up and approached Karen. That's the beauty of it. I'm immune. Karen collapsed to her knees, fighting the urge to succumb to sleep. No, she had to stay awake. She had to capture this woman now. Karen looked up into Astra's eyes. Who are you? I thought you figured that out by now, Astra laughed. Aunt Karen. And with that, everything went black. In the dark, abandoned back alleys of Mabashi, a group of men laughed as they threw a woman to the ground. She cried out in distress, but that only made the drunken men laugh harder. She tried calling for help, but no one could hear her. What should we do with her? One of the men asked. Don't know, another slurred. The men chuckled darkly as they looked down at the frightened woman before them. She was beautiful, with pale skin and silver hair. Her figure was curvy, which added to her appeal. And the way she cried out only fueled their excitement at the prospect of overpowering her. Please. Just let me go, the woman begged. I won't report it. The men ignored her, glancing at each other as they decided who would take the first step. The tallest of the three knelt before her and grabbed her hair. She yelped, but they found her distress amusing. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she felt helpless. If it had been only one man, she knew she could have fought back, but with three? It felt impossible. "You're so cute," the tall man sneered as he caressed her cheek. The woman cringed and closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. Then someone yawned. The three men froze, suddenly aware they were no longer alone. The woman slowly opened her eyes, surprised that no one had moved to touch her. The man had let go of her hair, and the three men were now nervously looking around. "Humans," a voice muttered. "Don't you have any decency?" A man stepped from the shadows, his shoulders slouched and hands tucked into his pockets. His long hair was a brilliant red, with 2 strands of black framing his face. His eyes were a deep vermilion with dark circles beneath them, and his pupils were narrowed slits. His ears were pointed, and his cheeks bore whisker marks. "Who are you?" one of the men asked bravely. "Who am I?" the red-headed man asked. "That's a brilliant question, but I'm too annoyed to answer. Just know this is my territory and I don't